Then, okay. Should be live. I gotta pull this up over here. So I can monitor it. Okay, oh yeah, I gotta get my stand real quick. The stand! Alright, move you back to there. Alright. Do that. Switch that over to. Gotta get you going there. Okay, okay. Alright. Hey, Iconic, how's it going, man? Welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, I'm just trying to get it all set up here. Give me a little bit of time on the edge. It's supposed to be starting soon. Okay. Yeah, we're doing it today. We're doing the movie. We're doing the movie tier list today. However long that takes, we're getting it done today, and then we're done with the tier list. Well, the recap tier list. Who knows? I mean, I guess if you guys are interested in this, we can do more. But I also don't know what I would even do a tier list for. But I think I'd find we're just doing the recap ones at the end of the year and just being done with them until then. Because we got. Because I feel like I might end up making, well, at least the gaming ones, I might make a yearly tradition. We'll see about the movie one. We'll see if you guys like it enough. Maybe I might have it stay around, but I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Nader, how's it going, man? Welcome, man. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah. Don't. Hey, I think you might just be looking at a mirror over there. At what? And it takes one to know one. So yeah, good. Yeah. Welcome in, Nader. It's good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, I saw. I think you didn't you go live last night. I didn't pop in. Work is going nuts. You wanted the day to be done. Oh, fair enough, man. That's happened to me before. Like I said, luckily I have the days off right now. I'm kind of just taking the most of it. I did my recap gaming tier list last night, and now we're just gonna do my recap for the movies I've seen. Like I said, I went a bit nuts off of it. I initially was just gonna be all the movies I've seen in theaters as a little short little cap and be like movies and whatnot. And I was like, well, I don't know the ones I have my collection because I said because I was like, so because I was like, I just want to add it a bit more, and then I was like, I can't just leave these ones here. I gotta put these ones in. Now I gotta put these ones in, and I just went a bit nuts with it. And I think I added maybe probably a little too many, but hey, fuck it, we're going with it. But yeah, anyway, let's do it. But yeah, how's it going for you too? You guys working on any interesting grinds there? I feel I know. I feel like I said, I want to say yeah. I think you didn't you go live last night later or am I? But I think you went live last night. I missed it. And I apologize, but I because like I said last night we went longer than I went. I think last night was like the latest I went streaming because we went to the usual streamline time at 12, and I just went an extra hour pretty much to to finish it off. Oh yeah, ads. I know. Yeah, we got about 2 minutes of ads there. You beat for remake on the main game. You just said metaphor. Nice. Oh yeah, yeah. I did see that. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I was in the chat when you were I was with you when you started it. But yeah, how's Metaphor 4 going for you? Oh yeah, well ads right now, but yeah, when you get back, I'll ask you how you went for you. I got some lovely. Today I'm just going with water right now because hydration important. Oh yeah, all right. Come on. What are you doing? Come on. Okay, what if I go through that? What if I do that? I'm trying to pull up the stream on my phone so I can see chat a little bit better when I'm doing the tier list, and I can also see when ads about to go on because I can't really look at OBS and do the. I mean, I could try and figure out how to do it, but I'm not at that point yet. I'm just like I said, I just figured out how to set up OBS and whatnot on Friday, so I'm kind of winging it a bit, but we're working with it, and I think it's going fine. I'm hoping that it sounds good, and everything's going good for you guys over there. But yeah, we're going along with it. It's pretty much. But yeah, so yeah, ads should be just about a minute left on them. Right. All right. So yeah, just need to uh, things set up. Oh, I should probably change the escape. Good. I'll leave the actions up there. Actually, I'm gonna quickly change. Oh no, I can't. Wait. I'm gonna quickly add one little new tag. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna add that to the tags, and that should be fine. Just to make it a bit more, more accurate, I'd say. All right, but yes. So anyway, we should be back from the ads. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. But Anita, how is it? How is Metaphor going for you? Like I said, I remember you. I remember being there with you when you started it. But how is it? How was the blast? How did blast stream treat you there? But yeah, I'm just gonna give. You haven't been watching him since you. No, understandable. Like I said, if I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna start Metaphor. Part of me wants to, but also the other part of me is like, if I start that, I'm gonna be like, I should finish up Persona. I that's the thing. I'm not saying I did like Persona, but the problem is I got like to like the yacht guy boss fight, and I never even did it. I didn't even try it out. I got to it and I stopped because I wanted to go do something else, and I was just like, oh, and I went off and did that, and I just never came back to it. That's a lot of my stories for a lot of the games I just didn't finish. Like I liked my playing of it. I got to this point. I switched to something else. I haven't returned back to it because I'm like, if I come back to it, I'm going to probably forgotten a lot of the story stuff, and B, I can relearn the combat, especially with C. It's a big boss fight. I'm gonna probably get my ass whooped, but I'm gonna have to try and figure out how it works. But yeah, so it is. But yeah, so part of me wants to try out Metaphor so I can like see how it is, just to like kind of like as a way to like start it over again, but not really start it over again. But also part of me is like I'm not really at the point where I'm not really at the point where I'm gonna pay. Like maybe if it goes on sale for a good amount, I might buy it. But I also have a lot of other grinds I have planned, and I feel like if I'm gonna do Metaphor, I'm gonna stream it. But I have a lot of my plans already for 2024 already, so I'm gonna figure. We have to figure that. I have to figure that out, but we'll see. Let's see. I have like I said, I'm making some. I have a lot of plans for the new year. I'm not gonna get to all of them. I just know it because I have two ideas, but they're like full year long things, and I'm definitely not gonna get both of them done if I even get one of them done. But that means I have to go for it. But yeah, because what I've been considering doing is I've been considering doing a like the game like I've been considering doing one or two things. Either every game of the year from the Game Awards, getting doing the 100% grinds for all of them, or every indie game of the year for the Game Awards, doing grinds on all of them. But both those are long grinds. I think it's like I want to say it's like 11 games each because it's been going on since 2014, and some of them and two of and both one in each of them are both not mobile multiplayer games. Only the game of the Overwatch won Game of the Year for one year, and the Indie Game of the Year Game Awards went to Rocket League for another one. So both those are going to be pains to grind. Yeah, Balatro is also, but that's the thing is that I've seen a lot of good stuff with Balatro, so I don't know. No, and like I said, if I but yeah, I just also feel like there's a lot of games that are popular and I just haven't, and like those are like highly rewarded. I'm like I should probably get them to try them just to see if I even liking them. And but yeah, well I'll see what I feel about it. I want to focus on the goals I made for myself for the new year. And for those who don't know, I made like 3 goals for myself, kind of resolutions if you call them that, but the more goals, which is I want to do the full grind for Fallout 4. I want to do a grind for a Souls-like game, and I want to finish the Dead Rising grinds, which is just 3 and 4 left, but those are the biggest ones, so I'm gonna take a bit. But yeah, so those are the main goals I have for the new year. Plus, I have other games I've already put on the schedule, like Outer Worlds. I have the community game vote, which if you're not a part of the Discord, we're doing a community game vote where you guys put your suggestions in there from the community. Whatever games you guys want me to grind, I will stream that, and we'll stream that. Actually, well, not stream. You guys put your suggestions in there. I put them all in a poll once we get enough entrants, and then you guys vote on that. Whichever one wins, I'll do a grind for on stream. But yeah, those. But if you guys are interested on that, join the Discord and put your suggestion in there. But yeah, so and all the links for all my socials and one on the Twitch page. But I think at this point I've spent long enough yapping here, and it is time to get to the main point. It's 200 to 500 hours in Balatro. I mean, then again, well, there's a lot of other games I've played that are like that long hours. I probably Fallout 4 is going to probably be about that lengthy as well, but we'll see. But anyway, like I said, I've been yapping a bit. Let's switch over to the whole point of the stream today, which is the movie recap. Which so these all this is a list of a lot of the it's every movie I've seen in theaters that I have proof of, which is I collect. I after a while I just started collecting my movie tickets as like a little way to remember the movies I've gone to see, and it was nice walking down memory lane, just like looking, and be like, oh yeah, I like that movie. Oh yeah, that one was there. I should join you in Crypt. Which one's Crypt? Is that one that's I forget which one's Crypt. Oh, Crypt of the Necrodancer. Oh yeah, no, I'm not touching that. Maybe if I get it, maybe who knows? Maybe if it gets voted in the community grind, but I don't think so. No, I don't. Maybe I mean maybe if it does get if maybe if it gets voted, I might be like yeah no we're just gonna we'll say I'll play that one, but not the full grind. I don't know. We'll see about that. But Fallout 4 is I mean, yeah, I guess it's not that's not as lengthy as what you say, but also I guess I think it's also because Bellatrix is kind of new, so not a lot of people know like the strats and like and how like you do it a little bit quicker than usual. Whereas Fallout 4 is a lot popular and it's been out for a good couple of years, so people figure out how to do it quicker and quicker. No, I understand. I don't want to, but I made my bed with saying whatever you guys vote on in the Discord community grind section, I will grind and stream on and stream. So I made my bed, and if it becomes a bed of nails, I have to lie on it. So that's how it's gonna be. But yeah, so like I said, let's get back to the main point of of the stream today, which is the movie. My thoughts on the movies I've seen. So we're starting off with the first one I have the ticket for, and which is the Scream. This is the 2022 Scream. Not remake, but like what's the word? It's the fifth movie, and it's kind of bringing new characters and whatnot, but it's still part of the franchise. But it still follows the old canon. I forget there's a word for it. I'm forgetting it. I'm blanking on it. But yeah, I honestly think this was probably B tier. I actually I really I liked it. Actually, we'll say A tier, and I can move it down later. But I like this movie. I don't think it's perfect. I know some people have their problems with it, but I enjoyed it, especially since this was one of my first ever horror movies I saw in theaters because I for a while I was just like a scaredy. I was just a little scared little baby, and it just couldn't was like no it's cool, it's scary, I can't do it. But this was a nice movie. It was a nice little mystery. I do think a bit of it was kind of obvious, but it didn't really hurt the movie with that. It was a fun time. It was a nice movie. Like I said, it does have some problems with it, but I enjoyed my time with it. But yeah, so anyway, so yeah, next one. I feel like you guys know where this is gonna go, but this is Morbius. It goes F tier. I went and saw this because I was like, because this was back when I was when I was actually like watching every film in the MCU, and I was like, oh, it's another Marvel movie, but it's a Sony Marvel movie, and I thought Venom was alright, so I was like, okay, we'll go see Morbius, we'll see how that is. No, that was a mistake. That was also the end of my whole watching the Sony Marvel movies. Well, I forget, did Venom 2 come out after this one? Because if it did, I went and saw Venom 2, and that was the last one I saw and I have not seen Madam Web. I have not seen Craven the Hunter. I've not even seen the new Venom movie because I just kind of lost my faith after this one because honestly, fair enough. Oh, oh yeah, Morbius is goated. It was definitely the Morbius movie of all time. Have you heard about the Sony CEO saying that Madam Web and Craven isn't bad? That's the thing. Craven the Hunter, looking at it, actually could have been good, and I was actually considering going to go see it. And then everyone just started talking shit about it. I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna back away from it. Like I said, maybe I will actually go and see Craven the Hunter at some point. Maybe not like watch it in theaters, but maybe like if it shows up on like Netflix or whatnot, I'll watch it. Just because I thought it could be good. It's got a good looking cast in it. It had probably the most promising out of all of them, like looking through the trailers and whatnot. But it just apparently didn't work. It is bad, but the studio's delusional. But fair enough. If you make these movies and you're still like, yeah, make the next one, you gotta be a little bit delusional. Okay, the next one, Doctor Strange's Multiverse of Madness. This is honestly, I know some people don't like it, but I think it's B tier. I enjoyed this movie. I think Sam Raimi did a good job with it. I also think that the cat. I think it's just a good. I think really enjoyed it. I think a lot of people crap on the Phase 4 of the MCU now that the Infinity Saga is over. This is my me thinking that this is a good return to form. This was getting back to the good stuff. I liked it. No, fair enough. Like I said, I've kind of gotten that a bit. Not the movies, but more of just like the. I've not watched a lot of the Disney Plus like TV shows and whatnot just because I'm kind of a bit tired of it. I still the last one I went to go see was well, I saw Deadpool Wolverine because I was like, you know what, this can't even be that bad if it is bad. And I enjoyed it honestly, and that is on the list because I have the ticket for that as well. But yeah, it was I liked it. Like I said, it's definitely one that you need to have like a Marvel fanboy for, which funnily enough I am, so it worked for me. But I enjoyed this movie, and yeah. Top Gun Maverick. This is going into. I'm not gonna give it S tier. I'm gonna give it A tier, and I'm gonna put it above Scream. A lot of people, I like this movie. I don't think it's a perfect movie. I do think this started the whole trend of like take old movie and make a sequel to it because it makes $1 billion at the box office. But I did like it. I did enjoy it. I can't say it's a bad movie. I enjoyed my time with it. I think I prefer the old the well, I don't know. I have to do a double feature just to see what my thoughts are on it. But like I said, I liked it. But I can also say I'm not gonna say it's like it's one of my top movies I've seen. But yeah, you excited for what the MCU is cooking? But yeah, like I said, it's. I think the MCU I'm fine with. I'm gonna probably keep watching because what is it? Just go to the movie, see it in theaters, and if I don't like it, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it again. If I like it, buy it physically, I guess. But whereas the TV one, I have to have a Disney Plus subscription and I have to spend time with watching the series to go through it, and for it all just to maybe be alright. But yeah, that's going at A tier. Terrifier 2. This is going S tier. This was a great movie. Well, it's a great movie if you like horror movies. If you don't, you're gonna have a terrible time with it. This is Damien Leone coming back after Terrifier, coming and he's and getting strong and getting a bigger budget and not well bigger budget is a funny way to put it when it's was still a small budget, but he made the most of it. It was a great. I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was a great one. I think it's probably my favorite of the Terrifier movies. It's a fun time. I do highly recommend if you like horror movies and you haven't seen it, definitely go watch Terrifier 2. And I can say something similar, but not the same thing for Smile, which is going into it's going S tier, but it's going to go behind it. Which this was a breath of fresh air. I enjoyed Smile. I thought the concept behind it was interesting. I think it did a good job with the whole like mystery and like the whole like thoughts around it. I thought it was a good movie. I think some people kind of like overshadowed with Smile too, and I will get to my thoughts on that soon. But I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a. I definitely thought it was a fun. I definitely thought I enjoyed my time with it. I watched it in theaters, and I was the only person in the theater, and I think that's the perfect way to watch a horror movie like this. Is just you in a small dark room. There's no one else there, and you're watching it on a big screen. That's the best. I feel like it's the best way to watch a lot of the horror movies. And the problem is you can't really plan around that because you can't be like yeah unless you want to book the whole theater, which I don't have that kind of money, and I don't think a lot of people do. You just have to. Terrifier 3 was good, not as good as 2. Yeah, like I said, that's kind of my opinion on it too, Nato. Is that I believe that 2 is probably the best one. 3 was good, but I don't think it's as good as 2. And I think 1 is probably the weakest because it's a little bit generic, I'd say. But I do know Terrifier 3 is on here. I think that Terrifier 1 is, but we'll see. Like I said, these aren't the full series. I definitely see a lot of these as full series. This is just the ones I wanted to talk about and put on here. And at some point, I was like, I'm done. I'm not putting any more on here. This is gonna take like because I otherwise to be here for 8 hours talking about every movie I've seen. But yeah, so that is going. Smile is going to S tier there. You would recommend the Invincible series. Like I said, I don't have Amazon Prime, so I can't do that. If I find a good box set of it at some point, when Amazon actually makes a box set of them, I'll probably go off and watch them. But I'm also a little bit more critical of animated stuff. But I definitely be interested in checking it out. I've heard good stuff about it. You heard that Batman Part 2 is delayed to October of 20. Like I said, I'll be honest. I think is the I don't think the Batman is on here. I'll be honest. I don't think I have a lot of DC stuff on this, but I did like the Batman. I do know I did go and see the Batman theaters. I thought it was a bit too long, which makes me a little bit more concerned about Batman 2. But who knows? Maybe they learned some stuff. Maybe they made it a bit more short of a runtime, or they made it better to actually make the runtime feel less long. But I definitely enjoyed that one. I think. But it's not like I feel like I don't care about that much that it got delayed because I feel like if the movie like if they hyped it up and like it's gonna come out this year and then it got delayed, then that's my problem. But if it's like not even announced and not even like have trailers coming out for it, I'm like, you know what, fine, just keep working on it because I feel like I'd rather have a product that takes longer but it's great than something that gets rushed out so it can get there earlier but it's crappy. Yes. Okay. Next one is Bullet Train, and I'll be honest, this is going into it's either low S tier or high A tier. This is a fun. I'm gonna go put it S tier. This is a fun action movie. I went to this because the movie I was originally gonna go see that night was canceled. Well, not canceled, but the showing I had was canceled. And then I was like, and they're like, hey, these are the other options here. I was like, you know what? I'll go see Bullet Train. And this surprised me. This was a nice little action movie. Nice little. It's fast paced. It's got a good little story to it. It's just a fun time. It's not you don't go into this movie for like an interesting for like a complex story and whatnot. No, you go. But this is a fun little movie. It's got a little bit of mystery around it. I liked it. I thought it was a fun time. This is we'll see if I get when I get through this, but this might be one of my top action movies I've seen, and I think it came out like 2 years ago. It's got Brad Pitt, it's got Aaron Taylor Johnson, who he's been kind of having a bit of a resurgence after the whole. He's been kind of having a bit of a resurgence with him being Craven, and now in the Nosferatu movie, he's been kind of having a bit of a resurgence, which fair enough. He's a good actor. Uh, Bullet Train you watched last year during New Year's Eve. Nice. Yeah, what were your thoughts on it? Like I said, I enjoyed it. Megan. Megan, I'll be honest, when I initially watched Megan, I thought this was probably D tier. But now in hindsight, I think it's kind of probably, I want to say either high B tier or like low A tier. Well, yeah, actually, no, we'll put it A tier there. Like I said, my thoughts on Megan was it was a crappy child's play, not, it was a crappy little child's play idea and I thought it was a bit driven, and I was like trying to copy that, and then I kind of my thoughts kind of changed around it because I thought it was a bit more because I was like and this is kind of like my big like I was thinking more of it as like the thematic stuff in the movie and like what the concepts are around it than just like what the movie is. This is my kind of like a bit of a reawakening I think of that where it's a lot more where it's not like it's I was like it's less of a movie about that. It's all but it's kind of like what Child's Play 2019 was but it's a better version of that, and it's also not ruining and trying to make money off of a license and whatnot. And this is yeah. So I definitely I think in hindsight I like this a lot more. I rewatched it, and like I said, I enjoyed it a lot more than I did initially. I am 100% a Diesel. No, I think I don't know a lot of I don't know the whole I'll be honest I didn't grow up with like the Thomas the Tank Engine stuff but I mean, I don't. So I know Diesel's like the villain and whatnot, and that's like the whole point. He's like, "You're a fucking Diesel," and just like tries to shoot the villain in the story. I'm gonna say she is the villain. I'll be honest. Even the main bad guy they try and say she's the worst. She's worse. She's the villain. But yeah, yeah, it's a good cast. I think everyone here just has fun with the role. I think it also has I think it has a good soundtrack. This is one of the few movie I have this movie soundtrack on my saved in my YouTube playlists because I just sometimes I just like to pop into it and just like listen for a bit because it has a good soundtrack and I just enjoy my time with it. Oh yeah, next one, Scream 6. This one is going into S tier. It's either S tier or top eight. I'm gonna go put it S tier. This is I think this movie was what what is taking this movie and taking it up to the next level. They added a lot more action to this movie, which made it a lot more like punched up and it gives you a lot more like rewatchability than just like for the mystery part of it. Like it had like that whole like apartment building scene, the theater showdown, and I think it had a lot of good stuff going for it. And then it was in I definitely enjoyed this a lot more than I did this one. I think I even enjoyed it more than I did some of the other like earlier sequels, like 3 and 4. I definitely enjoyed it more than that. Same thing with this one, but this one I definitely think they just punched it up here. Like they took, like I said, they took their style from this and they punched it up to Scream 6, and I think worked uh, it worked even better. But yeah, Ant Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. This one is gonna go into it's either C or D tier. I'm gonna put it C tier and I can move it lower. Like I said, I know a lot of people have their problems with it, and I do have my problems with it. But I definitely am not gonna say like it's one of the worst movies I've seen. I've seen worse than it. It was just a little bit meh and a little bit bland, and I think it tried to tie itself too much into the whole like ongoing saga thing of it. And I think that was probably to its detriment. Like they could have had it being its if they didn't include like Kang and whatnot into it this could have been a good movie by itself, but they made Kang the villain of it, which feels odd when you have Kang be as part of Loki as the main thing as the main antagonist in Loki. Which means if you haven't seen the Loki series on Disney Plus, you won't get who he is, or you have to try and figure out who he is from the movie. But I think it's fine, but I definitely can't say it's like a good. I can't say it's like a good movie that I enjoyed and I'm gonna be rewatching constantly. I do want to rewatch it just to see what my opinions are now, because I only saw this in theaters once. And I kind of want to see what my thoughts are now of it, but I don't know if I when I will get around to that, but we'll see. All right, next one. You're gonna see a lot of recurring things on this list. A lot, mainly this man here. This is Nicolas Cage. I'm sure you guys don't know who. I'm sure you guys know who he is, but I'll be honest. Nicolas Cage is one of my favorite actors because I think he has a good. I think he had a interesting like little transition because he has because he's well no matter what movie he's in he just does a good he just is a stellar job and whatnot. I know it's but he is yeah he's my I think he's probably one of my favorite actors if not the favorite actor of mine. And I was hyped up for Renfield when I heard that it was it was the a little spin off of the Universal of Dracula, but it's from the perspective of Renfield, and it has Nicolas Cage and Nicholas Holt, who I had seen in the menu earlier then, which is right here. I think my movie ticket list got shuffled here because now it's all like all organized. Why do I even advise twice in here? I must have accidentally put it on here twice, but yeah. So, but Renfield, I think it's campy, but it's enjoyable campy. I'm putting it in. I'm putting it in B tier, like right there. Like I said, it's campy, but it's enjoyably campy. I don't like. It's like Scream 3 is campy, but I don't really enjoy that. This one is campy, but I enjoyed it, and I think you get to see Nicolas Cage, Nicholas Holt, you get Ben Schwartz as just like just playing around and like chewing the scenery and whatnot and having fun, and I think I think it makes it for an enjoyable movie, and I have fun with it. I enjoyed it. I went and saw this in theaters. I want to rewatch this. This is definitely on my rewatch pile. Where I need to find like a good Blu-ray of it and just like watch it again because I enjoyed my time with this. I think I am a little bit critical of it because I don't think takes itself. I think initially I was thinking of it going to be a little bit more seriously, but then again I should have when this casting was announced. I'm like, and especially with Ben Schwartz in it, I should have expected it to be more comedic. But yeah, John Wick 4. I think this is obvious for a lot of people, but this is going into A tier and this is going top of A tier. I like John Wick 4. I'll be honest. I watched the original three when like because I didn't get into it initially. I watched the first three, and then when John Wick 4 came out, I was like, oh yeah, I have to see that in theaters, and it was a great time in theaters, and I enjoyed my time with it. I think it was it didn't I don't think it felt slow at any point. It was a fun little ride. The only reason it's down here is I don't think I can put it high, I can't put it to S tier because there's some certain thing because I do have some certain problems with the plot in it, but other than that, but if you're just watching it for the action, you're gonna have a great time. But I mean, then again, it's John Wick, so what are you expecting? Because so yeah, next one, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. This one is going into it's probably gonna go A tier as well. I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna put it there. I like Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I do think that I think this is the perfect end to the Guardians trilogy here. This is the best way they could have ended it. I do think that there is a bit of problems with the plot. I think but I think it went pretty well, honestly. I can also admire the fact that this is the MCU's first ever F bomb in a movie, and I think that's one of the best comedic beats in the movie. But I think it's also just it's a if you watch the MCU, this was a breath of fresh air, especially in Phase 4. But if you're me, like I said, you already had this with Doctor Strange here. But this was the sign that Phase 4 isn't all lost. But yeah, so anyway, next we have great, it's everyone's favorite movie that came out in recent years, Cocaine Bear. Honestly, this is C tier. If you watch this movie to watch a bear on cocaine go around and kill people, that's what you watch it for. The plot's not good. The acting's not really all that good. But you're watching a movie called Cocaine Bear. What the hell were you expecting? It's Cocaine Bear. It's a bear on cocaine, and it's also the last movie this is the last of Ray Liotta's movies, which is a funny thought and also a depressing thought. But yeah, this is a this is a movie that you put on with your friends and you just like joke around with it and watch it because you're like this is like I said, you get your friends over and you're like what, I don't care about what movie you watch, put on Cocaine Bear and you just have fun with it. But yeah, so yeah, Cocaine Bear is going to C tier. The Menu, spoiler alert, this is probably one of my top movies I've ever seen. The Menu I loved. Maybe it's just because I'm a big fan of cooking and whatnot, but really enjoyed my time with The Menu. This is also another one with, like Smile, where I got the full theater to myself because no one else because I went to a very late showing and it was also a showing of and also it's a smaller movie, so no one really went. And also it's just a theater that no one goes to, which is why I kind of liked it because there's no one else there. That theater's now closed because no one went to it, like I said. But I enjoyed my time with the movie. I definitely think this is probably my top movie of that year. I think it was 2022, but yeah, this was definitely a top movie of that year. I think I could gush about this movie for a while. Maybe I should do a full YouTube video breakdown like entirely why I like the menu and whatnot, and why I think it's a perfect plot and whatnot. But yeah, that I enjoy. Like I said, the menu probably one of my top movies of all time. That's going in S tier. But yeah, the next one, Dungeons and Dragons. Now, funnily enough, I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. I went to see this. One of my friends is a Dungeons and Dragons fan, and they were like, "Hey, if you want, hey, I'm gonna go see this movie. You want to come with?" And I was like, "You know what? Sure." I was like, I want to go to the movie theaters, and I didn't have anything else going on at the time, and I was like, "You know what? Sure, we'll go." And honestly, I respect them for this. This was an ATM movie. This is going right here. It's a fun movie. I'm sure if you play the Dungeons and Dragons game, you like it. You like it even more. But even with me not knowing a single thing about Dungeons and Dragons besides that's a Demogorgon, that's a gelatinous cube, that's whatever that is. I enjoy my time with it. And like I said, I definitely think if you are a Dungeons and Dragons fan, this is a good movie. This is a perfect movie for you. But I also think if you're not, there's nothing wrong with it. You're gonna enjoy your time with it. It has it has good comedy. It's got good cast. It's got a good cast in it. And just a fun little time. Uh, and we're gonna what we'll wait for the we'll wait for the ads to before we start the next one. But yeah, so what are you guys' thoughts on them? You have anything you guys want anything else you guys want to say about the movies we've talked about so far? Or you just want or any movies that you want me to talk about that may or may not be on my list? Like, yeah, I definitely think I actually put some on here twice. I'm gonna go quickly move some of those down here a bit. Oh no, I don't want to spoil them a bit because we have Guardians of the Galaxy on here twice. So I'm gonna put all my repeats up here. I don't know if they're like taking spots of like other movies I was supposed to put on here, or if they're just accidental repeats. But they're there now, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, I might actually I can do this if I don't want if I don't want to spoil what you guys what we have to talk about soon. So I can do this and move them all the way down here to the end. Oh no, no, I don't know. What am I doing there? No, no, put you back. Put you back. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, that one goes down there. Okay, yeah, ads on progress now. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna move Guardians of the Galaxy 3 again down there. Okay, that's down there, and I know I have one more on here because I remember seeing it. Oh no, shit! I moved that. I need to move that. Let's move you. There we go. Okay. Okay, those are down there. If I see any more, I'll move them down there later on. But those are just the repeats I want to move out the way. So anyway, yeah, let's get back to that. All right, we should be back. Okay. Okay. But yeah, what do you guys got going on? How's it going on for you guys? Yeah, we are down. How many movies are we down here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 out of I probably want to say at least 200 more. So this might be a bit of a shame here. Yeah, I have to unlike the last two ones where I know those were at least like 80, but I could at least see it on a full screen. I have to scroll all the way down through the list. I can fill up the whole screen with a number of them, and then scroll even more to fill up a second one and maybe even a third one. So this is going to be a bit longer, but which either means I have to go a bit long. I have to go a bit shorter on my yapping, or I have to just, or we're just gonna take a bit longer. But I guess since we also did the other two tier lists last night, then I could probably just, you know, I have a little bit more time with this, and also because it's daytime stream, I have a bit more time with this. I need to up that now, so you guys aren't getting shined in from the lights up there. But yeah, so yeah, I got an orange, one with a little orange number because daylight wanted to be a little bit more brighter, and because I don't got anything else going on that I need to worry about muted colors or whatnot. That's the thing. Last night I had the long sweater on. I just went with it, but I had like our black polo shirt because I went saw Nosferatu that same day as well. But yeah, so anyway, we should be back to the ads now. We should be back to the ads. Yes, okay, we should be back. All right, so we'll switch back to the ranking again. All right, so anyway, back to the rankings again. So we have Evil Dead. Next one we have is Evil Dead Rise. This was wait. Oh wait. Okay, I'll be honest. This is the same thing here with John Wick, where I watched all the other ones before after they were already in theaters, and then this one came out, and I was like, I should go off and see this on the big screen. And honestly, this is gonna go right. Honestly, do I want to put this in S tier? I don't know. It's either top A tier or low S tier. We'll put it there, and I can move it up if I feel like I want to give it more credit. But this was an interesting idea. You take Evil Dead, which is a series all about like possessed zombie like people in a cabin all by itself, or I guess if you include Army of Darkness as well, it's also about the in medieval times, and I guess even Ash vs Evil Dead is just all around like small town and whatnot. This is an interesting idea. You take Evil Dead and you put it into an apartment building. That was an interesting idea, and it's is it also still sense in isolation because you can't get out of it because you have to use the elevator, which is not working, or you have to use the stairs, which also doesn't work because and if you want to know why the stairs don't work, watch the movie. But yeah, so this is I definitely enjoy my time with this. I thought it was a nice. I definitely think this is one that I like watching in theaters. I'd say go watch it in theaters, but it ain't in theaters anymore. So yeah, that Nefarious. This is one. See, the thing is, I like my time with it, but part of me it doesn't. But that I don't need to rewatch it. I liked it, but it does. But it just it's a long. It's I think that's something I have is that sometimes there's some horror movies that are just like, it's a lot of like dialogue only, and sometimes dialogue only movies, I'm like, I will rewatch them again, and I will rewatch them again a couple times. But this one I watched once, I'm like, I don't really need to, and I think the ending kind of, I'll be honest, the ending kind of sucks. Ending sucks on it, and but I think like the main part of the movie kept me invested, but then it just kind of sucked at the end, and I was just like it, and it felt a bit promotional and whatnot. But I thought it was fine. I only need to watch it once. I'm not gonna say you guys should watch it out because I'll be honest, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, the next one is The Machine. I watched this because I wanted a dumb fun action movie, and I got a dumb fun action movie. It's got so I'm gonna put it C tier between. Actually, I'll put it top C tier because I enjoy it more than Cocaine Bear. If you This is pretty much a comedian taking one of his bits and making a full movie about that bit. It's enjoyable, but it's up if you want if you want to see it's got Mark Hamill, who I'm assuming you guys know, but if you don't, he's Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. They got him to be the comedian's father. It's a fun, like I said, it's a fun movie. It's definitely not one I'm gonna be like you guys need to go out and watch, but I mean if you find it for free on Netflix or any other like streaming service you have, I would say give it a watch if it's like late at night and you want some dumb fun action movie. Well, action comedy. I mean, it's not really action, but it's got a bit of action to it. I mean, mostly comedy. The Room is going S tier. I'm gonna put it all the way at top. No, I'm not gonna put it at the top of S tier, but okay. If you treat Room seriously, it's F tier. If you treat it like it's a comedy, like a lot of people do, it's S tier. This is everyone knows what The Room is. I feel like everyone has either seen The Room or has heard of The Room, and how it's the best example of so bad it's good. You treat this like a comedy and you have a fun time with it. The reason why this is part of the theaters one, I didn't see this one in theater. I didn't see it initially in theaters because I wasn't around back then. But there was an anniversary showing in a theater near me, and I was like, you know what? I haven't seen it yet. I want to see it. This is gonna be a fun time. Let's go. And I had a great time with it. It was with a lot of other people who have definitely seen it before me. but for the first time, it was a fun time, and I enjoyed my time with it. But yeah, yeah, it's like I said, movie actually is F tier, but treating it like a comedy is S tier. And I think a lot of people can agree with me on that. The next one, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. I know people have problems with this one. I still think Crystal Skull is the worst Indiana Jones movie, but this is a solid end of the B tier. I need to when I do rewatch of Indiana Jones. I'm not gonna cringe at having to do this one at the end. I might cringe at having to watch Crystal Skull, but I thought it was fine. I do think the ending is a bit like just like it feels a little bit stapled on right at the end, but it's just but because they were like, yeah, you know what, maybe we can do an extra movie after this one, but no, no, there's not going to be another one. I'm pretty obvious when you see Harrison Ford, but yeah, I think it's fine. I definitely don't think it was worth like coming back to the series to bring it and make it again, but I think it's fine for what it is. Friday the 13th is going into S tier. It's a horror classic. Everyone, I feel like this is like the main three big horror movies with this Nightmare on Elm Street and Halloween. I've seen the full Friday the 13th. I think it's only this one and two on the list because I didn't want to put the whole 12 long movie saga in this and talk all about Friday the 13th for like ages and whatnot. But like I said, same thing with The Room. This was an anniversary showing, and I watched it then, and it was a fun time. It was also nice to see it on the big screen, and I rewatched it after the fact as well, and it still held up. I thought it was a fine. I do think the mystery aspect is a bit lacking, but like I said, it's a classic. I thought I enjoyed my time with it. I can see the flaws with it, but I definitely enjoy my time with it. I definitely think it's a top horror movie, and there's a reason why this is a classic now. But yeah, so next one is Dream Scenario. This is one that was that I was. This was the same case with another one on this with Nicolas Cage. Well, actually, a lot of these ones with Nicolas Cage on it, where he, especially with the horror ones, I was kind of hyped. I kind of like hyped up around it. I saw it, and this is honestly, it was actually pretty. I would say it's probably. Well, I don't even think it's a horror movie anymore. It came out. It said it was going to be a horror movie. Wasn't really a horror movie. I'll be honest. I'm gonna say it's either low B tier, A tier, or top B tier. I'm gonna say low A tier. I'm gonna put it above. mm, Yeah, that seems fine. Like I said, I enjoyed my time with it. I thought it was fine. I do think, like I said, the actually no, I'm gonna move it down to B tier because the third act just kind of like the movie just kind of like stops for a moment, starts it up, and then does the third and just does a bit of the ending of the movie, which feels a bit odd and it is a bit jarring in the movie, and it just kind of stop and it just kind of stops for a bit, and I don't like that. And I think they should have figured out a way to like more naturally send it along because it takes a movie and put a scene that's tense and just cuts it. You wait for a black screen for a bit, and then it starts it up again, and just has a narration from a random person on there to explain what's going on in the world. It just kind of stops, and that's my biggest problem with the movie is it just kind of stops there, and then introduces a new part of it and tries to give an explanation for how they figure out what's going on. That's my main problem with it. I think it could have. I feel like they should have just changed that up, either make it a little bit more natural, or just like make it have a different ending to it. Like the ultimate ending is fine, but the lead up to it is just terrible. Is just not good. But yeah, Argyle. Same thing I'm gonna say with this one. I know a lot of people shit on this one. I had a decent amount of fun with this one. I'm gonna say it's actually I'm gonna put this here. Like I said, I think these are like guilty pleasure movies. I'd say like I'm gonna like these might be like guilty pleasure to like watch it, like not say like you love, but you watch every so often. Argyle was fine. I know a lot of people call it a bad movie and saying that it's one of the worst ones of 2024. But but I mean, have you seen the other movies that Sony's put out in 2024? And have you seen some of the other stinkers that we'll get to soon off in the movie? Not in the movie, in the list here. Argyle just did not work. It did. I like well for a lot of people it didn't work. I thought it was fine. Matthew, I went into this because it's the same guy who did the Kingsman movies, and I liked those movies, and I was like, you know what, let's see what he does here, and I thought it was fine. I definitely didn't think it was the best movie. I thought the story was a bit clunky, but I thought the action bits of it and like a bit of the mystery stuff was fine, and I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. I just thought it was fine pretty much, which is why he's in bottom C tier. Imaginary. This one, I'll be honest, is going into. I did not like Imaginary. I'm gonna put it into. Mm, I'm gonna put it in D tier. like maybe I need to rewatch it and get my thoughts on it again because I was going to a new theater and I'll be honest, the theater wasn't all that nice. So maybe that's the problem with it is I went to a new theater for it, but I just don't think the movie was all that good. I thought it was just maybe I was out of the right range for who it was supposed to be for, but it just didn't work for me. I thought it was a bit clunky. It felt like it was trying to set up a whole like make another sequel about this, but it just I thought this was a bit of a stinker. And the problem is I saw a lot of the advertisement for it, and I was like, okay, this might be a good movie. And Blumhouse hasn't really fully failed me yet, and nope, it was just not good. I thought that it was good. There was parts of it I did like. I thought that could have been interesting if they expanded on, and then they just did it and they made it too big and expanded. And I thought, and the movie has like three false endings, and I'm just like, well, just let me have an ending. But yeah, it goes D tier. Late Night with the Devil. I'll be honest. The movie itself is an S tier. I would put it top here. I would put okay. I'll be honest. The movie would probably go about like right here, I'd say. But the problem is, if you know what's going on with this movie and what the problem is that a lot of people talk about it, it goes about. I'm gonna give it about right there, A tier. Because the problem with it is that there's sections in the movie where it just does a "we'll be right back soon," which switches from the the on stage stuff to the behind the stage stuff, but they used AI generated images for that, and everyone just started shitting on it for that, and that just brought the movie down, and everyone just like I said, I think a lot of people are using this as like a sacrificial lamb for it, and honestly, yeah, I don't like generative AI and using it for movies like that. But also, I don't think you should drag down the whole movie because of it. I'm definitely dragging it down a bit because of it, but I'm not dragging down the whole movie. There's other things to the movie, and I think the movie is great. But that one point is just gonna make it for being one of my top ones. Like I said, if it wasn't for those, it would be up here. I enjoyed this movie. I love my time with it. But that generative AI, I just can't justify it to myself to put it up above all this other stuff. So I'm putting it down here. Hey Jackie, how's it going? Yep, we're doing movie tier listing of currently we're just going through the ones I've seen in theaters, and then we're gonna be moving on to other ones that are in my collection. So yeah, but yeah, how you doing, Jackie? How's it going for you? You working on any interesting grinds, or you have any hot movie takes? I guess. What do you got going on? But yeah, next one, Haunting in Venice. I have the other Kenneth Branagh. Oh, Branagh. How do you say his last name? The other Hercule Poirot movies he's made on this, and this is going into a solid. I'll be honest. I want to say it's either low A tier or top B tier. I'm gonna say probably A tier is looking a bit full. I'll put it B tier. I can move it up later if I feel like it, but actually, no. I enjoyed this. I'm moving Scream down to B tier, honestly, and I'm gonna move. I think it's fine there. Just doing some idle stuff in cooldown mode since you guys said your franchise going tomorrow. Okay, fair enough. What franchise are you working on? I know I know you work. I know. I guess new year, new grinds. But what franchise are you working on there, Jackie? But yeah, you work. I know you have a lot of like daily idle stuff you've been working on, and I respect you for that. I'm currently trying to work on the little to the left, like cumulative, the little like daily tidy achievements. Problem is, I had so far left on that. I had a little bit left on the consecutive one, but I went to my family's over the holidays, so I couldn't finish it up. So now I got to start up that run again to get the consecutive one. Like, I mean, I'm gonna have to do them anyway because I have to do all the daily tidy achievements. But that's a pain in the ass though. So yeah, it's a shame, but I was gonna have to do that many anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, what franchise are you working on there, Jackie? But anyway, yes. So like I said, Hunting in Venice, I liked it. I think it's definitely an interesting idea to take the mystery aspect and make it more of a horror movie. And I think it worked and definitely worked more than the other one I'm going to talk about now, which just did not work for me. But this, I enjoyed my time with this. I know some people. I know I have heard. I think this might be either my top one or my second favorite one. But we'll get to my thoughts on it then. Welcome in Heglin as well. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you Jackie and thank you Heglin for the subs. I appreciate you guys coming in here and dropping a little subs here and hanging out for a bit. I appreciate you very much. But yeah, anyway, like I said, we have moving on to the next one. We got Winnie the Pooh Blood 92. Oh yeah, this was a limited release in theaters. It was like 3 days, and I went and saw it on. It was either the second day of the. I think it was probably the second day. Either the first day or the second day. It was one of the two. This movie is probably a. Honestly, I want to put this in the guilty pleasure ones, but like I want to put it either top C or like low B. I'll put it top C. I enjoyed this movie. I definitely feel like it was definitely a step up from the original one, which I'll be getting to soon enough. But I thought it was a nice little movie. It definitely feels like they actually like cared about the story instead of just like making a generic horror movie like the first one was. But I definitely can't say that it's you know I'll agree with this one being like the guilty pleasure. I guess this is like C is just turning into my guilty pleasure list. I guess. But yeah, so and I guess D list is becoming my dislikes, and F tier is becoming my hated list. But yeah, which I mean, this is I like I said, Nefarious is fine. I just don't think I'm gonna be returning it anytime because it just and I'm like the ending just didn't work with me, so I'm leaving it down D tier. FNAF, I'll be honest, this is a hard one because the thing is I want to put it C tier, but C tier is kind of turning into my guilty pleasure list. So, but I don't think it's D tier. I don't think it's that bad, but we'll put it C tier then. Yeah, that's fine. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. At Five Nights at Freddy's, it like I said, this feels like one that, like I said, I am not a big. I don't know a lot about FNAF. I went to go see this because like, I might as well go see it. It's a big franchise. I know people are gonna be talking about it. I might as well be a part of the conversation. And I thought it was fine. It definitely, and also I knew Matthew Lillard was playing the villain in this. I was like, you know what? I also want to see what Mr. Matthew Lillard is working on here. And I thought he was, yeah, I thought he was pretty good. I do think that I think my problem is that I don't know, I don't know, I liked him. I thought he had good energy for it, and I definitely hope to see him in the sequels. And I definitely will go see the sequel because I want to see how it goes. But I think the main plot of the story was just a little too child friendly. I'll be honest. Which I mean, fair enough. FNAF has always been more of a child friendly horror genre, but I think it also just feels a little bit too much fan servicey for person like me who's never played the games. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it in C tier there. What have you guys been saying? A lot of franchises, but tomorrow you're gonna start with Red Dead. Nice. You're gonna pop into AC Revelation for a short while as well, so you can get Lido to help you with the lock DLC. Fair enough. Like I said, I'm also kind of working the AC grinds. I'm currently working on Brotherhood because like I said, I'm doing it off of Xbox, so they do have achievements for it. I already do have to replay the game again because I have to go because apparently the bomber mission didn't track me finishing it, so I got to go all the way back so I can do the Leonardo missions again, so I can do the bomber again and get that done. But yeah, I like I said, I did do I've only Red Dead I've played Red Dead 2. So, but I thought it was fine. I'm not gonna go for the full grind of it because fuck doing the whole 70 gold medals. I'm not just doing. I'm just probably not gonna do any grind for the Rockstar games anytime soon. But yeah, you just bought your Cuphead DLC, but you'll be looking. Like I said, good luck on your Hegland. I know you've been working on Cuphead, and I highly respect you for that. Good luck on it, man. Yeah, Matthew Lillard was pretty good on that. I think, but then again, Matthew Lillard is also a top actor for me. Not as much as Nick Cage, but if I see Matthew Lillard on something, I'm gonna be like, you know what, might as well check it out, see how it is. Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is on. I think Thanksgiving is either A tier or low S tier. Uh, I'm gonna put it at top eight. I'm gonna put it A tier, but I'm gonna put it right there. Because the problem is that it's a holiday movie, so you can't watch it anytime along the way. But this is a fun movie. This is Eli. If you like the Hostel movies, it's the same director. It's Eli Roth. He also did. There's also technically it's a Grindhouse movie because it's the trailer from the Grindhouse double feature. He's taking it and making a full movie about it, and that's what it is. And I think he does a great job with it. It doesn't feel like it's just the cashing. It does. I mean, you can't really cash on something that was just a fake trailer, but it works. I think I enjoyed it. Your two favorite actors, Nicolas Cage and Matthew Lillard. I mean, like I said, they're definitely tops for me. But I do think Nicolas Cage is probably my favorite. But yeah, like I said, Thanksgiving. It's a good movie, but I think the holiday, the fact that it's only really around, you can only really watch it around like Thanksgiving, the holiday. It's kind of like dragging it down. This may be a holiday watch for me. I may watch this every around Thanksgiving, which makes it a little bit higher because it's a good movie. But I can't watch it any other. I'm not gonna watch it any other time just because I don't feel like it feels right. But yeah, yeah. The Meg 2. I'll be honest. I watched the Meg 2 and I did like it, but I'm gonna put it right. I definitely enjoyed the Meg a lot more than I did the Meg 2. I think it was Meg 2 just felt a bit like they knew the first one made a lot of money, so they're expanding it and making it a bigger spectacle here. I think sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm gonna put it down, yeah, here. It's not a guilty pleasure. I can respect it. I think it's fine, but I'm not gonna say like it's a top movie for me. or like I really enjoyed it. But this makes me want to like move these ones up more and like, but well, like I said, I can move it around later on if I want to. Saw X. I know some people have problems with it, but this is an S tier movie for me. I like this is I say these a lot about them, but this one came out when I all the other ones have already come. I started watching them after all the other ones had been in theaters. This one came out, and this was a fun time. I also went to see this with another friend who's also a big fan of horror movies, and we had a fun time with it. This was a great movie. Definitely felt like a good return to form for the Saw movies after a bit of a bunch of stinkers. I do have all the other Saw movies on there. That's like one of the few big series I put on here. But I enjoyed the first one. Well, not the first one. I enjoyed X. It was definitely a good movie. I did a full marathon of all the movies before going into X, and it was just I had a great time with it. It was, but and X was just a cherry on top of the whole cake. But so yeah, I'm gonna say it goes. Yeah, we'll put it down here. Actually, I'm gonna move Friday the 13th up a bit more because I feel like since it's a classic, I can't really put it down there. And yeah, I'm gonna say that goes there. You go about there. That sounds fine. I feel like the room is fair enough to be put at the bottom of S tier because, like I said, you treat it like a comedy, it's a great movie. If you don't, then that's kind of weakens it a bit. But I mean, if you go into the room thinking it's not a comedy, you're going into it with the wrong energy nowadays. Like if you watch it initially, fair enough. Nowadays, just watch it as a comedy. But yeah, the Marvels is honestly, I know a lot of people complain about this one, and I mean, I was already, and honestly, when I saw the trailers for it, I was already like, it probably won't be all that good. But honestly, I thought it was fine. This is going here. I thought it was fine. It definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't. It doesn't make me pain to watch it, and it doesn't make me say like I'm never gonna watch it again. But it's also like not me saying that it's a good movie for. It's not. It's a good movie, and that's like it's like a spot of shining star in Phase 4. What is it? Phase 4 now? Is it still, or is it Phase 5 now? I forget which one. But it definitely isn't the best one, and I'd say if you're watching the series, it's not gonna be a problem with you watching it. The next one, the next one is The Blackening. This one was an interesting watch because I was like, I wanted to watch a horror movie, and I was like, I saw a bit of trailers about this one. It looked like it could have been either really good or really bad, and honestly, I thought it was fine. I thought it was. I do think a lot of it was lost as watching a movie about people of color as a person who is not of color. So I lost a lot of the references and whatnot. But I thought it was a good little commentary and a good and it was a fun movie. I'm gonna say it goes probably right about there. Actually no, I feel like it's a little bit not really guilty pleasure. It's a good made movie. I would say probably yeah there. But yeah, I thought it was fine. But yeah, we are going. Next one, we have Strangers Chapter One. If you know me and you've seen my one little, I only have one post in that one channel of Discord because no one else is really posting anything. But it's me shitting on this movie because it's a fucking. Because honestly, I thought it was D tier. But my I've been a little honestly before it probably would have been F tier. But I've come around just a little bit more to it. I there's little bits and pieces of it that I do like, but the problem is that it doesn't is that it's just the original remade but worse. Which and the original one is a top tier movie, so it feels even worse because of that. But it's just like I said, I didn't. This wasn't a pain to go through, but it also I can't say that this was a fine movie. It definitely feels like it's walking in the shadow and it just keeps falling into the ditches along the way. But yeah, I think this is a D tier movie. A Quiet Place Day One. This is A tier, possibly even S tier. Uh, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We'll put it S tier. I really enjoyed Day One. I thought it was an interesting idea. Taking the Day One apocalypse. I mean, I guess we did see a bit of that in two, but they made a full movie about this, and they moved it into a city, which is an interesting idea to have with the creatures going along. And you had the two characters trying to make a way through it. It's kind of felt like the Quiet Place game, honestly, but which I played after it. This was definitely a fun little game. Not a, I keep wanting to say game because I mostly talk about games on here, but yeah, this was a fun movie. I definitely think this was it's probably I definitely think I like this more than part two. I don't know if I like it more than Quiet Place One. We'll see about that, but I definitely feel like this is definitely a top movie for me, and I definitely want to. I definitely will rewatch this for anyone who hasn't seen it but yet. But all right, the next one. Maxine. This is part of the X trilogy with X and Pearl. Honestly, I think this is probably either B tier or C tier. I think this is probably yeah. I think that's fine. I just think it. I don't think it's like it's not bad, but it just lives in the shadow of X and Pearl, which are just top tier, which are top tier. Definitely X's. Maybe Pearl is like I think I'm just kind of pre-rating right now, but I definitely feel like X and Pearl are better than this one, and I think it kind of lives in that shadow, and I just think it kind of suffers. It also just has a bit of a slower story, and just has a lot more like it has a little bit more like it's a little bit more like jumping around and a little bit more like introduce stuff as they're about to happen. But yeah, I definitely feel like it's not like a problem to watch the whole trilogy in a row or like like if you've seen X and Pearl, go watch this. If you haven't seen them, I don't think it's really all that much to go off and watch this one by itself. But yeah, Twisters. This is one I went to go see. Whether I went to go see because I was I this was told me I was told to go watch this by a lot of people I know. I was told it many times because they said it was good and they said I should go see it. And I watched the original one and I thought it was fine. And I watched this one and I thought it was fine. And I think a lot of them were just kind of swooning around Glenn Powell and whatnot. But I think it's a fine movie. I'm gonna put it probably probably gonna put it top of B tier. I liked it. I think it's fine. I think it was a little overhyped by a lot of the other people who told me to go watch it and whatnot. But I like I said, it's fine. I know I know a lot of people are kind of swooning around Glenn Powell in this movie, but I think it's fine. Not really much else I can say about it. It's fine. Like if you watch the original Twister, it's fine. If you haven't seen the original Twister, it's fine. Just fine. I'll be honest. The next one I'll do before we pause for the ads, we have Long Legs. This is one I wanted to be S tier, and I thought it was going to be S tier, but honestly, it's probably only A tier, maybe even only B tier. We'll say, mm, yeah, I'm gonna say probably A tier. It's this was a bit disappointing. I'll be honest. It was a bit disappointing. I still like it, but I think the ending is definitely disappointing, and like the reveal is disappointing. It doesn't end. It doesn't. Actually, no. I think I'm gonna move it down to B tier now because I'm talking about it. Yeah. Like I said, it's a bit disappointing. I think it. I definitely was hyped up about it, and I definitely thought it was going to be better. And I thought it was. Having Nicolas Cage as a serial killer, Michael Monroe as the FBI agent, trying to figure out what's going on. I thought it was like a list for success, and was gonna, but it just kind of. Yeah, it just was a bit disappointing, especially near the end. It just didn't live up to the hype I had about it. So I'm gonna put it B tier there. And we have ads about to start soon, so I'm gonna leave it there. And yeah, so if you guys, so what are you guys thinking of? So I guess yeah. So yeah, this is my ranking so far. So far, Morbius is the only F tier, but I know there's at least one more, maybe two that are gonna go F tier because, like I said, D tier, those movies in D tier, they're definitely not the best, but I can still have redeeming qualities about them. I can't say any good shit about Morbius, so it's F tier. It's terrible, and I think everyone else who's seen it knows that it's terrible. I haven't seen Madam Web. I haven't seen Craven. I haven't seen the new Venom movie. I've heard Madam Web and Craven are even worse somehow, but I haven't seen them, and I probably won't until somebody's like, you know what, strapping you down. You're gonna have to watch them. No, no, no. But yeah, so yeah. But I think I think you can see a pattern here. I usually I don't have that big of a critical sense. If I like a movie, I think it's good. There's a but I usually I feel like I've been developing a bit more of one as I go along, and as you can tell by my letterbox reviews, I'm bit more wordy, a bit more like actual like critical about the movies I've seen. But I like I said, I enjoyed my time with it. I thought it was fun. But yeah, it's yeah. I'm just like it's yeah. That's because we're just stuck in the ads. I'm just waiting on the ads to go through. But yeah, what do you got? Yeah, I guess what are you guys' thoughts on what we have on here? Any of them on here that you think I should rank higher or lower because of the reason? Any of them you think that you know, any of them you think I should? Any of them you think I should have seen in theaters as opposed or shouldn't have seen in the? I don't know. I'm just trying to get engagement here, I guess, or just you know see if who. But I guess you also a lot of you are in ads right now, which is fair enough. But I'm just trying to make it so I'm not just like running off to go on break and whatnot while we're waiting for the ads to go through. I'm gonna take a quick little sip of water while we're waiting. Damn it! I put my water a little too far away. Shit. There we go. Okay. Cheers. That's good water. All right. All right. Here we go. All right. So we're back from the ads. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. All right. Here we go. All right. So moving on to here, we have Alien Romulus. This one is honestly, I'm gonna say is A tier, and I'm gonna put it right, probably top of A tier. Only reason but this was a fun movie. I definitely was. I was. A lot of these, I'm saying, I got into the series a lot late, mainly because I was a scared little baby who didn't go see horror for a long while, and then I finally got into it, and I'm like, this is my shit now. Alien Romulus was a great time. I had fun with it. I enjoyed it so much. I thought I thought I thought it was and it had a lot of interesting ideas, and it had a lot of the stuff I talked about aliens in it, and I thought it was a good way to like bring around a lot of the other get movies in the series to like as like and like homage it a bit. Like it's got stuff from like it's got like ideas from movies that are worse that in the series that are worse than it, but it's using them to better degrees and making it a better movie with them. And I think it's definitely a great movie, and I definitely think that this also even works if you've never seen any of the Alien movies. I'd say definitely go watch the first two at least. But this one works even without them, and it's a fun time. So I'm giving it a two. All right, next one, Beetlejuice 2. Honestly, I'm gonna give this a B for Beetlejuice, and not just because of that, but also because I don't think it's as good as the original, and I don't. But I also I don't think it's like I said, I liked it, but I do think it wasn't as enjoyable as some of the other movies on here. So, but I can definitely say I enjoyed it more than yeah. I'm just put you right there. Like I said, I thought I had some fun moments, but I think the plot felt a little stapled together. Like there was a lot of plot lines going on at the same time, and not a lot of them went anywhere. A lot of them were just like they have the plot line going from here to here, and then just ends, and just move on, and then other like it feels like a lot of the plot lines just like end because they said they have to end for the story. It doesn't like have like a satisfying ending or whatnot, or like a like big climax to it, which just ends. I can even say about the main villain of it that they try and tease throughout the whole movie. She doesn't even get a full like actual ending bit there. She just they just immediately like write her off without her doing much of anything. And I guess maybe they're trying to make Beetlejuice the main antagonist, but he doesn't act like the main antagonist for the movie at all. Really, like he was in the original. He acts more like they like reluctantly team up with him, and he just ends up apparently being the antagonist, but it doesn't really pay off. But yeah, I definitely think this is a lot weaker than the original, but I think it's fine. I I enjoyed it, my time with it. I don't have a problem with it. But I definitely don't think it's like a top movie for me. Heretic, this is the same. I'll be honest, this is the same game as Nefarious, but it's to a better degree. I remember a lot more of this movie, and I enjoyed it a lot more. I think Hugh Grant is probably the reason why, as well as the other two leads, who I'm unfortunately forgetting the name of. But it's also because Hugh Grant's the one who's always on all the marketing for this movie, and this is one that's going probably. Honestly, I want to put it either A tier or S tier, but I feel like I'm not going to be able to. I don't feel like this has rewatchability, so I'm going to put it in. I'm going to put it right there. Actually, we'll put it right there. I feel like this one movie has a lot less rewatchability than it does than like I said. It doesn't have that much rewatchability to it because it's a lot of just like dialogue talking. So, but I feel like my best way to describe it is that it's like a theological lecture, but with horror, and it's also a lot more entertaining. And I think Hugh Grant is probably the reason why he is perfectly cast as the villain in the movie, and I think the movie does a good job at like not picking a side and just like having like a debate about it with itself. And I think it makes it an enjoyable movie to watch, or at least I enjoyed my time with it. I can see people not liking it because they don't like just people like talking about it and talking for pretty much the entirety of the movie. But I thought I enjoyed my time with this. I really enjoyed it. But next one is Terrifier 3. Now, Terrifier 1 was S tier. Terrifier 3 is, honestly, it's probably A tier. I'm going to put it right about. Mm, yeah, that feels right. Like I said, I enjoyed Terrifier 3, but it's obviously not a top tier. It's a holiday movie, so you lose a bit of rewatchability with that, but it's not even like a classic one I'm going to be like rewatching every time. But I feel like it also just like kind of glosses over a lot of the stuff. It just has a lot of art doing stuff by himself, and has a lot of the main character from two, Sienna, doing a lot of stuff by herself, and they interact like twice. Like once in the middle of the movie, which just is like a passing occurrence, and then the second time at the end of the movie, was like the big showdown. It's obviously teasing a Terrifier 4, but that's what it does. It does a lot of it. Just pretty much does a lot of that, and it kills off one of the main characters from two. And fair enough, it was a bit. Fair enough, they were a bit of an annoying character, but I mean, they still deserve better. I enjoyed the actor's performance of him, but I don't think he should have gone off screen like they made him do. But I think they should have given him a little more screen time and give him a little bit more actual role in the story. But maybe it's just me. But yeah, like I said, that's going A tier. And then the next one we have is Trap. I'll be honest. I liked most of this movie. I was wait, but I think the ending just didn't end. It just didn't work for me, which I can say about a lot of them. Same thing I can say about Maxine for other reasons, but I'll put it right here. I liked Trap. I liked the main story of Trap. I was waiting for the M Night Shyamalan twist at the end, and I thought it was gonna pay off perfectly to like make you like actually like the protagonist, and it didn't work and it didn't happen. And I was like, okay, so we just watched the movie about a serial killer trying to escape for the whole movie, and it just I think I was like the ending was fun. Like part of the ending was fine. I like that part, and then like I said, I'm trying to be unspoilery about them. So like because a lot of these I'm like trying to get you guys to go watch as well because I like them and I want you guys to try to see them for yourself. But also, but like I said, I was waiting for the shoe to drop on this one, and it just never dropped. It was just like still hanging there. Just like okay, well I guess we're here then. But yeah, so I think this one. I feel like this movie. I feel like that if they had punched up the ending a bit, it could have been an A tier or even an S tier. Probably just an A tier. But I enjoyed the main plot of this movie, so it goes B tier. All right, the next one it is Deadpool Wolverine, and like I said, this is an A tier. This if I had I don't think I have the other Deadpool movies on this, but it would go at but I think I would probably put the original one in S tier. But Deadpool Wolverine is going into A tier here. I enjoyed my time with it. Once again, I feel like if you're not really a Marvel fanboy, you could easily like not have some problems with it and like not enjoy it as much. But I'm being a bit biased. This is my own tier list. It's me being subjective, so I think it's fine. But yeah, I enjoyed this movie. I think it did. I think this is a better way of doing it than Quantumania did, tying in some stuff around Loki because it works with the story. Whereas this one was just like, yeah, it's Kang because we need to tease Kang more. But this one increases it a bit more because you're bringing in the Sony characters of Hugh Jackman Wolverine and Ryan Reynolds Deadpool, bring him into the movie, and then just bring him into the MCU and whatnot. I feel like this was used better for this than it was for something like Quantumania. But yeah, all right. Next one is gonna be a heated topic for a lot of people. Smile two, Smile two. I've seen Smile two. I'll be honest. Original Smile's up here. I think Smile two honestly is probably about right. Yeah, here. Wanted to like Smile two. I wanted to like it. In the opening, I really enjoyed the opening. I thought the opening was a perfect way to open it and to connect it to the original movie, but also not to make it so that's a, not to so you can continue the movie series, but now also not have to focus on the next person we know who has the curse, which is Kyle Gallner's character in the original. So like they do a perfect way of like continuing on from that into the next movie, and I thought that was a nice little opening. And then the rest of the movie happened, and I thought it was just I think my problem is that A, it's just kind of retreads the original, and B, it makes the it changes how the villain works a little bit too much. Whereas in the original, it was just like slight changes, and it was mostly like watching Rose, the played by Sosie Bacon, just unravel. This one we watch the main character played by I think it's Sydney Sweeney. We watch her we watch her unravel as well, but it's a lot more like actual work from the demon to affect her and like change her and change her perception of what's going on and whatnot. And while I do that and smile a lot, well not a lot, but a good amount, it's mostly for like a few jump scares, and also like actually and it's a lot more spread out, so you can't expect it to always be happening. Smile too, they make it seem like it's always going on, which is an interesting idea. Like it's like you can never trust what's going on around you, but it also just makes it a bit more like it changes the vibe from this, and not in a good way. And it also, I feel like it also just makes the movie just feels a bit more like you. It just feels a bit more like the movie just makes things happen because for reasons of the trailer, and because and just to like punch up, make it a little bit more action packed and whatnot. And I think I prefer the original tragedy in Smile, and I think I prefer the opening, like transferring of the possession from in Smile than I do in Smile Two. And I think it just feels like it's inferior to the original. I think so. I know some people are going to disagree with me. I know a lot of people put Smile Two above Smile, and I know a lot of the other ones they probably put Smile Two above it. But my personal opinion, it just didn't work for me. So I'm putting it in B tier. Gladiator 2. Gladiator 2 is going into. Honestly, I'll put it A tier, and I'll put it right there. I like Gladiator 2. I thought it was a nice little. Like I said, it continues the tradition, the idea of Top Gun Maverick to take a movie that was popular and back in a couple of years, like 20, tens of years, tens, 20, 50, 30, whatever, how many years it's been at least in the double digits years ago, and making a sequel to it. And I think this works as a sequel. And it has, well, I think this has a harder time at making a sequel than it does Top Gun Maverick, but I think it does a better job with it. It basically, I enjoyed the story of this. I guess I also just really enjoyed the original Gladiator, so I think it had that aspect going for it. I really enjoyed the original Gladiator movie, so I think I was already going into this with a better perception than I was Top Gun Maverick, and I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. I liked what was going on. I thought it was an interesting. I thought it had some interesting ideas to it. This is also one of the first movies I actually reviewed on Letterboxd. So if you want to see what my full thoughts are on it, that's up there. But yeah, I see all three. Actually, all these four here. I also get all these. Well, actually, no. Rounders doesn't have my full opinion. All these ones here. Actually, no. All these ones here. I have reviews for it, except for Rounders here. Also, I should move this up here because I did watch it in the theater, so I'm gonna put this here above everything else. So yeah, all right. Nosferatu remake. I just watched it recently, and honestly, this is obviously either an S tier or an A tier for me. I want to say, or do I say S tier or do I say A tier? I think honestly I'm gonna go S tier. I did enjoy it more than some of these other ones here. Yeah, I'll put it there. Actually, I'll put it there. I know it's ballsy of me to say this about a movie that just came out, but this is Robert Eggers at his finest. It was a perfect idea to give him Nosferatu because that's his whole style. Is doing his horror movies, but like historical, but like making it historical and whatnot. He did the Witch, or the Witch. If you want to look at exactly how it's written, uh, the Lighthouse. He did The Northman, which isn't a horror movie, but it's the same kind of style where it's like where it's like old time, where it's like old Victorian, old timey ish, and he just like horror set pieces. It is he is a wonderful filmmaker. I trust him. He's one of the I think he's one of like the most well known like indie horror movie makers nowadays. He's like I feel like he's the one that people should know about more and like watch a lot. He like I said, all the movies that he's made I really enjoyed. Well, no, I'll to get a bit more on Northman later, but I really enjoyed Nosferatu. I think it was the perfect adaptation of the original, especially when you get to add in two big facets of movies nowadays of color and sound, and he adds them in perfectly, and he also he updates the story to make it a lot more interesting and a lot more like actual, and has a little bit more narrative going on, and I think it worked. I think it just worked perfectly. I think he did a great job with it, and I think and pretty much everyone the cast did a great job. This one was fresh in my memory because I just saw it yesterday. But this was a great movie, and I highly recommend everyone go see it in theaters. If there's a theater near you, there's probably still showing still going on for it because it literally just came out last week. Go see it. Go see Nosferatu. It is a great movie. But yeah, It's got, yeah, like I said, it's got Lily Rose Depp in it. It's got Nicholas Hoult as the main as it's got Nicholas Hoult. It's got Bill Skarsgård, aka Pennywise, as the main villain here. It's got Willem Dafoe as like a side character who hops in like half of the movie and he steals the scene for a lot of the scenes, and he's a great time. The next one is next one. I did a little binge in Netflix of all the Wes Anderson like Roald Dahl things just because I was bored one night. So all these are up here as well. And I didn't do my opinions of them on Letterboxd, but I did just like rank them and like log them that I watched them on those days. But I'll be honest, I'm gonna make them all at once and just like talk about my thoughts on them. I get well, not all at once, but I'll be honest. I thought Henry Sugar was probably B tier and probably about like right here, I'd say. Poison was probably A tier, and I'd probably say it's probably about. Uh, Actually, no. I don't think I can put them higher than B tier because I can't because they're shorts and I can't really justify them putting them above like full fledged films that I enjoyed. Like I enjoyed them, but I can't say I can put them above ones that have longer run times, and I enjoyed them a lot more. But I'm gonna put you about right there. I'm gonna put Ratcatcher about probably right there. I think move Sugar down a bit more. I'll put it right here. Actually, no, here. Like I said, these are all short. These three are all like 17 minutes long. This one's like half an hour long. Go watch them if you have Netflix. It's not gonna take you that long. Just take like if you have a lunch break or whatnot going on, just watch one of them. You'll like especially Poison. Poison I really enjoyed. It has some good it has good suspense and whatnot. This one has a good story going on with it. Ratcatcher has interesting visuals and whatnot. Sugar I think was the most generic out of all of them, but I think and it also has the longer runtime, and I think it didn't work well right for me. I know a lot of people put this at the top near with Poison, but I think this is probably I think it's probably the weakest one, but I think it's also because of the longer runtime. But I think all the actors in these movies do a great job, and I think I really enjoyed their performances, and I like sets really well. But I think the story wise, this is how I feel about them. But yeah, maybe you're gonna go take a shower. Fair enough, iconic. You go take a shower. Go get nice and clean. Get ready for the day. Like I said, I know I started a bit earlier today, so I know a lot of people have stuff going on in their lives. So I'm getting a different crowd today, which is odd because I probably should have done this last night, but I also don't think I had enough time to do it last night because we are not even. Yeah, we still have a long way to go here. But yeah, that's a little flash for you guys to see what we have going along. All right, so next one we have, I'll move Nosferatu up here because we just talked about it. The original Nosferatu, I'm putting in B tier. I enjoyed it. I definitely think it's. I definitely feel like it's also like a thing of the time, so it's still a little bit weaker. And I can't say I can. And I definitely rank those. I definitely say watch the remake more than I say watch the original. I'd say watch the remake just to get a little bit more surprised at what goes on in it, then watch the original and like see like how he adapted it and made it a lot better story, but I definitely don't think you should not watch it. But I definitely think you could. I definitely think it's like a lot of people, a lot less people are going to enjoy this one because of how it because of the age on it. But I definitely think there's enjoyment to be found in it, and I think it's a fine little time with it. But yeah, so the next one is Rounders. I'll be honest. Like I said, I got all four of these movies from a family friend of mine who he pretty much had a garage sale and was like, hey, you take a couple movies with you to go, and he gave me these and he was like, hey, these are ones that I watched. I didn't really care about them, so I want to get rid of them. Just take them for free. So I took them. I'm surprised that he gave me Blazing Saddles, but I do have some thoughts about it from as a as watching it nowadays. So yeah, we'll get into that soon enough. But anyway, like I said, Rounders. We have Rounders. I'll be honest, it's probably C tier. It's entertaining, but it's not something I'm gonna be watching more than once. Like it's fine. I'm not gonna watch it more than once. It's basically a movie about poker and gambling and like how it's kind of treating it like it's a drug addiction, and that's an interesting idea. But I think the movie doesn't really pay it off like it, and it just kind of like makes it turns it into like a winner story of like how like trying to make money, trying to make how much money they can out of it. I think it. I don't. So I think it kind of. It's a little bit odd because of it, but I think it's a fine movie. I definitely say like if you if you see it, I guess if you get it for free like I did, just watch it at least. But I don't know if I'm gonna be rewatching it more than. But I'm definitely. I'll be honest. After I watched all these ones, I had to remember that I watched this, so it kind of feels a little bit forgettable. I'll be honest. Like the main thing I remember out of it was like John Malkovich playing a Russian villain in the movie, just like with like a very very strong Russian accent. But yeah. Anyway, so next one, Ford Fairlane. This is an F tier movie, and it's going below Morbius. This is a like I said, the only redeeming stuff I can say about Ford Fairlane is that it's a movie. It has like two good. It has like a few good comedy bits, and it has good performances by the supporting cast. The movie, besides that, is shit. It's terrible. I cannot recommend it. I definitely cannot recommend it. The plot is generic. The main actor Andrew Dice Clay is not. He's just not good at all. He is. It is just schlock at his finest. It is. Yeah. No. Yeah, it is. Fun fact: the guy who directed this also directed. He also directed Strangers Chapter One, and he did the fourth Nightmare on Elm Street movie, which is a very interesting filmography. But so I mean, I can see it. I mean, he did a good job of improving because he went from F tier to D tier. But still, this movie just bumped. I think this even won like best like worst pictures at the Razzies, and honestly, it fucking deserved it. And so did I think he won it as well for worst actor, and I forget what else it won. I want to say it was worst script as well. And honestly, those are all worth it. I'm surprised that they gave a Razzie. They tried to nominate Gilbert Gottfried as the radio jock as it because he's actually an enjoyable part of the movie. At least he was to me. Because I think the fact that they had Gilbert Gottfried as a radio DJ, being like, "Hey, it's Gilbert Gottfried. I'm a radio DJ. Call in and we can have call in. You can win tickets to the biggest concert at all." And if you, he's like a vulgar radio DJ, and that's his whole thing. With that coming out of Godfrey's voice, it just that's pure comedy. I'll be honest, but that's not even. I don't think that was even really intentional, but but I think it works. It also has Robert Englund as the yeah, it has Robert Englund, aka Freddy Krueger, as a random henchman who ends up who also just steals the scene, and you can just see like Robert is just having the best time of his life, just like playing around and having fun with the character. But it is a but yeah, those few bits of it are fine, but the rest of the movie is so bad I can't recommend anyone watch it because of it. But yeah, much thank you for the look, Munchlax. I hope you have a wonderful time with whatever you got going on in the day, and I hope to see you eventually. But yeah, wait, the Rat Pack. This was a random TV movie they made about the story of the Rat Pack, like Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis, and whatnot. I did not remember a lot about the Rat Pack. I don't know a lot about them still, but I thought this was fine. It was enjoyable. Definitely not something I'm gonna watch again and again. But I think this is fine. If you like it, you might find more enjoyment out of this than me. But honestly, I'll say it's probably about there. Like I said, it's not bad, but it's just not. I just don't think it's. I just don't think it's. I just don't think it's anything that people at the time are gonna really. People at the time now are gonna really care about. But I think it does have also has really. I don't know. I feel like I've never really watched movies with Ray Liotta until just now after his passing, which rest in peace. But I mean, he does a great job as Frank Sinatra in this movie, and I do enjoy most of the characters. I enjoy all the performances, and I think it's a like I said, I might say it's B tier, but also I feel like it's no one's gonna really care about it now in time, so I'm gonna give it a C tier. Like it's not aged bad, like it's poor commentary or whatnot. It's just aged bad because no one really cares about the Rat Pack anymore. I think. But yeah, and I think the ending just kind of happened. They could have led into the ending a bit better, but yeah. All right, the next one is Blazing Saddles. So, which this is Mel Brooks. I think this movie's probably ages the worst out of all of his movies because it's got, and I think especially with a lot of the stuff going on in it. But I think it's definitely a guilty pleasure movie. I could see it being for some people, not for me honestly, but I could see some people enjoying it. I'm gonna put it down there. I know a lot of people like think this is their favorite one. It's not. I'll be honest. I prefer Spaceballs and Men in Tights. I think those are later in the list as well, which I'll get. So I'll get to them. What I think about them. But I thought it was fine. I'm not gonna be rewatching it anytime. But I'll keep it on here. I guess. But yeah. So anyway, the next one we have is Creep, and Creep is definitely a top movie for me. This is a it's a found footage horror movie, and I think this is probably my version of the Blair Witch Project. I enjoyed this movie a way more than I did Blair Witch, and I think that Blair Witch is on here as well. So I'll get to that soon. But I enjoyed this movie. I'm gonna put it probably about there. I enjoyed Creep. It just like the first time I watched it, I really enjoyed it. The second time, I kind of didn't like it as much, but I still think I really enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it. So I definitely think it's either A tier or S tier. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, but I think I think this is probably one of my favorite found footage format movies. I think the performances by the two leads and well, I mean, they're pretty much the only two characters in the movie. They have great chemistry. They have great. They have, it's pretty. It's a, I think it's got good suspense going on. I didn't even realize when I watched it initially, but like the main plot, but like it takes like about an hour for like the main of the actual like suspense to happen and whatnot, and like for the main like action to happen. So I think if you can if you can delay your action that much without it feeling like it's taking forever, you've done a great job as a director and like great job pacing out your movie. So I feel like that's an S tier right there. At least maybe not the quality movie is more like A tier, but since it's my favorite of the found footage movies so far, I think it goes S tier. All right, Frankenhooker. This is another guilty pleasure movie, and I'm gonna put it down here in C tier, and that's probably gonna go about right there. This is a movie that you watch. This is one of those like Frank Henenlotter. He also did Basket Case and whatnot. But this is one of those movies that you watch and it's just like you see the title Frankenhooker and you're like, wait a minute here, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? And you watch just to see what it is. And honestly, it's one of those where the monster doesn't even show up like until like an hour into the movie. But I think it's an interesting movie. It's a lot more. I think it's a little bit more like it has a lot better commentary than some of the other movies he's made has been. But I think I enjoyed my time with it, and I think it's easily. It's not like I can't say it's like a good story and whatnot because it's a bit like schlocky, it's like schlocky horror movie. But I'm a bit. I enjoy a lot more schlocky horror movies than I do schlocky than a lot of other schlock. So yeah, I'm gonna put it. I'm putting it up there in C tier. Oh, and ads about to start, so I'm gonna wait there. So we're gonna wait for the ads to run before we continue. But what are you guys' thoughts on these so far? Any on here you think I should rate higher, lower? Any of them you think I should have? You hope I'm have on my list. What do you think? All right, I gotta stretch. I'm getting a free stretch redeem, I guess, for you guys because my back's aching because I've just been sitting here for about an hour and a half just with just doing this. I mean, I need to just keep do a posture check myself, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Uh, but yeah, so that's my thoughts so far. I'm gonna check to see how much more. I feel like this is gonna end up being a lot longer of a stream, but let's see how far we got here. Oh yeah, we have a lot longer to go. Yep. Yeah, this is showing to me that yeah, I definitely was happy I made this its own stream. But yeah, so yeah. Anyway, yeah, just quickly. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, we got about 2 minutes left on that. I am going to. Okay, I can check one more thing here, but we wait for those ads. Wait for the ads to go along. I am gonna quickly check on what if I do. Okay, okay. I want to really check and see how that's doing over there. Okay, okay. How do you? Okay, there we go. Right, I'm gonna be right back. I have an idea. I'm gonna be right back shortly. Actually, I'll leave you guys on the tier list if you guys for anyone who's joining in to see what we got late rank so far. Alright, I returned. Alright, I returned. I got myself. I put on my little New Year's hat here. So, and I got a little, and I got a sweatshirt because it's getting a bit chilly down here. So, sorry, one little second. I think I'm coming down with a bit of a cold now, bits. But hey, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get this done now because I'm not gonna wait till the new year to to do this done. Because I know if I do it, this is gonna take forever to actually do. So I need to get it done now. So yeah. Anyway, we should be back from the ads then. So okay. All right. Let me just pull that back up again. All right. So back to the rankings then. Yeah. So next one we got here is Abigail. This one, it's a nice, it's a fine movie. It's a fun movie. Same thing I'd say was Renfield, probably a little bit less because actually, no, I'd say here. Like I said, I enjoy the movie. I think I could. I think it's definitely not one I'm gonna be like I need to rewatch it now. But I thought it was fine. I definitely was thinking that it was gonna be worse from the trailers, but then I realized that it's radio silence. So I was like, oh, I should have actually gone to see it in theaters, and I probably would have enjoyed it more if I saw it in theaters. But I thought it was fine, and I think it wasn't as big of a movie as I thought it was going to be after I realized it was radio silence. So I didn't. So I was like, it's not. And it's only honestly, it's not that big of a movie that I should have seen in theaters. But yeah, it's fine. I enjoyed it. So B tier. Wishmaster. I think this is an A tier. This is what the movie that you pick when you want like a camp. You want a campy horror movie that with an interesting idea. This is basically Evil Genie, the horror movie. And the first movie it does the concept well. There's like three other movies after this that have a bit of they're a bit more schlocky and a bit worse and are definitely a lot worse. This one definitely was probably the best of them, and it started off on a high and it's a fun movie. You don't watch this for like to be like, oh my gosh, what's the thoughts about how much people want and whatnot, and the ideas of capitalism. No, it's just to watch a movie about people making wishes and watching them go wrong, and that's the fun of this movie. And I'm gonna put it right there probably. But yeah, it's a fun movie. I had fun with it watching it, and it's just a fun little movie. And same thing, I can say the same thing, but a little bit less about Hatchet. It's got a lot of the random cameos that you can see in which matches up here, but it's a lot less enjoyable because it's a little bit more generic of a plot of just like kill a hillbilly and hiding in the lagoon and whatnot, and you have to he's killing off their cast and whatnot. So it's a little bit more it's a little bit more generic of a plot. So I can only put it B tier, and I'm gonna put it probably about right. I'll put it probably about right here. Wait, I'm gonna put it after blackening. There we go. All right, there we go. So there we go. Slugs. Slugs is this is if you ever seen Pieces, it's the same group that made Pieces, which is Eli Roth's favorite horror movie. I have not seen Pieces yet, but I definitely have it on my watch list. But I was like, I want to watch it, but this was free on a streaming service I have, so I was like, you know what, I might as well watch this, see what the same idea is. And boy, do the slugs get some good kills in this. This is definitely a guilty pleasure movie. I'm putting this above Frankenhooker because it's got a better story than it. But actually, I'll probably put it. Yeah, I'll put it here with Friggin' Hooker. Yeah, like I said, it's an enjoyable movie. I would say it's definitely not one that you're watching and be like, I like that movie. It's just gonna be like it's a fun time, I'd say, because it's a bit like it's definitely a sliding horror movie, but it's a fun one. All right, another one, Lisa Frankenstein. This is Diablo Cody. She did Jennifer's Body as well. I didn't put Jennifer's Body on this list because I want to rewatch it, but to get my thoughts on it again because I would watch that one because I didn't really watch that one with a critical eye, and I want to wait to talk about that a bit more once I watch it with a bit more of a critical eye. I was hoping that Lisa Frankenstein was going to be a pretty good movie, and honestly, it was fine. It could have been better. It has some good performances from the cast, but it just ends up being lesser, and just like you just feel like you should have watched Jennifer's Body instead. But it's a fine movie. It's less of a horror movie, more of a romance movie with a bit of horror stuff in it. I think it goes probably about like right. I'd say it's above, more than Hatchet, more than Blackening. I'd say probably about like right here. Like I said, I wanted to like this movie more, but I just couldn't because it's just you just feel it has that inferiority complex because you feel like you just should have watched Jennifer's Body instead for a better movie. Next one, Immaculate. This one I feel like it is kind. I like this movie, but I also don't know how much I like this movie because I enjoyed it, but I also feel like it could easily be. I don't know. I like this movie, but I can't really talk too much about it because I'm just saying I like the movie, so I don't know how high I need to say about it. But it's basically the plot is nun goes to a convent and she finds out. I can't say too much about it without spoiling the movie because most of the movie is figuring out what the plot is. So I highly recommend you go watch it without knowing what goes on. But it's but I gotta but I'd say it's probably about like what is it? Probably about like right there, I'd say. Like I said, I enjoyed it, but it's not like one of my top movies. It was a nice movie. I think it was a movie I just like to watch right now. Like I saw it, I saw it physically. I got it. I watched it. It was fine. I liked it. All right, the next one is X. This one is going into S tier. This is this was the first movie I think I watched by Ty West, and this was a great movie. It was I think it goes probably about like right here, I'd say. Like I said, I like the X. I think it's my favorite of the trilogy. I do like Pearl, but I don't think it's an S tier. But I think I have Pearl. Yep, there's Pearl right there. Pearl is probably an A tier up here, I'd say. But I'd say yeah, it's A tier, probably about like right there, I'd say. Like I said, I liked it. It's a bit more. This is a prequel to X, and then after X is Maxine, wherever that is. There it is. I like the trilogy. I don't. I think X works best as by itself. Pearl works a little bit better, and Maxine, you need to watch the trilogy to actually understand and like it, especially when you get near the end. But yeah, I think it. I think it's. I yeah. I'm not can't really talk too much about it, but I like the movie series, and this is what I think about it. I think I'm getting to the point where my voice is like I want to stop talking, but yeah, that's kind of the whole point of the stream here, and we got a whole lot more to go. All right, the next one, The Stepfather. This one I found randomly, and I was like, you know what, you know what, we'll try it, we'll see how it is, and I thought it was actually pretty good. Basically the whole concept is it's a random guy who goes around killing his step families, like he becomes a stepfather and he kills his step families, and he takes on a new persona every time, and then this is one of the families that's just figuring out that who he actually is. I think that's an interesting concept, and I think it works well, and the movie does a great job with it. I think the ending is a bit rough, but I think other than that, it's pretty good. So I'm gonna say probably A tier. Actually, I'd say probably below that. I'd say A tier. Yeah, I definitely say it's one of the lesser known ones that people should watch and check out. But yeah, so anyway, next one is the original Beetlejuice. I had to put this one on here because Beetlejuice is on here, and honestly, this is an A tier movie. I would say S tier, but I'll be honest, it's not really a classic for me because I only watched it recently when I heard Beetlejuice 2 was coming out. I think if I had that nostalgia factor, it would be up in S tier, but I think I can only really put it at about, I would say probably about like right there. I'd say, I'll probably give it top A tier because if I had that nostalgia factor, it would be S tier, but I just can't get, I just didn't get it from here, and I think actually, I don't know, maybe I might move it up there, but we'll see. But yeah, anyway, we have When Evil Lurks next, which is this one. I watched this one because I heard it because I saw a lot of lists putting it at the top horror movie of the year, and I understand why. It's a it's a good horror movie. I don't think it's one of my top. I definitely it could be one of my top ones. I don't think I'm gonna be rewatching it anytime soon. It has a good story and whatnot, but it's also a foreign language movie. I think it's originally in Spanish, and the way I watched it, I couldn't get like I usually do dubbing. I know sacrilege, but I usually do dubbing because I so I can like actually just let the audio just roll into my ears instead of having to watch the screen and read the subtitles and whatnot, and like because I lose something by doing one of them. And whereas if I just dub it, I get a little bit worse voice performances, but I get to like experience them both at the same time. So I think I prefer. But yeah, I'm gonna give it probably about like I don't know. Do I like it? I like more on Thanksgiving. I think it's right there. It's probably fine. Weirdly, I'm putting two possession movies right next to each other, but actually, I think Evil Looks is better than Evil Dead Rise. I'll put it up there. But yeah, I like I said, I enjoyed it when Evil Looks, but I definitely don't think that I definitely think that I don't like it as much as some of the top ones up here. All right, the next one is Return of the Living Dead. This is a cheesy horror movie, look campy as well. I'm gonna put this here along here with the guilty pleasures. I'm putting it. I'll put it between Frankenhooker and Slugs. This is what you watch it when after you watch Living Dead, and it feels a bit like a comedy or like a parody of it, but it's also trying to be its own thing, which is fine. I just don't. I think sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't. So it's going to C for guilty pleasure. Because I can't say I disliked it, but I can't say I liked it too much either. It's a Wonderful Knife. This is another holiday movie, and this one was I watched it on like Christmas. And this one was this was written by the same guy who did Freaky and Happy Death Day, and I thought this was pretty. I thought that I enjoyed it. It's a take on It's a Wonderful Life, of course. But it's a Wonderful Knife because it's a horror movie. But I thought it was enjoyable. I liked it. I don't know how much I liked it though because it does get a bit. It does get a bit. I don't think I really enjoyed the end. I think the little. Well, I did like the ending, but I think the lead up to the ending was a bit rough. I think so. For that, I think I'm gonna give it probably about. I'll probably say about there. I think. Yeah, that seems fine. But I would. I think it's on Hulu if you guys have it. I would have said well, I would say watch it, but we just missed the holiday season, so probably unless you want to rewatching holiday movies now. I also didn't watch the original Wonderful Life, so I guess I lost a bit of that parody-ish of it. So, but whereas I've seen Groundhog Day before I watched Death Day, and I actually I haven't seen Freaky Friday, but I've also seen a lot of other body swap movies, so I get the gist of like the Freaky Friday joking around with it. I don't think those are on here. I don't think I put those on there, but yeah. All right, the next one is Children of the Corn. Children of the Corn. I have honestly, it's probably what do I want to say? Do I want to say it's either D tier or C tier? I'll say yeah, it's above you, above you, above you, above you, above you. No, I'll put it there. I like Children of the Corn, but I definitely can't say it. But I think it's definitely it's mainly Isaac who just steals the show. I enjoyed a lot of the other parts of it, but it just I don't think I can't say with all my heart that I enjoyed the plot, and I think a lot of it just like kind of plods along, and then eventually you get to the ending, and it's just like the most intense shit ever. And I like other Stephen King movies, but I definitely think this one was probably one of the weaker ones. And this is also the one that apparently got like 12 sequels, so I can't look at this and be like, well, if I want to go for the full series, I gotta watch like 15 other movies. So yeah, I'm not gonna watch the full series of this anytime soon. Maybe eventually I will, but not now. But yeah. Anyway, this is probably the most recent horror movie series I watched is the VHS. The only one I haven't done is VHS Beyond, which is I think is only on Shudder right now. Because I watched these ones were all on one of the streaming services I had. I think it was Hulu. Yeah, I was on Hulu. And then these ones I bought. There was a steelbook I had of the three collections here that I got off of Walmart. And then I couldn't. In fact, VHS Beyond just came out recently. I'm waiting for that to come to physical so I can watch it and see what it is. But I enjoyed this series. VHS original. I'll be honest, it's probably like B tier because it starts off the trend, but it's also a bit like more slow. It's a little bit slower and not as good. I don't think the segments are as good as some of the other later ones. And it's just a and yeah. So I'm gonna say it's probably about like there. VHS two is definitely an improvement of the formula, and I think it might be an A tier. It's definitely an A tier, I'd say. Yeah, definitely an A tier. I'm gonna say it's probably about right there. And VHS File is an F tier. Well, actually no, you go at top F tier because it has good ideas behind it, but it just doesn't work. Like the main plot of it isn't good. There's like a few segments that have like a good bit of it, but then they just like go wrong and just go terribly. I just can't enjoy it. But I think it's just but I would say watch this as part of the series, but you don't need to. But otherwise, you can just skip it because it's just an anthology series, so it doesn't matter if you don't watch this one as part of the series. Also, technically, this is the last one chronologically, but it's all and it just yeah. Basically, you don't need to watch this one. It's not that good. and you can tell because it's an F tier. When I'm usually the positive one. I usually talk good about all the movies, but no, it's F tier. It's F tier. All right, next one is VHS 94. This one, oh yes, a lot of these VHS ones are kind of blending in for me. I don't remember which ones they are. So this one's the one with the SWAT team on. Yeah, this one was probably, I think it was probably B tier, definitely above original VHS. I'd probably say it's probably about like there. VHS 99 was definitely a top one for me. I'm putting it up here in A tier and probably above a lot of them. Yeah, there, that seems good. VHS 88. I'll be honest. VHS 8, the VHS 80 ones, they kind of they didn't really resonate with me that much. I'll be honest. They're probably more like there's some good segments in it. Actually, I feel like I want to put it right there. I know it's odd to put them two next to each other, but this one was good. It had some good segments idea to it, but it was just not. But the main one just. But actually, now I'm thinking about it a bit more hindsight, I actually kind of liked it a bit more. So I'm putting it more like there. Yeah. But yeah, so we'll leave that there. I'm gonna quickly. Oh, what's going on over there? Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. And we are. How are we doing on the list? Oh, we're getting. No, 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 we're not. No, we're not getting close to the end. Okay, we still got a lot more to go. Okay, great. All right. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. This is a schlocky, campy horror movie, and this is going at the top of the schlocky, campy horror movies because this is a fun movie. Actually, no, this is going above this because this is actually a fun. I like this even more that it's not just a guilty pleasure. It's a fun movie, and this is going all the way about. I this is going up my list more than I thought it would be, and actually no, this goes there. Actually, I don't think it goes above Ratcatcher. I think Ratcatcher does better than it. But yeah, I enjoy this movie. I mean, it's Killer Clowns from Outer Space. The name says exactly what you're gonna get. Killer Clowns from guess what? Outer space. But it's a fun movie. It does a good job with the concept, and it's entertaining along the way. And it's also very campy and very fun. Yeah, feel like this is also like the top of like the campy horror movies that you see because this is like the best. This is probably the top one out of it. And honestly, fair enough. But yeah, it's goes up there. Prom Night. I heard this was a classic slasher, and I watched this one, and I thought it was fine. It had the funniest thing I found about it was that the Leslie Nielsen, the guy from Airplane, the funniest guy out of Airplane, apparently is like the principal, like the main character's dad in this movie, and it was funny to see him like in a serious role doing all that, doing the seriousness of it, and it was not even like because it's a joke. It's because he actually is trying to be serious in the role. But I'm just saying this is gonna go in C tier because I'll be honest, it's not. If you've seen a slasher movie, it's kind of that same plot. It's got a bit of an interesting idea behind it, but it doesn't really work that well. So I'm putting it probably about there. And then Hello Prom, and then Mary Lou. This is the opposite of Prom Night, where this one was a generic slasher. This one is off the walls, wild and rambling. And honestly, sometimes it works. I'm putting it there. It's a fun movie, but also at some points it just gets a little too much. So yeah, I put it there. All right, and then we have Serial Mom. I think this is the only one movie I've watched by John Waters. Honestly, I wish I honestly this was I think this was a wonderful movie. It's also got Matthew Lillard, so I guess if Jackie is still here, you got another Matthew Lillard movie to watch if you haven't seen it. If you haven't seen Serial Mom, he plays the son in it, and I think the cast does a great job with it. And I think it's got a great little. I think it's got there's a scene in it that I still remember just because I love that scene in it, and I think it's ingrained in my memory just because I loved it so much. I don't know if I want to put it S tier, but I'm gonna put it A tier because I think it's gonna be probably about like there. I like Serial Mom. I thought it was a fun movie, but yeah. I guess I'm saying that about a lot of them, but yeah. And then we got next one we have is the original Terminator. I mean, what can I say about the original Terminator? You guys know what Terminator is. I know what Terminator is. We all know what the original Terminator is. The original Terminator is, in my opinion, it's either S tier or A tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put it S tier. Sure, it goes S tier. Actually, no, it goes above the moon, above creep. It goes there. I like the original Term. I'll be honest. I'm gonna go through this real quick while we're still here. I'm gonna move. We got Terminator 2. I'll be honest. Terminator 2 is probably it's still up there with the original, but I'm gonna say it's less than the original. I like the original concept of I like the original Terminator more than I did the sequel. I'll actually well maybe I need to rewatch them to really get my because I rewatched the Terminator recently, and I didn't rewatch Terminator 2 recently, but because it was just on TV at one point, I was like, you know what, fuck it, I got nothing else better going on, so I watched this one. This one wasn't on after it, so I didn't watch this one, but like I said, I enjoy both these movies. I think they're classics for a reason, and they're fun. So it's obvious. So I mean, that's my opinion of it. All right, next one. Get Out. This is the Jordan Peele movies. The Jordan Peele movies in my collection here. I got a little box set of the three on Blu-ray. So it was a nice little collection. If you Get Out, I think we all know Get Out goes. Get Out goes into S tier. This is a good commentary movie. It's got some good bits of comedy from Mr. Jordan Peele. And I mean, this everyone remembers this movie. Everyone knows this movie, and there's a good reason for it. I think this goes probably about like right. Honestly, I can't say it's a classic because I think it is a bit. I think the one I'm going to say that is a classic from him is better than this one. But I do think that actually no, you go probably about like right there. But because we'll get to the one I think is a classic from him, and I think is just it just like transcends like anything anyone and like is a movie for anyone to watch. Like this one can get a bit like wordy and a bit more like dialogue and like critical thinking heavy. Whereas the other one I think is both that and also works as like just a turn your brain off and have fun with it movie. Us I think is a B tier. I think it's Us is definitely a down step. Is like a step back from in Jordan Peele. I think it doesn't work as good as the other ones. Not as a problem to anyone there. It just doesn't have as good of a story. I think. It's done well and it's done great, but I think it just has a little bit worse of a story. And I'm gonna put it probably about like right there. I'm gonna say. And Nope goes all the way up to S tier as well. There's a Nope is probably I think is probably a I think Nope. Like it took me a while to actually go see Nope because I hadn't seen any of the other ones, and I also didn't really hear anyone talk about it until after a little bit after it came out. But I enjoyed Nope. I thought Nope was a fun time, and I'm gonna put it probably about like right. Honestly, I'm gonna put it right there. I really enjoyed Nope. I think it works as both. It works both as like having sitting down and having fun with it, and it also works as like people hunting down the entity in it, and it also works as just like you thinking about like the deeper meaning of it and whatnot. I think it's a great movie. Actually, I'm moving it down to second place. Terrified to back up a bit. All right, there we go. Next one we are on is the Exorcist movies. I've only seen four of them. I've seen the first three, and I've seen Believer. I have not seen the two prequel ones, but I've heard they're not that good, so didn't actually go off and watch them. I may watch them eventually. We'll see about that. Exorcist. Okay, I'll be honest. I know the Exorcist is a classic. I hear everyone talk about it, but honestly, in my opinion, it's A tier. Maybe I'm also just not a big fan of possession movies all that much. Well, not possession, but like the whole like Catholic like possession and whatnot, and having to get a priest to get him out of it. I think that it doesn't. I don't think I enjoy that as much, and I just did. I watched it. I had fun. I enjoyed the movie a bit, but I didn't think it was the best movie I've ever seen. I definitely think it's a good movie, but I can't say it's one of my top movies. And honestly, and Heretic is going down here, and honestly, I'm gonna put it down here below Morbius because I with Morbius had fun with it. Heretic is just boring. It's just boring. It's not bad. It's just boring. You go into it, you just don't care because the movie just goes off a little too off to try and make this expand the universe more and doesn't work. It's just boring to watch, and I can't recommend you people watch it. And the thing is, it doesn't even matter to the rest of it because Exorcist 3 does works without it, and the reason, and you know why? It's because it's actually an A tier movie. And honestly, I could even say it's probably maybe even S tier, but what do I think? I think probably about like right. Mm, honestly, I think Exorcist 3 is probably better than the original because maybe it's just, but I like the mystery aspect of Exorcist 3, and I like the fact that it's a little bit more like actual stuff going on rather than just there's a possessed person who's just apparently possessed and like things happen a lot slower. Exorcist 3 has a bit more of a mystery going on at the time and has good little suspense moments in it, and I think I enjoyed Exorcist 3 more than I did, and I think it continues off perfectly off Exorcist. Like I said, go from Exorcist into Exorcist 3. Exorcist 3, I don't hear about talked about enough. It's a great little sequel to the original, and I think it's worthy to watch after that. Like, do a double feature of Exorcist and Exorcist 3. Skip Exorcist 2. No one cares about them. Exorcist Believer, I thought was fine. I'm like I said, I'm not gonna rewatch it all that often. I thought it was fine. I'm gonna put it probably about like right there. I thought it was fine. I don't care about it enough. I didn't really care about it that much while I was watching the movie. It just felt like they were trying to make Exorcist again, but it doesn't have anything to do with the original Exorcist except for the fact that apparently it's the same demon. But then again, you could easily done it without it being the same demon and have it work. But yeah, ads about to run real quick. I'm going to let them run. I'm going to let them run a little bit. I'm just gonna let them run. I gotta do one thing real quick, so I'll be right back shortly. I'm just gonna leave you guys with this, and I'll scroll right up here so you guys can see a bit more of the ranking. I'll leave you guys with the top ones here if you want to see how you feel about it. But yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go quickly. I gotta go do one thing real quick. I'll be right back. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You guys get New Year's top hat propped up. New Year's top hat. Happy New Year's. advertised. Right, put you back there. There we go. Okay. I went and got myself a beverage, and I had to hop on a phone call with the service people from my car, just to make sure see what's going on, figure out what's going on with that, and how much I'm gonna have to pay for it. So, yeah, you guys get it. All right, so quickly crack it open so I can have a beverage. Besides just water, but probably switch off between two of them. Welcome back, Iconic. Welcome back. Yeah. I think I might switch back to water. I don't think I'm ready for yet. Right. Actually, I'm going to switch back to water. That's probably a little bit more hydration. That's good stuff. All right. But yeah, for those who are wondering, this is what the list looks like so far. We got this so far. All right. Next one, Manhunter. Manhunter. This is the I. This technically comes out. This is the Hannibal Lecter series right here. This the series of movies. But yeah, Manhunter. Honestly, I liked Manhunter. I thought it was fine. I might have a little bit more controversial opinions as we go down the list of the Hannibals, but I enjoyed Manhunter. I liked Manhunter. I thought it was probably I don't know. Is it A tier or is it B tier? I'm trying to think. Uh, I feel like it could be either of them. I'm trying to think. Do I like it more than no? Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna probably put it there, top B tier. But yeah, so and you guys probably know where Silence of the Lambs is going. You know where it's going. There's a reason why this one is the only movie the only horror movie that's won Best Picture so far, and there's a damn reason for it. It's a great horror movie, and it doesn't feel like a horror movie at sometimes, but it's more of just a thriller. But it's a great horror movie. I understand why it's a top one. It is definitely up there. Honestly, I'll put it up there above Nope, just because it's a classic and it's less of a modern classic, more of an older classic. But I understand why it's a classic. It's a great movie. But yeah, so next one is Hannibal, and honestly, Hannibal just didn't click for me. I wanted to like Hannibal. I tried to like Hannibal, but it just didn't work for me. I think the only thing that really did work for me was the ending bit of it, and that from the pig farm all the way to the hideout. That was the best part of the movie. And I can't say I hated it or that's a guilty pleasure because I did like it, but it just didn't work that well for me. So I'm putting it down. Mm, yeah, I'm putting it there. That sounds good. Red Dragon. This is probably going to be the controversial one because honestly, I really liked Red Dragon. Maybe just on the Ray Fiennes fiend, but I liked Red Dragon a lot, and it goes above Manhunter in my opinion. I know some people are gonna crucify me for that, but I liked Red Dragon more than I did. I did watch Red Dragon before I did Manhunter, but I liked Red Dragon more than I did Manhunter. But so yeah, it goes probably about like right. Trying to figure out how far ahead I want it to go. No, I'm gonna put it right there. Okay, that seems good. All right, and then finally we have Rising. Honestly, this is an F tier. It goes top of F tier if I turn my brain off and I don't care if this movie could have worked with. I don't know. I can't even say it would have worked if the character wasn't Hannibal because the movie makes it so clear that it is Hannibal, but it just doesn't feel like Hannibal because they make him the anti-hero and they make actually you know what actually no, it's not an F tier. I'll say it's a D tier. It goes probably near the top. It goes top D tier because I don't hate it, but me knowing that this is Hannibal, I hate it more. If this movie wasn't Hannibal, I could say like it's a spoof of Hannibal, and I could say it's D tier. The fact that it's Hannibal, I don't know. This movie confuses me because I hate it, but I also don't hate it. Like it's fun. Like it's if it wasn't Hannibal, it could work. It would be odd that it's a Hannibal esque character that is not Hannibal, but it could be a little more understandable. But knowing that's Hannibal and the fact that they take it so much that it is Hannibal, it just doesn't work. And the fact that it just feels like a cash in to make money and make sure that you make a little bit more money off of Hannibal. And honestly, I feel like with that, I'm gonna make it more F tier, but it goes top of F tier. All right, Puppet Master. I think this is the king of schlocky horror movies that everyone knows. Well, not schlocky, but like this is the Dark Moon. This is the one from Dark Moon. This is the one that the main thing, and it's been going on for like 13, 14ish installments. I forget exactly how much. This is the opening is fine. The first movie is fine. It's not that long. It's a long series. The first one is just not all that memorable. It just happens. I haven't seen any other ones. I've heard two is a lot better than it. It's like it's either two or three that's a lot better than the first one, and maybe I should at least get to that. So the third one just to see, but I don't know. The first one was just fine. I don't know. It's actually I'm gonna put FNAF. I'm gonna put FNAF ahead of it. Yeah, because at least I enjoyed time with FNAF. Hell House LLC. I think I lied. I think Hell House LLC is my favorite found footage horror movie. I'm moving Creep back down again. I forgot I put Hell House LLC up here. Yeah, this is going. Where's Creep here? Hell House LLC goes above there. Yeah, Creep is going moved down to A tier, and it's getting put ahead of Beetlejuice. Yeah, like I said, Hell. This is my favorite. This is a found footage in the type of it's like a faux documentary of what happened, inserted with clips of it. I think it does. I think I enjoyed that style of it, and it just feels like it just. I think it just clicked more for me than something like the Blair Witch did. Maybe because it's a little bit more modern, but I enjoyed this. I think I when I watched it and I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, this is a great movie. And after I was like, and in hindsight, I still think it's a great movie and it's staying up there on the top. I think this is probably the least known movie up on my top list that people haven't seen, but besides the one that just came out here. But I'd say watch Hell House LLC. There's two other sequels to it. I did watch the second one. I didn't think it was that bad, but I didn't really care about it that much. And I haven't seen Lake of Fire, and I haven't seen the prequel that came out. I forgot it is four movies technically. I haven't seen the original, the Origins one yet, but I don't know if I will. But maybe I will. Maybe I'll do a full watch the whole series at some point. All right. Next one, Lost Boys. Lost Boys is a classic. I feel like a lot of people know about Lost Boys and they know it's a classic. So it's going up here into A tier, not S tier. I don't think it's as good as some of the other ones I have up here, but I'm gonna put it probably there. That's fine. Actually, I'll put it above Thanksgiving. Yeah, actually, it's moving on my list more and more. But I think that's gonna be where it stays. I liked Lost Boys. I can't say it's one of my top movies. I think it's just not. I think it's just not my. Actually, I don't know. I'm thinking in hindsight. I'm like, it's getting better in my hindsight, but it's also been a while since I've seen it, so I feel like I want to rewatch it again to get that opinion. And also knowing that what sequels came after it, I can't really look all that fondly about it as much because we got the next one is the tribe. The next one is the tribe, and this one is D tier. It is forgettable. It is not. I don't. It's forgettable. I don't remember a single thing that happens in this movie. I remember that the main characters is a brother and a sister, or it's a boyfriend and girlfriend. I forget which one it is. It's one of the two, which is a bad sign if I can't even remember what the main character is. It's got Corey Feldman from the original as the same character, but they just play it and but he just doesn't the plot. I don't remember a single thing about this plot. You could torture me right there. You could try and torture me at the same time right now, and I could not tell you a single thing about this plot. I don't like I said. That's all I know is that it is who the characters are, and what goes on. Which is the third one in the series, is actually I think is better because I at least remember what happens in this movie. It's not a good movie, but I at least remember what happens and it's fun and I actually enjoyed a good amount of time with it. So it goes about like right mm, there. But yeah, all right. Red Eye. I watched a while ago and I didn't get to the ending, and I was like, I need to find this again and get to the ending. And I watched it again, and I finally found a good copy of it, and I watched the full thing, and the ending was and it. The ending didn't hold up as much as I had hoped, but I still think it was a top movie. I think this is a movie that shows that West. It's the thing is that it feels both like a horror movie and also not like a horror movie. But I think I really enjoyed this movie. I think it's probably S tier for me. It is a top tier movie. The ending I think it makes it a little bit more actiony at the end, but I think it works because the movie goes from like a romance. It like switches genre constantly, and it does a good job of transitioning from from each of the sections, moving from and I think the way they do it with the where the fight is in progress is they do a great job with it, and I really enjoyed it. And I think actually I think I'm gonna put it probably about like right mm, there. Yeah, I think there's fine. All right, that's going there. The next one is the Saw movies. Oh great. All right, we gotta play everyone. All right, Saw One. It's going in A tier. I think I like it. It's a classic, but it's also still a bit bare bones. It goes up here. Actually, no, it goes above Lost Boys. Actually, it goes above Saw. Actually, no, Saw. Saw goes above Beetlejuice. I'd say it's a bit bare bones, but I think it works for it. I think it works. Actually, no, I think it's going in S tier now. Honestly, it started the whole Saw movie. It got everything going, and it introduced a lot of the good concepts and great stuff about it. So I think it goes here in S tier. Saw Two. I'll be honest. I hear everyone saying Saw Two is better than the original, and honestly, I can't agree. I can agree that it's maybe as good, maybe a little bit worse, but I can't say it's as good as the original. I know I'm gonna get crucified for that, but I don't think it's as good as the original. I think the original just hits better. Saw Three is, I'll be honest, I did not care about Saw Three that much. I did not care about the main. I did not like the main character, which is not a good sign because we stick with the main character for most of this movie, and I just don't care about him. I think he's a pain in the ass to watch, and he just moves along, and he's just and they tried to make him likable, and I just don't think it works for me. And so this is going into, I think this is going to go into C tier, probably right there. Yeah. Actually, I'll move Believer up because I did like Believer a bit more than it. Saw 4. Saw 4 I liked more than 3, I know. I know I like Saw 4 more than 3, but where was it? I think it was B tier probably. This is the one where it's like you have the cop from the a bunch of the other movies and he's going through it again, and it turns out that's actually happening at the same time as another one of the movies. So yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna say it's probably about like there. Saw 5. Saw 5 was the one with the 5 people in the basement. I think this one was getting a little bit too much into the what's going on with Hoffman at the time, instead of the trap stuff that we cared about. So I think this goes probably about like I think it goes B tier here as well. Probably there B tier I'd say. All right, and then the next one is Saw 5. Saw wait no this is Saw wait is this Saw 6? No, this is Saw 6. Oh no, Saw 6 doesn't deserve to be there. Saw 6 deserves up here in A tier. This is the Saw 6 is the healthcare one. I'm gonna save my thoughts about it and moving around there until after that, but I'm gonna move Saw 5 back to where it was originally here. Like I said, it got screwed up there and I ended up there we go. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Like I said, Saw 6. Saw 6 is the healthcare one, and I really enjoyed this one. I thought it did a good job at it introduces all the characters you're gonna see right away, and then it like show and then you like slowly go through all the traps with them, and it tries to. And I think it does. I think the traps are nice. I think the idea around it is nice. I think it ties into the healthcare crisis at the time that was going on at the time well, and I think it is aged a bit worse because now well, I guess healthcare is still a problem nowadays. So I guess this is a perfect movie to watch for now with what's going on in the current era, I guess. So I guess we'll put it probably about like right there. I'll say, yeah. All right. Saw 3D. We got Saw 3D is D tier. Honestly, it is. I'll be honest. I don't know. I do not like Saw 3D. This is the one with the author, and it's the one with where they just end off the Hoffman saga, and I don't think either of them really worked for me because both of them just unlikable all the way through it. And I'm gonna put it probably about like right here. Yeah, actually, no, I'm gonna put it, at least remembered what happened in it, so I'll put it there. But yeah, it okay. Next one is Jigsaw. I hear some people crap on this one, and I think it's fair enough. It's not the best one. I think it's definitely better than 3. I'm trying to figure out. It's either C tier or B tier. So, do I like it more than the Schlock? I like it more than Puppet Master. Yeah, I like more than FNAF. I'll put it I'll put it here. I thought it was fine. I didn't hate it, but I also can't say that it was as bad. It wasn't bad. It was just I didn't really. I just I don't know. I thought some of it was interesting, but I think that looking at it now, it was and when it was coming out, it was probably not the it was better. It was a good way to come back from Saw 3D, but it wasn't like the powerhouse it could have been, like how where I don't know what Saw 10 was. And then Spiral, I will not sugarcoat it. I did not like I didn't care about Spiral that much. It goes about like right. I'll be honest. It goes either low C tier or high D tier. I'll put it in D tier. I I don't really care about this too much. It's the entire thing is cop plot with like a few trap scenes in it spread it out throughout it for individuals. I didn't care about that all that much. I didn't really care about the cop plot. I think a lot of the comedy just didn't land for me. So I think it just goes D tier. Like I can at least enjoy like certain parts of it, and like some of the traps are interesting, but I can't. But yeah, I can't say that's a top. It's definitely D tier for me. All right, next one, Barbarian. This is one I didn't hear much about, and then I saw it, and I was like, okay, this is a great movie. It's made, funnily enough, it's made by one of the same people who did the Wise Kid You Know, which is like a little comedy group and I actually like a lot of their skits they have. So it like they did the one with like the sniper guy on the sniper business guy, and they did like the one with the I forget which other ones they might be more known for, but the sniper business guy I think is the one that people know the most of. We're just like talking about business and while firing the shots at the opposing business and whatnot, but yeah, so I think this probably goes about like right. I think it goes above here. Take more. Sound like I'm more the creep. I can't say I like him. I can say it's. I'll put it at the top of A tier. I can't say it's S tier because it is not. I don't think it's for every. Actually, no, I'll put S creep ahead of it. I think some of the bits of it, I'm just like some of the gross out stuff just doesn't work for me. But I like most of the other stuff about the movie. All right, the next one is the. This is not the American remake ring. This is the OG ring. This is the technically it's Ringu, but I couldn't find one with Ringu on it, so I'm assuming it's just technically they just all renamed it as Ring. So that's what it is here. This is the Japanese original. So and honestly, I actually kind of liked it. I like the. I think it's a little bit bare bones, so I can't put it too high. But I like the idea behind it, and I think it's also a classic. So I think I gotta put it somewhere here and B tier. No. Actually, no. I can put it above Maxine. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Talk to me. This is another modern horror movie, and I heard a lot of hype about this. Originally, I didn't get it. I watched it originally. I was like, okay, it's fine. I didn't really care about it that much. Then I rewatched. It. I was like, and I feel like I liked it even more. So I think I, so yeah, I think I enjoyed this more after I rewatched it. So I'm gonna give it a little bit more higher up here. So probably about like right here, I'd say. Actually, no, I'll put it below Exorcist. Yeah, but yeah, I think the ending is probably my favorite part of the movie, and I think there's like a little bit of it that I don't like, which is like, and I can't say where it is because it's a little too spoilery, but I think the beginning part of it and like the analogy of it, the like allegory of it, and the ending bit of it just work well for me, and I think that leaves an A tier. But like that one little bit of it I don't like is kind of dragging it down a bit. I know I'm being very vague, but like I said, I don't want to spoil too much of what happens because I want you guys to go out and see it for yourself. Well, I want you to see everything from C tier up with yourself. If you want to do D tier, go through D tier. F tier, just don't. F tier, don't watch. Well, okay, past this line, don't watch. These two you can watch if you want to joke around and you just want to see, or you want to see how bad they are. These ones just don't watch under any circumstance because they just do not work. They do not matter to you at all. So yeah. Anyway, we need so yeah. Blair Witch Project. This is a classic. I'll be honest. I don't think it. I don't. I didn't like it as much as I thought I was going to. I do think it's a classic, but I don't think I enjoyed it that much. Which I think is I wanted to like this one, but I don't think I really when I didn't really got into the movie that much. Maybe that's my own fault, but I'm gonna put it probably about like right. Mm, I'll put it probably about like right here. That sounds good. Okay, actually, I'll put above Swan. No, I won't. All right, there we go. All right, we're getting to the next class. How much more do we have left? All right, we're almost onto one full page. We're getting down there. We're getting down the list. We've gone for about 2.5 hours now. It's not going well, but yeah. So anyway, we are doing a. All right, Evil Dead is a classic. I don't feel like anyone can argue with me about that. It is a classic, and it is going about right. Evil Dead is a classic. I don't think I I can't really say much else. It's a classic. If you haven't seen the original Evil Dead, go watch it. It's a great movie. It's a it's I think yeah, it definitely shows like what Raimi can do, especially on a low budget. And then I think, I'll be honest, the sequel. I hear a lot of people saying the sequel's better than the original. I don't agree. I think that the sequel is fine. I can't say it's S tier. I think sometimes it gets a little too comedic for me, and I think it just doesn't take it as seriously as I preferred the original to be. So I'm gonna put it probably about like right. I'll put it here because I do like it more than Saw Two. I think I'm gonna move Saw Two a bit down more and move down a bit more, a bit more, a bit more. Uh, yeah. Like I said, I would definitely move the Late Night Devil up, but the AI images just can't let. I just can't put it up any higher. So I feel like I just can't. All right. Army of Darkness. This one is C tier. It's a bit. I think it's a bit too campy. If I thought Evil Dead Two was too campy, this one definitely is too campy. So this one's going into either C tier or B tier. I like it more. I like it more. I like it more. I like it more. It's going B tier then. Actually, no, I'll put it top of C tier then. But yeah, it's a little too campy for me. I think it's just like it's a actually man. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move you up here and I'm gonna move Meg back Meg down to C tier and I'll move it down to there. I think. So yeah, yeah, I'll move. Mm, yeah, I like you more than Saw Five. I like you more than Beetlejuice. To it's surprising. I'm surprised by how high I'm actually moving these up. No, no, I can't say I prefer this more than Multiverse. I'm comparing same movie to same movie, I guess. Alright, Evil Dead remake. I'll be honest. I enjoyed this movie the first time I watched it, and then the second time I was like, it's not. Especially after I already watched the original Evil Dead, I couldn't say I liked it more than it. So I'm gonna say it's probably about like there. I'll say I liked it the first time I watched. I liked it, and then after I watched the original, I was like, oh wait, I don't like it as much. I like the original more. But it's a good movie. I like the movie. I think Fede Alvarez has some good films after this. So I'm because he did do Alien Romulus after this. I think he did a great job with that one. And he did Don't Breathe, and he did what else did he do? I just remember Don't Breathe and Alien Romulus. So I'm pretty sure he's done other stuff I enjoyed. But yeah, yeah. And then I put the Strangers on here. We have the Strangers. This is the original one. This is what Strangers Chapter One was pretty much remaking, and honestly, I think this is an S tier, maybe there's an A tier, maybe even S tier movie. Definitely liked it more than that. Definitely. No, I'll put you there. I definitely think the Strangers is a horror classic, and there's a reason why there's been little made of it, but that's because the movie is so perfect by itself. You don't need sequels, and there is a sequel to it, which is called Pray at Night. Well, besides Chapter One, but that's a remake ish. The sequel to it, Pray at Night, is honestly, I will give it credit. It's not that bad. I hear people crap on it. It's not that bad, especially when you compare it to Chapter One. It's not that bad. I think Pray at Night. It's the more action version of it. You want a more action version of it, you would watch Pray at Night, and I think it does a good job at that. So I'm gonna put it probably about like right. Honestly, I'll put it probably about like right. I'll put it here. Yeah, it's just a little bit more fast paced and a little bit more action to it. So I can see where people might not like it, but I enjoyed it. All right, the classic Night of the Living Dead. This is going into I'll be honest. I'll be honest. There's another one that I feel like it's probably S tier with with how classic it is. But I think but I rewatched this recently, and I'll be honest. I don't think I didn't enjoy it as much as I watched it the second time. I think I'm gonna have to put it probably it's a low A tier S tier. I'm gonna put it low S tier. It's a classic. It started off the whole horror genre, but the whole not the whole horror genre, but the whole zombie trend. And I think, but I haven't seen Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead, and I heard Dawn is even better, and I've heard Day is a little bit worse. But I've heard, but I want, and I definitely want to go see Dawn of the Dead because I have it in my Amazon card. I have yet to buy it though, so I definitely want to get around to watching that. Yeah, I don't know. Well, like I said, it's a classic. I definitely did like it the first time I watched it around, and then I kind of liked it a little bit less. I don't know if that means it doesn't hold up anymore, or if that means that it's just, or I just didn't like it as much because I already saw it the first time. But yeah, it's staying low S tier. But yeah, we can do one more. Before actually no, save the thing till after the ads. I'm gonna quickly before we do the ads. Winnie the Pooh is F tier, and because this is just a generic horror movie, this is schlock, and you know it's schlock, and you because like I said, this is just generic horror movie. This is conveyor belt. They made this to capitalize off the copyright horror, and it just feels like schlock. And but the fact that they made Winnie the Pooh two out, they made the second one out of this, and they made it even better. That's a testament to the second one, where they actually took the fact that people were interested in it and wanted to see an actual good movie of it, and made it into two. That shows that whoever made the filmmakers didn't just want to make schlock the whole time, and they just were forced into it. And I like that. And I'm happy that they went off and made a better movie. But this movie sucks. It is just generic. It is you could replace Winnie the Pooh with anyone else, and all you would have to, and it wouldn't change a thing. Like the only thing about it is that there's the opening narration that sets it up, and the fact that it's Christopher Robin. But the fact is that none of the main part of the horror movie feels like feels like it's a Winnie the Pooh killer. It just feels like a horror movie killing people, killing off the characters because it's a horror movie, and they're just killing it off with whatever they found around the set. So yeah, Winnie the Pooh F tier, and we will wait to continue on this after the ads are done and we are back from them ads. So we'll wait for those ads, and we'll be right back shortly with some more ranking. So yeah, I'm going to quickly check to see how much we have left. We have we've ranked so many of them, and we have yet to even get through. I think we're like only halfway into it. Shit, man, shit. But yeah, so but yeah, so I feel like what I may do is I may just after this break I might just start ranking them even if the ads are running just to get them out the way because I'm kind of done with this. I want to get it. Like I said, I like talking about them, but we've been here for 3 hours and I've just been ranking and talking about it and I don't know, maybe I'm just feeling a bit a little bit exhausted since that's all I did last night as well for the stream. And also I want to go out and celebrate New Year's because I have an event I want to go to later on to go celebrate New Year's, Happy New Year's, and all that. Woohoo! But I will see. But yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and make it out. At least I want to try at least not. I want to be done by at least like I want to be done by like at least 3 o'clock, maybe 4 o'clock ish. So like yeah, we have like an hour or two left, uh, but yeah. So just waiting on the ads, waiting on the ads. Alright, let's switch back to display here because we're going to be back to ads soon. Oh, I need to cut my back. I've been sitting here for too long. Yeah, that's probably why I'm pretty sure that's why people use gaming chairs instead of just using couches when they're gaming, so you actually have good lumbar supports. Because I'm just like sinking in, just my back does not feel right having sat here straight up for about 3 hours. Excuse me. All right, so anyway, welcome back from the ads, everyone. We should be back. All right, so next, I say this for a reason. I love The Thing. I think The Thing is a top horror movie. This would probably be my top horror movie if it wasn't for the menu. The menu coming out really. Otherwise, I probably would have said The Thing is probably my top one. This is a great horror movie. It's suspenseful. It's got a good mystery going on. It's got great performances from Keith David and Kurt Russell and Gary Busey and is it Gary Busey? It's Gary something. No, Gary's the character's name. Wait, I forget who it is. It's someone. I forget who the other cast members are, but Keith David and Kurt Russell are the main two. But it's a great movie. I think everyone did a great job of it. John Carpenter, King, King. I would say he's probably the king of making horror movies, or like classic horror movies. I think he owns that title well. The Thing remake. I don't think it's as bad as I don't think it's that bad, but I don't think I don't think I can say it's that high up. I think it's probably B tier. I'd say it's probably about like um there, I'd say. I think my main problem with it is both the story doesn't work as well, and it's also like all CGI instead of practical effects. Which the first one, the practical effects look fucking amazing, and somehow the ones from like years ago doesn't look good from the CGI that was made 10 years ago. So yeah, so when you're watching it, you can easily see the CGI and what's going on with it, and it just doesn't look as good. Next, we have Escape from New York. This one's probably. I'll be honest. This is another one I want to like. I haven't heard. I don't. I'll be honest. I haven't heard a lot of it. I want to like this one because it's John Carpenter and whatnot. I thought it was fine. I didn't really like. I didn't. I thought the ending felt a bit like it didn't feel like it was justified. But maybe that's just me. But like it didn't feel like it was justified for them. But maybe I just wasn't paying attention enough to the movie to get it. But I'd say it's probably about like C tier there. I'd say it had some great performances. It's a fun movie, but it's not one of my top John Carpenter's. They Live is definitely better. They Live is definitely at least B tier, if not A tier. I liked it more than you. I think the commentary on this is pretty good. I think the performances by the cast are pretty good. Keith David is once again in this movie, which I think show. I think Keith David just, especially now that he's like a more of a voice actor. He does a great job of whatever he gets. He basically he puts all his all into the role and whatnot. I feel like he's probably my third favorite. I'd say actor. I think probably Nicolas Cage, then Matthew Lillard, then actually maybe Rafe Fiennes, then probably Keith David, but he's definitely up there, top five definitely. But yeah, so I'm gonna say They Live is probably. Do I like more than the thing you met? No, I'll put it right there. All right, the next one, American Psycho. I'll be honest. I watched this first, and at first time I watched it, I loved it, and the second time I watched it, I didn't really care. I didn't really care about it not that much. Maybe it's because I already seen it, but it just didn't hit for me the second time. I don't know if that's my own fault. Maybe I just didn't have the right setting for it, but I didn't watch it right. But like I said, for some reason, the first time I watched it, I really enjoyed it. The second time I watched it, it just didn't work. But yeah, we'll put it right here. That sounds right. Yeah, that looks right. And American Psycho 2 also goes into the F pile because it's just a pile of shit. It is literally just a cash grab on it. It's even more like of a cash grab. Actually, no, it's even more of a cash grab than Winnie the Pooh. Because at least with this, I can blame the fact that it had no budget. This had more of a budget, and they just slapped, but it wasn't even made to be American Psycho 2. It just got slapped on at the end and slapped on an intro to it that didn't wasn't worth it at all. And just somehow, and because of that, it's now a part of the American Psycho universe, which is apparently a universe now. And especially now that Austin Butler, they have the remake coming out soon. I don't think it's going. I don't think it's all that. I don't know. I'll watch the remake, but I don't know what my thoughts will be on because it's not out yet. But I don't see myself thinking it's better than the original. But who knows? Maybe they'll do a good job with it. But I also think that it's a little too early to be doing a remake. But that's just my opinion on it. So yeah, Terrifier 1. I'll be honest, it's probably more like C tier or B tier because it's a bit generic. This is the first one with Art the Clown. Art the Clown carries this whole movie, but other than that, the plot isn't all that good. I'd say it's probably there. Art the Clown carries this movie hard. David Howard Thornton is just putting his all and carrying it hard. Like there's a little bit of shine in some of the other actors, like the one who plays Victoria. She does a pretty good job, but everything else here just like it just does not. It just feels kind of generic and honestly like they had a good idea with Art the Clown, and then they just used that to kind of work with the movie. All right, Black Phone. Black Phone. I really did. I enjoyed the Black Phone. I really did. It was. It's probably. I think it's probably one of the. Was it one of the first Stephen King ones I've seen? I don't know. It might have been, but it was definitely a top movie. Not maybe not. No, not a favorite, but like it was definitely high up. I'd say it's more. Yeah, I'd say it's probably either there, maybe there. I'd say it's probably there. The Shining. If you don't understand, if you don't know where The Shining is going, you have not seen The Shining, or you've not heard of The Shining. You must have been living under a rock because Shining is going up the S tier. I know The Shining goes up to S tier. It is a classic. I hear a lot of people saying that's one of their favorites, or it's just at least like a top horror movie in their opinion. And honestly, I can agree. I've seen it and I agree. I'll be honest. I have read most of the book of this one. I did not read the last bit of it because I had to return the book before I finished it, and it was like I had like that last couple chapters left of it, so I didn't finish it. But what I read of it, which was the majority of it, was better than the movie, and that and yeah, so yeah, that was I'm putting it right there. I think the movie works. I just don't think it works as well as the book, and I think the book is better than. I don't say that a lot because I really don't read a lot of books, but I think the book is better than The Shining. I can say that about some of the other movies by Stephen King. I can say the movie is better, but mainly The Shining and Christine, I can say that the book was better. The other ones, I can say the movie was probably better, but I haven't read a lot of the other books that by him. Like I can say the It movies are better than the It book, but that's also because the It book takes fucking forever to read through. I just did not get. I didn't even get through the first opening of it. Whereas the movies, I got through like the entirety of. I got through the miniseries one of it, and I got through the entirety of one and two of the recent ones. And I think Pet Cemetery. I haven't read a lot of Pet. I was gonna read Pet Cemetery, but I never got around to. But yeah, I should definitely get around to finishing up The Shining and reading Pet Cemetery actually. But I just don't find myself reading a lot of books nowadays. But yeah, all right. We have next one we have is Chronicle. Chronicle. This is a lesser known movie I think nowadays, but I think this was a great movie when it came. I think this is a great movie. It's basically the whole plot is what if these teenage boys got superpowers and then they used it for and then one of them kind of became a supervillain with it. It's an interesting idea, and I think me saying it doesn't give it justice because I think it's a great movie. I think it's a great movie. Don't think it's a top one for me, but I think it's definitely up there. I'd say it's probably about like there. I'd say actually no, Pearl. I think actually no, Pearl was better than it. All right, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're working through it. All right, next one, upgrade. Upgrade is definitely going. Is definitely it's definitely top Lee now. I think this is probably one of Lee Winnell's top ones when he did it by himself. This is his directorial debut, and I think he did a great job with it. I really enjoyed Upgrade. I watched it with a couple of friends, and we all enjoyed it. And it was a fun time. It's a fun action sci-fi. It's got a good mystery to it, and I really enjoyed it. I think I prefer it more than Terminator. Definitely more, 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 more. That's the more, mm, more. Yeah, that's fine. All right, it'll go there. Okay. The Invisible Man. I like The Invisible Man. I don't think it's a top one for me. I think it's going good. It's going to go up to A tier. This is the remake Invisible Man. I think this one has good ideas behind it. I think the idea of advancing it for the modern era was a good idea. I wish this was what they did with the Doug universe. I think the Doug universe was destined to fail at the beginning, but I think this could have been a good way to segue into actually making it. Like if they made this one the first one, and didn't make it, so it was like immediately going to get roped into the universe. This could have been a good start, and just been like, well, you had a good start at the beginning. But I guess I'm also happy that didn't taint the rest of it with it. So yeah, fair enough. But yeah, where is are we going? Where should I put Invisible Man? You go about right. You go there, sure. Yeah, all right. This is the Brendan Fraser Mummy, and this is also going into A tier. It's the original Brendan Fraser Mummy. It definitely had. It definitely. It's a classic. Okay, it's a fun movie. You don't go into this thing it's serious. You go into it to have fun, and honestly, it does a great job with it. It goes about like right. Yeah, it goes here. I'd say it's a fun movie. It's a Brendan Fraser. It's a mummy movie. Brendan Fraser is the main character. What do you expect? It's a fun movie. There's a reason why people think it's a classic and whatnot. Well, yeah. Uh, Now we're getting onto the Universal monster movies that I've seen. Dracula is an immediate S tier. I think this one I when I watched this one I initially was hesitant to actually watch them, but this one really got me into it and I really enjoyed the first Dracula. So it's going about like right here, and Frankenstein is going even higher because I agree that Frankenstein's better than Dracula. Actually, well, I don't know. I think sometimes Dracula works better for me, and sometimes Frankenstein does. But I think does Dracula work better for me? I think I might just be on a vampire high from Nosferatu, so I kind of feel like maybe Dracula goes higher, but I think I might give Frankenstein the edge and just give it above a little bit higher than it. Mm, yeah, I'll give Frankenstein the edge. All right. The Boris Karloff's the Mummy with Boris Karloff. I don't think it's that good. I think it's a bit boring in my opinion sometimes. So I'm giving it B tier. Actually, I may even get to C tier. Actually, no, I like it more than Nosferatu, and I like it more than Saw 5. I don't like it more than Indiana Jones. Alright, The Invisible Man. This is A tier. This is A tier material. I think it gets a bit campy sometimes, but I do enjoy. I did enjoy my. No, no, put you back. Where were you? Where were you? You were. Where were you? You were there. Yeah, you were there. Move you back, and then you get to go up there. You get to go there. Yeah. Okay. The Bride of Frankenstein. I thought this one was a little too goofy for me. This was a little too campy. I know a lot. I know some people. I know a lot of people like this movie, but I think it's a little too goofy for me sometimes. So I gotta give it a. I'm gonna put it above Nosferatu, but I'm gonna put it in B tier. Like I said, it's not a bad. I liked most of it, but I think that one scene and there's like two scenes that make it a little too goofy for me. I think it's just a little too goofy sometimes. I think it's just a little too. It just doesn't go as seriousness as it doesn't go as serious as the original one was. The Wolfman goes up to S tier as well. I really enjoyed the Wolfman. I thought it was it's one of the first ever werewolf movies like that. So I feel like they did a great job with it. I think it might even go. I don't think it's as good as Signing. I think it is more than Judgment Day. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna move the moon back a bit. Like I said, all right, there we go. Phantom of the Opera. I've only seen this version, the Technicolor version, and with Claude Rains as the Phantom. I'm gonna put it. But I thought it was fine. I think I'm gonna put it B tier, probably about like right there. I think. Yeah. Actually, no. I'm gonna stay there. I can be iffy on when I do musicals. There's some musicals I like, and there's a lot of them I don't. But I thought that was fine. I thought it was fine. I didn't really enjoy the music all that much. I'm not a big fan of opera music, but I thought the other music to it was pretty fine. Creature from the Black Lagoon. This is one I wanted to like. I want to like this one, but I just didn't click with it. I feel like I just need to rewatch it again, but I feel like I can't because I always feel like I want to rewatch all the other monster movies at the same time then. And this one always ends up being the last one, and I always just feel like I'm a little bit burned out after it all. So I think that this one just I think that's more of the way I watch it is kind of less in my opinion of it than actually how it is. So I'm gonna put it probably about like there. I'll say Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead is going into either A tier or S tier. If you've not seen any of the Edgar Wright and any movie by Edgar Wright, you need to watch Hot Fuzz and then watch Shaun of the Dead, or watch Shaun of the Dead and then Hot Fuzz and then World's End if you want to go for the full Cornetto trilogy. But This is a great movie. It's obviously his directorial debut, but he's you know what? It's a great debut. I can say it's probably better than honestly. I'll give him above up here. I'll say yeah, I'll give him up there. Hot Fuzz goes even higher for me. Hot Fuzz goes near the top. I'll be honest. I think what he did is that he took Shaun of the Dead and he somehow made it even better as Hot Fuzz. So I think it goes up to like, what do I think? I think it goes probably about like probably about like right there-ish. I'd say it's a definitely a top movie. I think if you've seen it, you know it's a great movie. It's a great comedy, great action movie as well. Fun time. World's End. I think it doesn't. I think it whimpers a bit because it's not as good as Sean or uh, or Hot Fuzz. But I did recently rewatch it with House of Stand when he was doing a movie night, and I thought I actually liked it a lot more than when I rewatched it. So I give it a bit more benefit of the doubt. I'll say it will go about like right here. Like I said, I think it's just the problem that you watch it with all the other ones and it just doesn't work as well because you like the other ones just worked a lot better. Quiet Place Original. Quiet Place Original goes about right where did it go? It goes about right where is it? Move it. It goes A tier somewhere, I believe. What do I think? Is it more than Pro? Yes, 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 yes. This is the this was an immediate classic. I think for some people, it popped out and it was just like initially I thought it was just gonna be a whimper. It's just gonna be like you get a horror movie, it just gets some people care about it, but most people just don't. This was an immediate hit, and I respect that. And I think John Krasinski did a good job with it and showing that he's not just a comedic guy. He's also good at horror and like heartfelt moments. I think it was probably I'd say it's probably about A tier here. I know I'm putting Day One ahead of it, but I think I just really enjoyed the style of Day One and like the idea of like taking the original movie, and like making and improving on it and making and giving it a new idea. I think the characters in it. I enjoyed the character dynamic in Day One more than I did the family dynamic in Quiet Place because I see that a lot. You don't see a lot of the whole dynamic that we saw in Quiet Place there, Quiet Place Day One there, and two, I just didn't really care about. I'll be honest. I just don't think it hit as well as the first one. Like it tried to continue off of it, and I just don't think it worked as well. We saw Day One here, but I don't think it worked. I don't think it worked as well as the full side we saw on Quiet Place Day One. So I'm gonna put it probably about like there. I'll say I'll put it there. I think the story's a bit question. It's just a bit rough, and it just yeah, it just doesn't hit. I just don't think it hits as well. All right. So next one we have Knock at the Cabin. Knock at the Cabin is. I'll be honest. I didn't hear a lot about this, and a lot of the stuff I heard about was negative. And I went into this thinking it was going to be like D tier, F tier. I actually decently enjoyed it. I thought it was an interesting idea. It was it was yeah, I won't say interesting idea. I say I like the idea. I like the idea. I went along with the movie. I enjoyed it. I can't say I had I'll say it's probably about like I'll say I liked it. But I just don't think it hit as well as the other ones above it. I know I'm kind of losing my like verbose dictionary and whatnot, but we're hitting on the third hour mark. So can you please cut me some slack? We have all this left to do still. So yeah, we're getting to it. We're getting to it, guys. I feel yeah, I definitely feel like I should have ended it like before this. I could have just had it be like a 2 hour stream and whatnot, but I just added too much. I was like, oh yeah, there's this movie and this movie. I should add these movies. I want to talk about these movies and whatnot. But I don't know. I think this is probably the wrong time for me to have done this, but yeah. But I think a lot of these ones that we're getting into now is just my collection of them. So yeah, I think I should have just ended it at my physical collection, which is probably about like right here. Yeah, it's like right here. I have as the end of my physical collection. Actually, no. Well, no. Technically, Jaws is part of my physical collection here now, but I didn't watch them when they were part of my physical collection, and they're just on my watch pile right now. But yeah, I feel like I added a little too much here. But yeah, so yeah. Anyway, Donnie Darko. This is another one that I heard a lot of people talking about. I heard a lot of people saying that they liked it. I just didn't get it. I didn't get Donnie Darko. I wanted to get Donnie Darko and I just couldn't. It just didn't work for me. I don't know if I just treated it wrong. I don't know if I just didn't watch it in the right with the right viewpoint. I don't know. It just didn't work for me. So honestly, Donnie Darko is gonna go probably about like mm, probably about like right there. I'd say. All right. Next one, The Fall. The Fall, interesting idea, interesting, good execution, but I don't think it just. I just don't think it feels as powerful as some of the other like more story based one. Like this one is fully based off of the plot device, which is the incredibly tall cell tower that they climb all the way up to. That's the main plot point, and that's the main story of it. It's not. There's no deep depth to the story. It's just they got up to the tower. Now they got to try and get down. That's not much of a that's not much of character depth availability and whatnot. Like you get her trying to deal with the fact that she lost her boyfriend, but there's not much else to that just besides her trying to survive, which sometimes that works in movies, but I think a lot of the time I prefer more character depth and whatnot. So I'm gonna put it probably about like B tier maybe. I'm gonna say probably about like right. I'll probably put it below. Actually, I might even put it C tier honestly. It's just not a lot. It's just more of a watch for the thing and whatnot. Not really watch for the spectacle. Not really watch for the story. I'll probably put it probably about like right there. Actually, I'll put it above living. I'll put it above Terrifier. Actually, no, Art the Clown's too good. Better than the whole cell phone tower. I'll put it down there. All right, Deadstream. Deadstream is one that I really enjoyed. It's a horror comedy about a streamer in a haunted house. He is the worst. He's the worst character you can think. He is the worst like YouTuber stereotype you can think of. He is that, but they crank it up to 11. I think the actor does a great job with it. I want to say it's like I want to say it's like Frost something like Robert Frost, but I could be wrong a bit. Robert Winter is it's like something like winter theme, like winter ice theme, like frost or winters or whatnot. He does a great job as the character. He is a I think he plays him both unlikably enough and likably enough. He plays him enough so you can like see like why people think he's an asshole, and you can also play he also plays enough where you can see like the heart inside of him of like why he does what he does. So I think I really enjoyed that idea of here, but I think it's probably about like yeah, I'd say. All right, next one, the Creep Show movies. I really like the Creep Show movies. I think that the first one I really enjoyed. This one is going up into A tier, maybe even S tier if I think about it. Yes, 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 yeah, yeah. It's going into S tier. It's going to S tier. It's going above Shaun of the Dead, above Saw. Actually, mm, I'll put it right here after Wolfman. It's a good movie. This is a movie I feel like should have been a classic. It's a lot of it has some good I would say it's a horror comedy. It's a good and it does a good job at that. It does also have Leslie Nielsen in it, funnily enough, as one of the antagonists. But I think the ideas in it are pretty good. The horror the horror segments in this anthology are pretty good by themselves. I think the wraparound is pretty fine as is. It's not really much of a wraparound, just mostly moves on to the next one, and then but there's like a tag in and a tag out at the end and the beginning. And I think that works. It works fine enough as those. But yeah, Creepshow 2. I think this was worse than the original, but I don't think it was that much of a step down. I think some of it hasn't aged well, but it's not that bad. I think it's a decent movie. I'd say it's probably about like there. I'd say B tier wise. Creepshow 3 is an F tier. It is an F tier below all these. No, not below below Heretic. Uh, below below Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, this is another one that I want to say is like Psycho 2, where it's just capitalizing on the name. Like this one has a little bit more like actual like stuff to do with Creepshow, but the segments in it are shit. The wraparound is shit. I just don't care about anything in this movie. it was all bad. The comedy is not doesn't work. The script, the plots behind it don't work. The only thing I do like about it is the way the plots are connected, the interconnected, where how they intersect and whatnot. But even then, I don't care about it enough to care about those, but it just doesn't. I don't. It just yeah. I just don't like it as much as I was hope. It just didn't hold up. When I after the first two, I was hoping that was going to be a good continuation, and it just wasn't. So yeah, it goes up F tier. The original Jurassic Park. I think we all know what Jurassic Park is going up to. It is going up to S tier. It is a classic, and there's a good damn good reason for it. It is going up here. It is going about right. Mm, na, 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 na. I think a lot of this is just how classic it is, but and nostalgia and whatnot. But it goes up here. It deserves the classic status. It is a classic. It is a definite damn is a damn good movie. It's definitely a classic. So I'm putting it up there in S. Lost World. I will defend Lost World. I know people. I know a lot of people have the problems about all the sequels after it. I hear Lost World with the least amount of criticism, but I still think people complain about it. But I think it's fine. I think it's a fine continuation. I don't think it's as good as it could have been, but I think it's fine. I don't. Let's figure out which one. I'll say it's below Megan. I like Megan more than it. Jurassic Park 3 is definitely a D tier. I don't care about Jurassic Park 3. This is definitely my least favorite of the movies, and that's saying something because we have the other Jurassic World movies here. I definitely think this is the weakest of them. I think it's I'll give it the top D tier because I can't enjoy it sometimes. I can and I can't, and then sometimes I enjoy it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm able to go through like it and like joke along with it, and sometimes I just can't. So yeah, I'll put a D tier. The original Jurassic World is going into A tier. It's either A tier or B tier. I'll think about it. One of the two. I think this is a good way to bring back Jurassic World, but I don't think this is the best. I don't think this is my favorite of the Jurassic World movies. I think Fallen Kingdom is, which I'll get to soon enough. Yeah, 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 yeah. We'll put it E there. No, we'll put you there. Fallen Kingdom goes into A tier. I think Fallen Kingdom was the best way to bring it back into more of a horror, actual like movie. It was more of a horror movie now actually. So we got to actually get a bit more of the horror action into it, and I enjoyed it a lot more. Especially the whole like house segment with it at the end. That was probably the best part of the movie. But it was, but I think it's probably about like I'd say it's probably about like there. I'd say and Dominion, I think my only opinion about Dominion is that it does. I don't think I think it's a good as a finale to the series, but now there's another one in the works, so I think it doesn't work. And I think this was made to be the finale to the series. It feels like it, but now they're not making it the finale, so I'm gonna put it into C tier, and it's gonna be below, and you're going there because at least I had more entertainment. I remember more stuff about Dominion than I did in Meg 2. It feels a bit fan servicey, but like I said, if that's the finale, it works like that. But now it just feels like they just brought him back just to try and make it better, and it didn't work. Next one, Psycho. Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds goes up with The Birds, and it goes up to it flies all the way up to. I think this is the only Hitchcock movie I've seen so far. I haven't seen Psycho yet, which I think is a big miss in my filmography. So I need to watch that at some point. But I think it's probably about like there. I enjoyed the birds. Actually, yeah, I enjoyed it more than Guardians 3. All right, there we go. All right, the next one is 28 Days Later, and this one I think everyone knows. I put these on here mainly because I knew that the sequel was coming up, and I knew I should talk about them. And I liked them. I definitely liked 28 Days Later more than I definitely liked 28 Days. Do I think it's eight? I think it's probably A tier for me. I don't think it's S tier. I don't think it's classic status for me yet. I think I need to watch it again before I go off to see years. Maybe I might hit up there, but not. It's not the moment. I'd say it's probably about. I think it's between these two Evil Deads here for me. I think so. Yeah. I'm just realizing there's a lot of theme going on here with the red, except for Beetlejuice here. But yeah, so anyway, I'm gonna keep talking while I'm gonna keep going through my thoughts here while we are in the ads, just because I want to get this done quicker, and we have all of this to go through. So I guess if you're in here, then we need then. Oh wait, are we already? Wait, we're already in ads. Oh, we're already in ads right now. Well, never mind then. Sorry, but yeah. So apologies for that. I didn't realize we were in ads. I apologize. I didn't realize we were in the ads. So, but yeah, this is what the list looks like so far. I guess if you want to hear my thoughts about what we were talking about during the ads, just leave a look on the VODs. But yeah, so yeah, apologies about that. But yeah, so anyway, like I was saying, we have next one up here is 28 weeks later. This wasn't as good as the original 28 days, but I think it's fine. But I think it's probably B tier fine. I think it's probably I think they'd like it more than that. I don't think I like it more than Trap, so you go there. I think it's fine. I think it would. I think I enjoyed my time with it, but I don't think it's good enough for me to watch without watching the original. But yeah, so yeah. All right, next one, Cabin in the Woods. This is a good movie. I think I want to say A tier, but I may change my mind when I'm looking through A tier. Yeah, I actually know it's A tier. I'm putting it above you, 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 above you. Yeah, above you, 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 above you. No, I can't put you above you. All right, you're gonna go there. All right, so next one is the what we have. We have Black Friday here now. This one, honestly, I think it's honestly this. I feel like this is either C tier or D tier. I think I did like this more than Marvels, but I feel like I'm also move those down to D tier now. But maybe it's just me. Uh, Black Friday goes about. This is a. I watched this because of the cast mainly, because you got Bruce Campbell here, and you got Devon Sawa, who's the final guy from Final Destination. You got Michael J White in there. You got the guy. You got yeah. It's a fun cast. They do a good job with the cast does a great job like keeping the movie entertaining and whatnot, but the rest of the movie just the plot of it just doesn't work. I think the cast is what keeps it from being like a schlocky horror movie. But I think the cast does a great job, especially Bruce Campbell, Devon Sawa, a lot of the main cast characters just do a good job at like keeping you from being like I'm just watching a movie about a worse version of a zombie of an infection movie. You go about like no, I can't put you above that. No, no, I put you above Puppet Master. Yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, I think it's fully saved by the cast in that one. Sympathy for the Devil. This is one I wanted to like more than I did. I saw Sympathy for the Devil like it came out like on straight to video, and I watched it right away because like okay, there's no way it can fit. It can be bad. It's got Nicolas Cage. It's got Joel Kinnaman. It's the trailers make it look interesting and actiony, and it just didn't work for me. I'll be honest. It was I liked it. I think it's at least C liked it. I know at least C liked it, but it was yeah, I'll put it about there. I liked it, but I don't feel like I need, but I didn't really, I don't know. I liked parts of it, but I also didn't like parts of it. I thought Nicolas Cage went a little too far sometimes. It felt like it was trying to be a serious movie, but also they had Nicolas Cage performing trying to do comedic bits all the whole time, so it just felt like it was an uneven movie that didn't know whether it was trying to be a comedy or going serious, and just didn't work. I think the ending didn't work for me as well either because they will pretty much just switch up they pretty much just do a switcheroo, and then I just don't agree. I don't think they ended it the right way they should have. But yeah, anyway, and Mandy is the better way to do a Nicolas Cage horror movie. So well, I guess if you count Sympathy for the Devil as a horror movie, I used to think it was, but I think it's more of a thriller. But Mandy is a great movie. I have it as one of my top movies, two movies on Letterboxd. I'm pretty sure, at least it was at one point. But there's a reason for that. It's a great movie. It's great action. I really enjoy. I think Panos Cosmatos. I think this is the only one I've seen by Panos Cosmatos. But I think this may be like when I watched the Guillermo del Toro Cabinet of Curiosities on Netflix, and when I saw his name as one of the episodes, like oh I need to watch that one, and I just the moment I saw that one I was like oh yeah this is gonna be good, because I knew he did Mandy. I was like, oh yeah, I really enjoyed Mandy, and I think Mandy's pretty. I really enjoyed Mandy. I think it goes about like right. I don't think I liked it more than Shine. I think it goes probably about like right there. I have it on my top one just because it's one of my top Nicolas Cage movies, and I wanted to like spread out and like show like my range of like what I liked and whatnot. So yeah, it definitely goes up there in S tier. Willy's Wonderland is I think it's a guilty pleasure movie. I think it goes with the schlock here, not the schlock, but the you guilty pleasure horror movie type things. Here it goes about like it goes above Pup Master, above Black Friday, not above. It's basically you watch the movie to watch Nicolas Cage wail on robot on animatronics for the whole movie. Nothing else matters in the movie. Just Nicolas Cage beating up robot animals from like knockoff 5 minutes for his characters. You watch it for that, and that's the best part of the movie is watching him like rip them apart and like tear them into two and like curb stomp a gorilla onto a urinal. That's what you watch the movie for, and if you're watching it for that, you have a fun time. Face Off. This is I feel like this is probably one of the most well known Nicolas Cage action movies because it and I think John Woo does a great job with the action in it. But I don't think it's my favorite of that type. But I definitely enjoyed it. I think it's probably about like I don't think I enjoyed it more than Renfield. I don't. No, I think I'll put it next to Renfield. I think yeah. I think it's fine. All right. Acadian. This is one that came out at the same time as Long Legs, and this is the one I thought was gonna be worse than Long Legs, and actually I think I actually might have enjoyed it a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. I forget which one it was. I'll see how I feel about it, but where's Long Legs? Long Legs is there. I don't think I like. No, I think I enjoyed it less. But I was honestly surprised by this one. I thought it was gonna be way down in like D tier one up, but actually it was actually pretty well. I enjoyed it a decent amount. It's a bit of a knockoff of something like Quiet Place, but I don't think it's as much. But I think the main three cast here do a good job at it. It immediately gets you into the apocalypse, tells you what you need to know about this setting, gets you into the mood, lets you know immediately what you need to know, and just it gets you straight into the action into it, and just gets you involved in this world right away. I think I put it probably about like right there. I'd say yeah. All right. So keep going. How much do we have left? Yeah, we still have a good amount left. Shit. All right. Lord of War. This is also a classic Nicolas Cage movie. I mean, it's the story of Yuri Orlov. I think I liked it. I don't know how much I liked it though. I think it's probably A tier. We'll see. Definitely more than that. Definitely more than that. Definitely more than that. No. Yes. 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 That's the thing. My thought it has to be both. I liked Leyland's Devil was S tier, but also the AI generated images makes me drop it down there. But I don't know if I can just. So I don't know how much I need to justify putting anything above it. So I don't know. It's like I said, Leyland's Devil is in this weird limbo spot where I think it's S tier, but the problem is the AI images. I can't respect it enough to give it S tier, so I gotta put it somewhere there. Actually, you know what I might do is I'm gonna put Leyland's the Devil here in A tier. The whole thing about this is that it's S tier if they got rid of the images. If they got rid of the if there's a release of it that doesn't have the AI generated images and they release an official apology with it, it's S tier immediately. It goes up to S tier and goes up even higher. But that's my deal with it, I guess. I enjoyed Lord of War. There, there, there. Actually, no, I don't. I liked Lord of War. Color Out of Space. This one I liked it, but I don't know how much. But I don't know how much I liked it. It is a sci-fi movie based on H.P. Lovecraft with Nicolas Cage as the father. I think it's no. I don't think I like this much. No, 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 no. Actually, yeah, I did like it more. I no, I didn't. No, you go there. Perfect. Reanimator. I've seen Reanimator. I really liked Reanimator. I definitely need to get around to watching the sequels. I have the second one, the Bride of Reanimator. I've yet to get the third one. But I kind of want to do a double feature and just like watch the two sequels back to back, or at least I was just gonna watch Bride at some point. And I'll order the Beyond Reanimator at some point. But yeah, I really enjoyed Reanimator. I think it goes probably about like right there. I think yeah. Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes. I think is probably definitely one of my top Nicolas Cage movies. I see a lot of people. I do see. I don't see a lot of people talking about this one, which I don't know whether that means that people just don't haven't seen it, or they just don't care about, or they just don't like it. I really enjoyed it. I like the whole conspiracy angle of it. I like the whole mystery part of it, and I like the whole like watching Cage figure it out and go along with it. And I just enjoyed that style of the movie. I think it goes probably about like right here. I'd say actually I'll put it above Psycho. Actually no, I won't. I'm being very indecisive, I know, but that's just how it is right now. All right, so all right. Okay, all right. Another Nick Cage movie. On Bill Way to Town. I put all my Nick Cage movies together just so I can get them out of the way after what in my out of my collection out of the way. So, Master Talent. This is basically if you like Nick Cage, this is the movie. This is the movie made to try and capitalize off of that. It's fun. I liked it, but I don't know if how. But I don't think I liked it as much as someone. I think it's probably B tier. Like it's basically playing on the fact that you are a Nick Cage fan and you like Nick Cage and you want to see him playing himself in a movie. That's the whole stick of this one. I think it's probably about like right. I think it's probably right there. I'll put it next to Dream Scenario. Actually, I feel like I might move Dream Scenario up a bit more. I think yeah, I'm gonna move Dream Scenario up a bit more. I'm gonna put it about like right. I'm reevaluating it right now. I know. We'll put it right there. Yeah, below They Live. Adaptation. I hear a lot of good people. I know a lot of people talk about how good adaptation is, and honestly, I agree with them. I really enjoyed adaptation when I watched it. It's a the story of making. It's a story of making us of adapting adapting a book to this movie and the story of how of the screenwriter going ahead and doing it and just it's very meta, but it doesn't. But it's in a good way. I really enjoyed adaptation. It goes about like right I'll put it right there below Serial Mom. But yeah, Fool's Paradise. This is one I wanted to love. I wanted to love Fool's Paradise. This is Charlie Day's directorial debut, and if you don't know who he is Charlie from It's Always Sunny or Luigi from the Mario movie. If you watch that, I wanted to like this one. And the thing is, I can see the points of it that show that he has potential, but the script just doesn't. I don't think the movie. I just don't think the movie works for me. It's just a little too much of this thing happens to this guy and watch how it goes. So I think I gotta put it. I'm gonna put it right there. Like I said, it's a good. I think I liked it. It shows that he has potential, and I hope that I see who he makes. He does make a future directorial move. He does direct another movie after this. But I think this one just didn't pan out well. He just didn't. This script needed a little bit more time in the oven, I think. But I think the movie and it was just a little too much of just like here. This is how the Hollywood life is, and but comedically. And I think it needed a little bit more time to make it a little bit more of a narrative story. Clue, I loved. I also loved Clue. I loved Clue. It goes all it. This is the based off the board game, and I think they did a great job. This is a fun. It's a fun movie. It's got Tim Curry as the butler, and he's just chewing the scenery the whole time. I really enjoyed Clue. I think it goes up to yeah, it goes up to honestly I might give it S tier. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it S tier. I really enjoyed Clue. It is going up to it goes about no, I'll give it there. Actually, I'll put it. Yeah, I'll leave it there. And I'm putting Terminator 2 a little bit too far back than I wanted to, I think, but I just haven't rewatched it in a while. It'll probably go up after I rewatch it, but yeah. Anyway, next one, Mayhem. This is a movie about an infection where in an office building and they makes people go mad. Kind of like a zombie movie, but people still have the humanity to them. So it's an interesting idea, and I like the concept of it, and I think the action of it works, and the comedy works, but I think sometimes it just falls a little flat, and sometimes the characters just feel a little one note. Which, fair enough. The whole thing is that they're supposed to be just angry and whatnot, but with the infection, but I think it sometimes just doesn't feel right. So I think it goes about like right here. I think, yeah. The first Kingsman movie is going into A tier. I know it's going to A tier. It's going all the way up to A tier. Yeah, it's going to A tier. This is it starts up the Kingsman movies. I really enjoyed the first one. I thought it was a nice little way to introduce you to this world, and then you follow along as Eggsy goes along into the world of the Kingsman. And I think it has some good shocks in it. It has a good it is Samuel L. Jackson does a good job as the antagonist. I really enjoyed it. Got some good cameos in it as well. I just really enjoyed this movie. I think it's probably about like right. I'd put it above John Wick 4. Yeah, I'd say it's probably about like right. There, I'd say. Golden Circle just didn't live up to the original. I think I liked it. I just don't think it lived up enough to the original. I think I'm gonna put it B tier. I'm gonna probably put it probably about like right there. I think. Actually, do I like it more? Yeah, I like it more than Arcadian. Yeah. And then this is the King's Man. This one, I know. I think a lot of I heard a lot of people. I saw this. I knew this came out, and I heard nobody talk about it. I heard a lot of people saying negative things about it. But honestly, I liked it. Like I said, I might just be a Ray Fiennes fiend, but I like the little bait and switch they have with you in during the movie. I like the because I think it feels a little bit. I think it feels earned because they switch off. They do a good job making it switching the focus on the characters. I think they. I just I really I think this movie. I honestly think I enjoyed it more than Golden Circle. I think I don't know how much I enjoyed it more. Mm, I think I'm gonna put it right here, just a little bit higher, but I definitely enjoyed it more than Golden Circle. And I definitely feel like I understand why people have their problems with it, and I understand I do have my own problems with it, but I think it's better than Golden Circle, and I think it's still a pretty decent movie. Nobody is going into either A tier or S tier. This was a great action movie. I didn't think that Bob Odenkirk with his age right now could do an action movie, but he does it, and and he has some good fight scenes, and it's pretty good fight scenes in the movie. It's basically just what if John Wick had a family instead of a dog, and but actually no, it's not even if the because the family doesn't even get killed. It's just like well, does it get killing? Well, yeah, his family doesn't get killed in the movie. It's just pretty much just like if what if a dad just became John Wick for a bit. That's pretty much the whole point of the movie, and it's also because and there's also some other lore to it, which is interesting, but I don't think it really matters that much because you're watching because I think the action of the movie is just is pretty great. I think it goes probably about like right. I think it probably goes about like there. I'd say actually I'll put it there. No, not no. Actually, yeah, above Terminator. No, I can't put it above Terminator. All right. I think at some point I'm just gonna say I don't really care about where I put it in the area. I'm just gonna put it into tier and whatnot. Violent Night. Violent Night is the same group of people, action movie, same kind of style, but this time with Santa Claus with Christmas skin in with David Harbour instead of Bob Odenkirk. And I think it's I enjoyed it. I don't think. Oh, hold on. I actually moved. Not Kevin. Shit. Where did I put it? Shit. Shit. I moved it somewhere. Shit. I moved it somewhere I wasn't supposed to. I didn't mean to grab it. Uh, I don't know if it's gonna go back to where it was again, but I think it's. Yeah, it's gonna go there. Sure. Actually, I'll put it above you. All right. Back to no. Don't grab Abigail. Don't grab it. Move another one. Okay. Violent Night's gonna go up to B tier. Actually, no, it is gonna stay in B tier. It's I liked it, but it's a little. I think sometimes it gets a little too comedic. Whereas nobody had comedic moments, but it was integrated more better. And same thing with Bullet Train. I think this one just had some comedic moments, but it was maybe a little too comedic. Like I can understand like this being someone's like this like people I and like I said it's also a holiday movie, so you kind of only really watch it on the holidays. So I'm gonna say yeah, it's better than Killer Clown, better than Jurassic World, better than that, 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 better. No, it's staying. Actually, no, I do enjoy it more than that. I put it right. I put it after Mayhem. Yeah, put it after mayhem. There we go. Perfect. All right. Searching. Searching is a. I love the plot, the idea of searching. It's the plot of a father trying to find his daughter, but you can only. But the whole plot, but the whole like, style of the movie is it's from the perspective of his desktop. Of his desktop. If you've never seen this movie, I highly recommend you go watch it because it does a great job at like integrating into those features and like how far his search goes and through like how through all of the digital life and like the digital. Basically, it shows like it basically it's a. I can't explain it too much without giving away the plot, but it's a great movie. I highly recommend it. It's an S tier plot. It's S tier. It's going S tier. It is going in. It's going right here. I highly recommend you watch people watch Searching. I don't know if how popular. I don't think it's that popular, but I highly recommend people go watch Searching. It's a great movie. Missing is is the same people who did Searching and they made a second one. I don't think it's as good as the as Searching. I watched it before I watched Searching, and I thought it was pretty good. And now I rewatched it after I watched Searching, and I did realize like, yeah, no, this isn't as good. This is not as good. So I think it's just like I like the style, but I didn't like the plot as much. So I'm putting it, but I still think it's a good movie. I think it's probably about like A tier right there. I'll say because basically it's just a different. It's Searching, but in a different but in a different format with like a more modern, like stylized and like with how a younger teenager would try and search around and find stuff. Murder on the Orient Express is going above. Is going. Where did I put? Where did I put Haunting in Venice? I need to move this above that Haunting in Venice because this is. I loved Murder on the Orient Express. I really enjoyed it. I think it's probably my favorite. It's because I really like the mystery of it. I think the cast does a great job and they do the mystery of it perfectly. I really enjoyed Murder on the Orient. I think it probably goes about like right. Probably goes about like right. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I can put it above Gladiator 2. Yeah, I'll put it there. Alright, there we go. Okay, and then we are going to move on to Death of the Nile. I'll be honest, Death of the Nile just didn't work for me. I think this movie has not aged, has, I think, I don't know, I don't want to say it has aged well because it literally just came out, but I think some of the cast choices were odd. I think, mainly the fact, I think just some of the cast just, yeah, I think some of the casting choices were pretty odd and I think this one just didn't click for me. I think it was a bit too like the mystery was a bit too obvious. Like well, like the obvious like it just there just wasn't a lot going on. It was just like he questions the suspects, and then something happens, and questions something happens. Whereas, but it's not like the things on into the interrogations aren't interesting. He basically like what who are you? What did you do? Where were you? This is what's going on. Whereas in Orient Express, he actually like it's a lot more like interesting. They each have their own like little plot as to why they might not want him as to what's going on and to why they might want him dead and as to why they're being very secretive about what's going on and whatnot. And then next one we have is Reservoir Dogs. This is the beginning of my Quentin Tarantino list here. We have, but yeah, we have Reservoir Dogs. This is going into B tier. I don't think this is my favorite Tarantino movie, but actually, well, it might go up to A tier. I think. I definitely like it. I don't. I like it. Definitely more. Yeah, it's gonna go into A tier. I'll say it goes probably about like right. Mm, yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I can't put it above adaptation. Yeah, all right. I should move adaptation up a little bit more. I think I'm gonna move it a bit higher up. Yeah, that seems right. And I'll move Sugar Mom up a bit more as well. And I'll move Visible Dogs to up a bit more as well. So yeah, that feels right. That feels better. I'll move John Wick above Satu as well. All right. Next we're gonna be next is Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction is a I think I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure either this is my favorite or the other one I'm going to talk about is my favorite Tarantino. Not the next one, but one of the later ones we're going to be talking about. But this is probably one of my top ones. I like this movie. I like the style of it. I don't care about the fact that the story's all jumbled up and whatnot. I think it works for the story and to like change up the speed of pace at whenever it needs to. I think you get that. I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's my top one. I don't think it's my top Tarantino. I think the other one I enjoy more is gonna go up there. But this one can go is definitely an S tier. I think it's definitely a top one. I'm gonna say it is. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there. Do I think it's better than Clue? No, I'll leave it there. Like I said, I think I'm losing my little like where things go in like the top lit and some of the list areas because I'm just like I don't think I put them in right now, but I'm gonna leave them as is because we need to get through this and I'm gonna spend. We're gonna be here for 4 hours, I guess, because this looks like it's gonna take us another half an hour to get through, if that. But yeah, Inglorious Bastards. This is S. This is S tier. This is going into actually no, not S tier. This is A tier. But we're in A tier. I enjoyed Inglorious Bastards. I really enjoyed it, but I don't think it's my top. I don't think it's one of my top ones. I think it's. I definitely. I really enjoyed it. I think it's the thing. That's the thing. I think a lot of the videos just like I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed Hans. I really think I really enjoyed Hans Landa out of it. I think he. There's a reason why he won. Why Christoph Waltz won a supporting actor award. And it's because he does. He's just the smarmiest little. He's just the smarmiest guy, and he knows that he has a high position, and he knows that they can just wave it over everyone. And that's I think he overshadows the movie a bit. But I think the main plots are still pretty interesting. And I think there's some bits of it I just move a little bit slow and like I just don't like. I think some parts of it I think a lot of it is good, but there's some parts I just feel like they're just set pieces into it just to make it a little bit more actiony or just like to exposit a bit and whatnot. So I'm gonna put it probably about like right. I'll probably put it about like there. I'll say. All right, there we go. All right, next one. Django. Django, I thought was fine. I didn't really. I'm not a big fan of westerns all that much. I know there's a lot. A lot of people I know are into westerns a lot, but it's just westerns aren't aren't usually my thing. But I thought this was fine. I will say it's probably B tier. I'd say. I like I said I enjoyed it, but I know westerns aren't usually my cup of tea, so it just doesn't go up as high as I think as for some people it might. So we go put it probably about like right. Mm, yeah, I'll go there. I'll put it there. Next one, The Hateful Eight. This is my favorite Tarantino. This is my favorite Tarantino. I just like the suspense and like the character mode, like the character interactions out of it, and how like the whole like where you get a good sense of like who each character is and why they're here, what's going on with them, what their character is, and then the movie just flips it a bit, and I think it does it too. It just does it, and I think that I just prefer that over Pulp Fiction more. So this is going up to. This is gonna go up to probably about like I can't put it. No. Yeah, I'll put it there. I'll put it after Evil Dead. Yeah, I think Hateful Eight's probably my favorite Tarantino. I think like I said, I think definitely watch the extended edition. The extended edition has way more like understanding each of the characters, and I think that's probably the best way to go into it. And it's like a 4-part series instead of like a full movie. I think that's the best way to watch it is to watch the extended edition on. I think it's on Netflix still, maybe. I don't know. I wanted to like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood more than I did. I just didn't. It like I said, I wanted to like it, and but I just couldn't. I just felt like the movie felt like it was just going along and showing you the lives of these people, but it didn't really have like a good like I didn't feel like there wasn't like a strong antagonist. Like they pop in the main antagonist at the end of the movie, but he doesn't really do much to like antagonize until the end. So I just don't think it's. I just think it's a bit weaker. So I think I'm gonna put it probably about like right. I think it's probably gonna go about like right. I'll probably put it about like right. I'm trying to figure out what I want to put. I'll put it there. Sure. Actually, I'll move it. I'll move it up a bit. Yeah. Okay. Next one. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I'll be honest. I didn't get this entirely the first time I watched it. As I went through, I got it more and more. But I feel like I need to rewatch this just to again. I need to rewatch this later on. But I'm probably gonna wait a bit before I rewatch it. But yeah, I'm going to put it probably about like. Yeah, I'll put it there. I like 2001, but I don't think it's my top one of my top movies. but because I think I just need to rewatch it and just get more opinions on it. I really enjoyed Green Knight. I enjoyed Green Knight. I went into this thinking I knew what it was going to be about, and I didn't. But it was, but yeah, I enjoyed the whole like little hero's journey he goes on. I think I think he I know I think I really enjoyed the evolution of Dev Patel's character in here. I think he does a good job at going from really becoming a knight and becoming a hero and whatnot. And I think I really enjoyed that. So I'm gonna probably put it in about like eight here. I think, and I definitely enjoyed it more than. I think I put Lost World a little too high up here. I think I'm putting it down more towards. Yeah, I'm gonna put it down towards there more. Alright, Green Knight is gonna go probably about like right. Yeah, right there. Sounds good. Seems good. Alright, now we're getting to Eggers. I put these on here because I was gonna go see Nosferatu, and I was like, you know what? I want to talk about Eggers' other movies. The Vivitch. It's not my favorite Eggers movie, and I know it's odd to say because you know that Nosferatu's up there, but I think that this movie is going up to A tier. It's a great. I like the movie. I actually no. I'm gonna put like I'll put that up in A tier. I'll put this in B tier. Um. No, no. Actually, yeah, I'll put you there. I like the Vivitch, but I like the one that comes after it a lot more than it. More than it. I like the Lighthouse more. I enjoyed. I think some of my favorite movies are just like a small cast of characters who are just dealing with a problem, and they just like tensions rise out of their own character traits. I honestly think this is an S tier movie. I highly recommend people go watch it. I think this and Nosferatu are the best shows of Robert Eggers' filmmaking, and I don't think I like it as much as you. No, 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 no. Yeah, I like you more. Actually, I think. No, I can't put you while Evil Dead. But yeah, so put that there. The Northman is the break in the mold because this is him directing, but it's not really a horror movie. It's more of like an action Viking movie. And honestly, I think it's fine. I don't really. I think he has a style of horror. He does a better job with the historical horror. I think a lot of people haven't really seen this movie, and that's fair enough because it kind of breaks the mold. I think it's fine. I think this is probably a. I think it's. I enjoyed a bit of it, but I think it also just felt wrong to watch. I think the set piece, the setting of it, and how the style of it works, but I think the story of it is just a little bit weak. Like it starts off on a high and then just kind of fiddles out a little bit more and more until you get to the end and it works at the end. It's kind of like it's like a valley here. You start off good, you end good, but you have that little slump in the middle where it just doesn't work, and that middle is most of the movie. So yeah. Next one, Hereditary. Hereditary. We're getting into Ariaster's movies. This is Hereditary. Hereditary is an A movie. I'm putting it up to an A because I really enjoyed Hereditary, but I like Midsummer more, and we'll get to Midsummer soon. But I think I like the tragedy aspect of Hereditary a lot, but I think I prefer the bleakness of Midsummer more, which is odd to say because it's a movie all in daylight. But yeah, so Hereditary is gonna go. No, I'm gonna put it below Green Knight. Honestly, I prefer the Green Knight. All right, Midsummer. I really enjoyed Midsummer. I thought this was I loved the ending. I loved how the cold opening of the beginning. I loved the middle bit of it where you get all the act we get to see who the horror people are and whatnot. I think this is an S tier movie. I think this is probably my favorite of Ari Aster's movies here, and this is deservingly an S tier. And I think it goes probably about like I think it goes probably there. I think that feels. Actually, no, I like more than Creep Show. I don't think I can put it above Search. Can I? I don't know. We'll put it above Creep Show. Yeah. All right. Bo is Afraid. This is another one. I want to do the same thing with Bo is Afraid because I had seen both Hereditary and Midsummer after they had already been in theaters and gone out. And I was like, oh, if I do the same thing for Bo is Afraid, if I do the same thing where I go see Bo is Afraid, I'll be happy and won't like it. I thought it was fine. I didn't really I'll be honest, I didn't really get it the first time I watched it. When I watched it again, I kind of got it more, but I still think it's a bit odd and it just doesn't feel like Ari Aster. Like the style of it does, but the plot style of it doesn't really feel like an Ari Aster like usual movie. But I guess it's not really his fault. It's more of whoever did. I forget who. I don't know who did the scripts for those movies. Maybe he might have switched the script writer, or maybe the script writer just had a different idea and they just didn't work. But yeah, it just didn't. I just don't think it worked as well. But I think I enjoyed. And also the problem is that it's just a long movie. You go through it just goes on and on and on and just like if it was shorter and it was didn't work, I could give it a little bit more credit. But it just goes on and on and on and I feel like I just need I yeah, like I said, I feel like I maybe I just didn't get it, but I just feel like I didn't really enjoy I enjoyed parts of it, but I didn't really get the full message of it. There's some good imagery in it, and there's some good like set pieces in it, but I don't think the full movie just lines up right. There we go. Joker. I hear a lot of people talking about saying Joker's a top tier movie, and honestly, I think it's fine. I don't think it's. I understand why Joaquin Phoenix would have won the Oscar for act, would have won an Oscar for this. At least I think he did. I think he did win an Oscar for this, but I can understand why he does a good job at. He does a good performance of it, but I don't think the movie is like all that high up and whatnot. I was gonna go and which is why I was a bit hesitant to go see Joker 2, and that fucking bombed. So I'm happy I didn't go see that piece. But yeah, I think Joker's probably about like right there. I'd say. All right, Cinderella Man. I adored Cinderella Man. I think it's a nice. It's kind of a cozy story. It's kind of like the type. I'll be honest. It's kind of it's a bit cheesy. It's a bit like hey, this is Russell Crowe. He's the main character. He's a boxer. Watch the movie. But I think it works well. I think I enjoyed my time with Cinderella Man. I thought it was pretty nice. I think it goes probably about like I'd say probably mm, no no. Actually, yeah, I'll put you there. All right. Next one, Friday the 13th Part Two. I'll be honest. I prefer Friday the 13th over Friday the 13th Part Two. I just think that I think I know I think I prefer I don't know maybe it's just me but I prefer, but honestly I do really enjoy I really enjoy Pamela Voorhees as the killer in the original. I think because she just has a whole lot of emotion. I think Betsy Palmer just also just puts a lot of emotion into the role, and she basically she just she fits perfectly as Pamela Voorhees. I think part two is fine, but I don't think I enjoyed it as much as I did the original. So for that, I'm gonna put it down here after. Actually, I'll put it above me. No, I won't put it above American Psycho. I'll put it down. Yeah, I liked it more than the birds. All right, all right. Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I thought I wasn't gonna like Oppenheimer. I thought a long movie about a true story and I usually and some of the time and a long movie about a true story. I usually stuff that I don't really care about. But I actually really liked Oppenheimer. I thought I liked the acting. I liked the story structure of it. I think Christopher Nolan did a good job with it. I understand why this won Best Picture because honestly, fair enough. I understand it, and I think it deserved it. I think I'm gonna put it, and I think I'm on, and honestly, I feel like I'm gonna put it into S tier probably because I just think it. I think it will. It just is. I don't know. Should I put it in S tier? Yeah, I liked it. I liked it more than everything in A tier. I'm gonna put it in S tier. I think it probably goes about like mm, definitely more than you. Definitely more than you. Actually, I'll put it below that. Like I said, this is less of a these are all better made movies and more of like a I have more fun of I just enjoyed these more than I did Oppenheimer because I think sometimes it just gets a little bit too long and sometimes it just focuses on a bit too much on like unnecessary bits. But I definitely understand why this was a best picture why this won best picture last year and honestly fair enough. I agree that this is probably the blockbuster and made a lot and probably the more critical success, but I just preferred these a lot. But I had fun with these a lot more than I did but then sitting around for 3 hours watching Oppenheimer. Because I think if you can give me the same impression as a movie that's shorter, if a movie that's shorter can give me a better impression of give me the same impression as a movie that's 3 hours long, I think that movie is probably better because you gave it to me in a shorter run time. But RoboCop is also going to go into S tier because it's fucking RoboCop. Who can someone explain to me why RoboCop should be in S tier? It's a wonderful movie, and I'm surprised it took me this long to actually watch it because I only watched it this year. But it is a great movie. It is a great commentary. It's a fun action movie, and it is just yeah, it is wonderful. RoboCop can go about probably somewhere around here. I think. I think it's Bull Chain's better. I like I think RoboCop's better honestly. I really like Bullet Train. I really like Bullet Train. I highly recommend it every time when someone asks me for a movie that they probably haven't seen and I recommend they watch because all these ones all these ones besides No Surgery because it just came out. I feel like all these ones people probably know about. Maybe not Terrifier 2, but that's a sequel. I think I'm gonna tell them to watch the first one, but I don't want to recommend them a sequel right away. But Bullet Train, I highly recommend people watch, especially if you're a big fan of action or like the cast like Brad Pitt and Joey King and Aaron Taylor Johnson. Rampage, honestly, I want to like once again I want to like Rampage, but it's a Dwayne the Rock Johnson film, and it just feels like a Dwayne the Rock Johnson film. Feels like he's trying to take the main character, and I feel like they just didn't adapt it well. This is based off of the Midway arcade game, and I love that Midway arcade game, but I'll be honest, I just didn't like Rampage. I think it's probably about it's a cheesy action movie, but I don't think it fit. It's like a endearing cheesy action movie. It just didn't hit with me. And I think they should. I think this is not the right way. This was not the way because the thing is they also changed it so it's not people who turn into animals who are rampaging. It's just animals that have mutated because of the comet and whatnot and just become a giant and giants. But yeah, I don't think that definitely don't watch Rampage. I don't think it's a good adaptation at all. World War Z. I hear a lot of people talking about World War Z. I'll be honest. I think I have other zombie movies I prefer over World War Z. I just. It's a good movie. I'm not gonna lie. It is a good movie. I just can't. I just think that Brad Pitt's character is a bit is bland. I think the set pieces. I think the I think the set pieces are nice and the zombie effects are nice. But I think that I think the zombies are terrifying. But I think that like I said, Brad Pitt's character is just kind of a bit. It's just kind of bland. He's just like your generic protagonist who wants to help his family and just move along and just not and try and save the world. But so I think he's kind of a bit bland in that. So I'm gonna put it probably about like I want to say A tier, but I also don't know how high A tier I want to give it to it. It's either A tier or B tier, honestly. I'll put it above Wishmaster and above 99. I'll put it there, sure. All right, so what? All right, continuing on. So next one is Pet Cemetery. Pet Cemetery is a it's not an F movie. Don't worry. I really enjoyed Pet Cemetery. I think that it's a bit. I think some bits of it are a bit too comedic, but I think that the general idea of it and the general style of it just works well, and I think I enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it. The question is how much did I enjoy it? I don't think it was it. I think it was better. I think I'll put it there. Yeah, perfect. Sweeney Todd. When I say I don't usually like musicals, it's very rare that I like a musical. Sweeney Todd is my best exception to what musicals I do like. I love Sweeney Todd. I thought this musical was great. I think that the cast was great. I think that the story was great. I really enjoyed this. This is going into S tier, by the way. I guess S for Sweeney, but I think this is my favorite musical so far. I have Little Shop of Horrors on my list because I want to try it out and see I want to see how it is. I was told that it's a good movie. I want to see it, and I know it's got Rick Moranis who was in Ghostbusters and a bunch of other and like Spaceballs and whatnot. So, but I really enjoyed the old Sweeney Todd's. So I'm putting this up here. Yeah, that seems right. I really enjoyed Sweeney Todd. I thought it's a wonderful musical. really enjoyed it. Crawl. I got this as part of the Paramount Scares collection. I thought this was pretty. I thought this was a pretty nice idea. It looked. I thought this was gonna be a generic horror movie. Like it's like a with like a random idea that just like put insert into it. But no, it had a good plot to it honestly. And I think the creature effects was pretty good. I think the kills were pretty good. I enjoyed my time with it. I think that I will probably put Crawl probably about somewhere in B2. I think I can't put it too high up. I think the relationship between the main characters is probably the best. I think is surprisingly good for the movie. I think I'm probably gonna put it probably about like right. I think there I'll put it. Actually, no, I'll put it above Ratcatcher. Yeah. Gladiator is going into S tier. I loved Gladiator. It is. I was shown this, but this was part of this. This is a movie that my dad showed me, and honestly, fair enough, man. This is a reason why this also won Best Picture. This is a great movie. It's a classic. There's a reason why it also they made a sequel this year because honestly, you make money off of this thing. Yeah, this is gonna go about right wherever I deem worthy of it. I'm gonna say probably about like no, I can't put it above RoboCop. I'll put it there. All right, next one. It is Argo. I liked Argo. I thought it was a pretty good movie. I know that's a lot. It's another one where it's like a real life story that's kind of been mangled a bit, but I thought the story to it was pretty alright. I think it's probably B two. I'd say. Where do I want to put it? Is that a B two or A tier? I want to say. I'd say probably B two. We'll go with, and I'll say probably about like yeah. I'll put it above Kingsman. Yeah. All right. Next one, The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise. I thought this was alright. It's a bit questionable, but but it's fine. You want to watch it. You want to watch a Revolutionary War guy be a samurai, played by Tom Cruise. Basically, watch Tom Cruise be a samurai. This is your movie for it. We'll put it C tier. I'll say probably about like there. I'll say actually no. I'll put it above Dominion and above Sympathy for the Devil. Yeah, there we go. All right, next one we have Spaceballs. All right, next one. All right. This is my favorite of Mel Brooks's movies. I loved this as a kid. I love this now. I think this is like I said. It's probably my top one. But then again, I also did recently watch Men in Tights, and that was also pretty good. So I don't know. I think this is a classic in my opinion. I can't rate it too low. I love this movie. So I'm gonna put it. Actually, no, I'll put it above you and you. Yeah, I'll put it there. That seems perfect. That seems perfect there. All right. So Men in Tights. Like I said, Men in Tights. It's aged worse than Spaceballs. I think it's aged worse. But it's aged better than Blazing Saddles, but worse than Spaceballs. And I think that we have. But I still think it's an A tier movie. I really enjoyed this. I recently rewatched it, and I still had fun with it. I rewatched this while I was making this list, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put this back on this. This is a great movie. Yeah, this is going in where do I put it above Green Knight? Mm, yeah, I'll put it below Green Knight because it's not just a good comedy. It also has a good story to it. It's both joking about the Robin Hood story, but also doing a good Robin Hood story. So I enjoyed it. It's Saving Private Ryan. If you once again, if you need a question where Saving Private Ryan goes, you don't know. You need to get out from under a rock. This is a it's a classic movie. It's a classic for a reason. This is Spielberg. This is Spielberg at the big Spielberg when he was big old doing good Spielberg making all the hit movies and whatnot. I think that this is a top movie. I think it's probably yeah. I like it more than Oppenheimer. Yeah, I'll put it there. 1917, I think is a nice recent hit that we had, and I really enjoyed 1917. I don't know how high I'm gonna rank it though. It's been a bit since I've seen it because I watched it like a couple years ago, but I did enjoy it when I watched it. So yeah, I'm gonna put it probably about like right up. here somewhere. I'm probably gonna, is it A? Yeah, I put would be A. I'll say. Yeah, yeah. No, no. Okay, yeah, we'll put it above. There we go. Perfect. All right, Braveheart. This one, I think it's fine. I don't think it's aged well, especially when you got Mel Gibson as in the lead role, and I think it's also I know it's not like all that historically accurate, but I think it's a fine action movie. But I don't think I'm gonna put it up higher than B. I think it's probably like, mm, yeah, I'll put it there. I think that's fine. League of Their Own. This is a nice little comedy. A nice little comedy about the what happened at the during World War. It was either World War I or World War II when they had the women's baseball league because they need to make money off sports. This was a nice little movie. I think Tom Hanks' character is a little bit too unlikable, but I think most of the other characters and the jokes in it are pretty fun. Not well jokes, but not but comedy in it is pretty fun. So I'd say it's probably there. I'd say I enjoyed League of Their Own. Hidden Figures. This is also this is a fairly recent movie. I say recent. It's like 2018, 2019, I think. It's a like I said. This was basically like a little collection of like historical movies I watched about. I think I watched these for like a school assignment, and it was like I felt like I might as well put them on here because I know I've seen them at all. I thought this was a pretty good movie. I'd say it's probably about like I'd probably say it's probably there. I'd say pretty a decent movie. 12 Years a Slave. I thought it was alright. I think it's a bit too. I think it's a bit too like focusing on. But like I'll say I know there's like I said I think I prefer the Amistad over 12 Years a Slave, but I'm not leaving it down in C tier. I'm leaving it up in B tier. But I'm just saying like it's a similar style about like the injustices of slavery, but I think I prefer Amistad's way of going about it with the legal battle, whereas just showing the what the problem is with slavery is, which I don't think we really need to know because slavery is wrong and whatnot. And if I need to tell you that, I don't want to be talking to you. But yeah, so yeah, 12 Years a Slave I'll say is probably there, and Amistad is probably an A tier one. Yeah, Amistad goes about right. Yeah, I'll put it Amistad there. I mean, what's I feel, yeah. All right. Then we have Spotlight. Fairly recent movie. I thought it was pretty fine. I thought it was I. It's an interesting site into like the news stories and whatnot about the. I'll let you guys watch it to figure out what it's all about and whatnot. Because I feel like if I talk too much about what it's about, I might get sent down the rabbit hole and not be seen again. But yeah, so we are going to. So yeah, I think Spotlight's probably gonna go probably about like yeah, I'll say a play there. I think I might move Hidden Figures down a bit too much, a little bit more. I think I might move down to yeah, I think I move Hidden Figures down to here. I think probably yeah, I'll put it there. I think yeah, that sounds good. All right, Schindler's List, another Spielberg movie. I just put a lot of Spielberg movies and I know I've seen. So Schindler's List. I think this is also a classic. I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit less of a classic. It's a little bit but I think it's and I think I know some people have a problem with the black and white filter, but the movie was perfectly fine without color, and I think it's perfect. I think it's uses the fact that it's just black and white to its advantage. So I'm gonna give it probably about like a. I'll probably take it about like we'll say up here. I'll say there we go. Okay. Raiders of the Lost Ark is a classic, and I don't think I need to say anything else about that because I think everyone here knows what Indiana Jones is. I think we all know why it's a classic. It's going all the way to the top here. So yeah, I don't need to explain it too much. I don't feel like I need to explain it too much, but Indiana Jones is a classic, so it's going up here, and it's going about right. Yeah, I think. Yeah, like Raiders of the Lost Ark more than that. All right, so Temple of Doom. I thought it was all right. I didn't think. I don't think it's. I think it's probably B tier. I'd say. definitely not the weakest of the movies. It definitely, because like I said, we'll get into that one of my thoughts on Crystal Skull soon, but I think it's probably about like here I'd say. Actually no, I like it more than Violent Act. We'll say it's probably here I'd say. Actually no, yeah, we'll put it back there. Yeah, perfect. Alright, Last Crusade. I like The Last Crusade. I think The Last Crusade is better than Temple of Doom. I don't think I think it's probably A tier. I think maybe it's just because I like Sean Connery in it and that inclusion into it, and I think it was a nice little twist change on the formula. And I think also maybe a little bit more back to basics with the usual. I think you could say, but I enjoyed it. I think it's probably yeah, definitely probably there. I'd say. All right. Next we have Crystal Skull, and this is a D tier movie. I do not like Crystal Skull. I do not care about it. I've seen the other three countless times. I've only seen Crystal Skull once in its entirety, and I just don't care for it. I just don't think it's as good as the OG3. So for that, I'm gonna put that probably about like right there, I'd say, because I'd be more willing to watch Indiana Jones than I am Rampage or any of the other ones here. But yeah, so and then Jaws is also a classic. Once again, I don't think I need to explain it too much to you guys. You guys know what Jaws is. I know what Jaws is. It's big shark that goes by nom 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 on people. Jeff, I guess you can say Jeff Ultra. But it's in me S two. Me S two. It goes about mm, yeah, it goes there. I'd say I'd say it goes there. I say. Okay, quickly do one more thing. All right, there we go. All right, so we need to keep working on this. I am taking too long with this. All right, let's keep moving. All right, so Jaws 2 is an yeah, Jaws 2 is probably. I know some people complain about Jaws 2. I like Jaws 2. I think it's a fine continuation. I don't think it's A tier. I think it's probably B tier at the best, but I don't think it's a big problem with it. I'm gonna say it's probably yeah, probably there B tier. Jaws 3D is D tier. I actually is it F tier? Is that a D tier or F tier? I gotta think about it. Would I watch Death and Honor over Jaws 3D? Yes. Would I not watch Spy over Jaws 3D? Yes. Would I watch Nefarious over Jaws 3D? I haven't really said I'm gonna rewatch it, but probably yes. Actually, no. We'll put Jaws 3D down there. I think. And then Jaws Revenge. I'll be honest. I actually like Jaws Revenge more than 3D. I actually kind of like Jaws of Revenge. I think it's a little bit more like it's a little bit more melodramatic, but I think it work. But honestly, it kind of works for me. I'm not gonna say it's B tier. I can't put it up that high, but I can at least say it's like right. I can at least say it's right here-ish at least. It's fine. The Terminal I really liked. I liked Terminal. I think it's. I'll be honest. A lot of people say that to really enjoy Forrest Gump. Terminal is my version of Forrest Gump. I enjoy. I liked. I think Tom Hanks is just perfect as what's the character's name? Oh, it's been too long. I forget what his name is, but I think he does a great job at it, and it's just an entertaining story. And I think he's yeah. I just really enjoyed the movie, and I watched it on Netflix twice. Basically whenever I see it on Netflix and it says like it's back, I'm like, you know what, I might as well rewatch it. So I'm gonna put it in A tier here, and we'll say it's probably there. Yeah, we'll say it's A tier. Castaway, same another Tom Hanks movie. This is one that that I was like I think I caught this on TV. I want to say when it was going on when it was like being shown on like a channel on just a movie channel, and I really enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. I think like I said, I've heard a lot about Castaway, and I know like the Wilson for longer than way before I had heard about the movie, but I liked it. I would say it's probably um I'd say it's probably there. I'd say Stand and Deliver. This is one that that my calculus teacher was like, was like just show us to the class as like after the AP after we did the AP test and whatnot. I honestly I liked it. I don't think I know a lot of I don't think I've seen a lot of what James Edward Olmos's films. I know what happened with American Me. I don't know if I should watch that one, but we'll see about it. We'll see. Maybe I will get around to it. Maybe I might be able to look past the bodies, but we'll see. But I did like Stand Deliver. Yeah. Yeah. I'll put it there. I liked it. Actually, nah, I might move it a bit down a bit more. We'll put it down. Yeah, I'll put it down there. Yeah. All right, Catch Me If You Can. I actually, I did like Catch Me If You Can. I enjoyed it. It was, where is it? I thought I liked the little chemistry between DiCaprio and Hanks. I liked the little relationship throughout the movie. I think they did a perfect job on both their roles. I think, yeah, it was. I liked it. It was nice. I'm gonna put it probably about. mm, There, yeah. Now I guess yeah, DiCaprio running straight into Tom Hanks again. I guess. What comedic thing? Forrest Gump. I'll be honest. I like Forrest Gump, but I think it's a little too overhyped. And for that, I'm gonna put it in B tier. I hear way too many people. I feel like this is the movie I hear talked about that I've heard the name of more often than any other. And I just think it's a little too over talked about and overhyped. But it's a good movie. I'm not gonna lie, it's a good movie. But I just hear way too much from coming from people talking about movies, and I hear too many people talk about Forrest Gump. I get it, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it's as good. It's that good. Platoon. I watched because I know Willem Dafoe was in it, and I was looking, and I was like, you know what? I've heard enough about Platoon. I've heard enough about Platoon. I wanted to see what it's like, and it was fine. I liked it. It was. I think it was probably about like yeah, that seems right. Alien's an S tier. Alien is a straight up S tier, and I cannot say anything else about it because it is a straight up S tier. But yeah, so it is a straight up S tier, and it is going all the way up to S tier. And I say, if you do not agree with me, watch the movie yourself. It is obviously an S tier. I will say, Aliens is not getting into S tier. I'm just gonna come out here and say it. Aliens is not getting into S tier. If any of you are questioning it, but yeah, Alien goes right up to honestly goes up here, up here, up here, up here, up here. Actually, yeah, up here, up here. Yeah, it goes there. That seems right. And then we have good old. What's going on? Please, there we go. We have Aliens here. Aliens is going to A tier, not S tier, because I want to like Aliens, and I do like Aliens, but I don't like it as much as I do the. I don't like the action movie aspect of it more than I do more Aliens, and I can see a little bit more faults with that. And I think it's a little too actiony for the original horror premise for me, and it's gonna go into A tier, but it's gonna go into a high A tier. It's gonna go right there. I think, yeah, that seems right. All right, and then we have Alien 3, and honestly, I give Alien 3 some credit. I don't think it's as bad as some people say. I do think it's bad, and actually, I'll put it down here D tier then. I don't think it's as bad as some people say, but I do think it's bad. I do think there's some gaming qualities to it, but I don't think it's. But I do think it's. I don't think it's. But I definitely see why it's definitely bad. I agree with that. Alien Resurrection is going into F tier, but it's going in the highest F tier because it's bad, but it's like so it could easily have been like I could have easily have said I just dislike it, but it's just not. It's just a little too catchphrasy, a little too actiony. It's basically at least with three, was a little bit more horror like. Four, they go back to action again, but it just doesn't work because it's a lot. It's even worse, and it just yeah, I don't like Alien Resurrection. But Prometheus, funnily enough, I do actually like Prometheus. Say Prometheus is probably B tier. I enjoyed Prometheus. I think that people were a little too harsh on Prometheus when it came out initially. I think Ridley Scott backpedaled a little too much when he was making Covenant, which we will get to. But I liked Prometheus. Like I said, I did enjoy Prometheus. I think that Prometheus is probably there. I'll say. Like I said, I can forgive a lot of the faults of Prometheus, but I think Ridley Scott backpedaled too hard with Covenant, and which is why it's gonna go like right. I think Covenant's gonna go right there. Actually, no, it's gonna go above Meg 2. I think he battled way too hard with Covenant, and it just doesn't, and you can feel it, and it just is a little too much. Like, hey, I know we were going too far ahead, but now we're actually gonna get to the origins of aliens, and it's like, what? No, no, now you're just rushing into it. Now you just and worsen Prometheus with that. But I will say, Godzilla minus one is a either an A tier or an S tier. I did enjoy Godzilla minus one. I watched it off of Netflix, and that was the wrong way for me to watch it because I was like, I should have watched this in theaters. I've been trying to watch it in theaters, and I just never got around to doing it. And eventually I watched it on Netflix. It was on Netflix, and I was like, damn it, I should have watched this in theaters. Damn it. Yeah, Godzilla minus one. And once again, congratulations on the team for winning the visual effects Oscar. I definitely they definitely deserved it with that Godzilla design. I highly recommend it. Recommend watching this movie. Do I? No, I can't say I like it more than Glorious Bastards. Yeah, A Few Good Men. I do really like A Few Good Men. Funnily enough, I tried to foreshadow it last night with the Code Red joke, but we didn't get to this part of the stream here last night, so it didn't work. But yeah, so we move it all the way up here. I think it's an A tier movie. Yeah, I really do like A Few Good Men. I think I prefer this over Top Gun. I'll be honest. I prefer the Few Good Men style of the military movie than I did Top Gun Maverick. Uh, let's see. How far ahead do I want to give it? I do like it. It is a pretty good comedy. I'll say it is. Do I like it more than Reservoir Dogs? I like it more than Reservoir Dogs. I like it more than Team Up. I can't say I like it more than Adaptation. My Cousin Vinny is an S tier. This is my favorite legal movie ever, and it's also a wonderful comedy. I think Joe Pesci. I think this is probably my favorite movie with Joe Pesci in it, which is odd to say because Home Alone's also on this list. But I think Joe Pesci does great as Vinny, and I think he just put it, movie feels like it's either this or Weekend at Bernie's. It just feels most like the movies of that time when it of just like the somewhat sizable scale, the comedic premise, and just letting the comedy unfold with your main characters. I really enjoyed My Cousin Vinny. It's going up here and then top here. I'll be honest. It's going up here. It's above Nosferatu. It's above that. Even above Spaceballs, I'll say. I really enjoyed. I only watched it recently for the first time, and I just really enjoy. I definitely enjoyed My Cousin Vinny. I'll say, yeah. I think Hot Fuzz is better. Home Alone is also going in S tier. It is going in S tier. It is an S tier movie. I know it's Christmas themed, I've watched Home Alone before when it's not Christmas and it still works, and it I think only the first Home Alone's on here. I didn't put any other ones because I didn't want to talk about all the god awful sequels. But yeah, Home Alone's a classic. I can't put it too low. I'll put it. How high do I want to put it up there? Now the problem is I'm just debating which ones are more classic than other ones. Yeah, you go up there because Home Alone is just a classic. I watch it. I watch Home Alone at least once every year when Christmas rolls around, and sometimes when I was a kid, I watched it a lot more than I probably should than I usually would. But yeah, Whiplash. Whiplash is a movie I only watched recently, and now I'm wishing I watched more movies by Damien Chazelle. I wish I had seen Babylon in theaters. I know people shit on Babylon, but I actually kind of wish I had seen it in theaters to see what it was like. But I really enjoyed Whiplash. I definitely think it's a top movie for me. I am gonna say it goes up here. I'd say it's even better than Get Out, better than Friday the 13th, better than Sweeney Todd. I guess if you if you count it as a musical because it is music about music, you could say this is my favorite musical then, but I wouldn't count it because it's not like musical or like a musical. I'm saying that, but I think Whiplash is definitely a top movie for me. I'm saying, do I like it more than My Cousin Vinny? I don't think I like it more than My Cousin Vinny. I really the moment when I watched Whiplash, I wasn't expecting a lot, and then I came out of it like, oh my gosh, that was a great movie. But yeah, so Uncut Gems is going into A tier. I think this is my favorite. Adam Sandler movie because it's not like an Adam Sandler movie. It is a it is it is the it's basically opposite of the generic like comedy Adam Sandler movie. This is him going serious, and this makes me want to go watch Punch Drunk Love because I have not seen that yet, and I've heard good things about him in it, and I want to go see it, but I just haven't yet. So I need to figure out what a way to find that and buy it so I can watch it. But I love the Uncut Gems. I think it's probably. I need to rewatch. I want. I kind of want to watch rewatch Uncut Gems. Maybe I should sometime. I'll put it probably right here. Yeah, I liked Uncut Gems. I thought it was a good movie, entertaining. It was also like I said, nice change of pace to watch a different movie with Adam Sandler in it than the usual Adam Sandler schlock. Annihilation is an A tier movie. I really enjoyed Annihilation. I know I keep saying I really enjoyed it, but I'm getting kind of like tired of doing this whole tier list because been going for about almost 4.5 hours of just tier listing, which is fine. I wish we had ended at like 2 hours, but because I think I added way too many here. But I'm not stopping now. We're finishing the list. We're too far deep into it. But yeah, and also like I said, I just really like Annihilation. I think I like the concept of it. I think I was initially like thinking like it might be a little too confusing of a concept for them, but they made it work, and they had some beautiful visuals in it, and I really enjoyed it. I am saying it's probably honestly, yeah, I'd say probably there. I really enjoyed the vision. I think it had some beautiful visuals. I really like the. It felt like it was confusing, but it was confusing in the way for the way of the movie, and it was like supposed to be confusing about it, and I enjoyed, and I actually kind of like that. So, and then John Wick. I think everyone knows that John Wick is an S tier movie. It is one of the. It's a quintessential action movie. It is iconic. It's easily recognizable. I I love John. I like John Wick. I love John Wick. It's I don't know how high I'm gonna rank it though. On it, because I think that's fine. I'll rank it there. Like I said, it does get. I think some movies have done that style a bit better. Actually, no, I gotta move John Wick a bit above Nobody. We'll put it there. I should put it above Terminator. There we go. But I think, yeah, I think it's just kind of started that style of the solo hero fighting all the people at the same time, and like all in the spot. I feel like it started that style, and it just kind of made it more popular, I guess. And The Social Network is also a great movie. I think it's very topical for the time right now, and I think Jesse Eisenberg and all the other cast members do a great job in it. And I think it probably goes about like right here, I'd say. Fantastic Mr. Fox was one of my favorite movies as a child. And it still is a wonderful movie. And I think for that nostalgia factor, I gotta bring it up to S tier. But yeah, I am bringing Fantastic Mr. Fox all the way up to S tier. Like I said, I wish I could do it a little bit faster, but I can't. But it won't let me scroll up with the thing. I have to move it all the way up. But I think I'm gonna move it down to. I think nostalgia is working hard for me right now. I'm gonna put it probably about like right there. I shall say. Actually, no. I'll put it above. I'll put it above. I'll put it above the nostalgia picks here and put it right there. Actually, no. I like more than smart. No. I'll put it with the nostalgia picks here. The kind of like classics area, I guess. Sam Raimi Spider Man. This is an A tier. This is probably my favorite of the Spider Man movies, both from all the three different timelines of Tobey Maguire, uh, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland. This is my favorite of them all. I just like. I think I just like. I think it's just. I think it's just wonderful. I think Tobey Maguire and Willem Dafoe just like have great like a rivalry going on there. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think yeah, that's perfect there. We're almost through it. We're almost through it. We're almost there. But yeah, Ocean's 11 is a good. I like Ocean's 11. I'm gonna put it B tier. It I know it's a remake, and I haven't seen the original, but I think the George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Don Cheadle, Matt Damon, they all just kind of put together to make a wonderful team, and it just is it's a great heist movie, and I really enjoyed it. Actually, I think I'm kind of working into myself to making it A tier. I think, yeah, I'm gonna put it A tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put it probably about right. Yeah, I think we'll put it there. All right, that sounds good. All right, I'm gonna work on some of my lower tiers just so I don't have to scroll up all the way. Let's see. But these are the ones I'm like. These are my lowest rank on Letterboxd, so it's like I put these all the way at the bottom here so I can just get through them. Home Alone 4. This is terrible. This is a shit movie. I bought. I have a collection of four Home Alone movies from AKA 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the worst one. I can at least see good things in 3. The Home Alone 4 absolutely sucks. And if you're wondering why I have Home Alone 4 on here, not 3, 2, and 3, like I said, these ones are just my lowest ranks, aka just a half a star on Letterboxd. So these are all just like I don't like them at all. And I think I'm gonna put this one down. I'm gonna put I this one is a cash grab. It's more of a at least this is a Home Alone style movie. This one's not an American Psycho movie at all. And at least with Creepshow 3, it tried and it failed. This one never even tried, but it failed hard. And I think I'm gonna give Creepshow 3 just a little bit more than Winnie the Pooh because this is because yeah. And then we'll go through some more. The Predator I just didn't care about. I think the other Predator movies I at least had something to care about and I enjoyed. I just did not care for the Predator at all. I just didn't like the story. I didn't like the. I thought the creature design was just a little bit generic. Generic. I thought it just didn't work at all. I think probably up here, but not too high up. I'd probably say there. I'd say Freddy's Dead. This is my least favorite Nightmare movie. Well, besides the remake, I hate the remake even more. This one is just like this one. The opposite sides of the coin. This one's too cheesy. This one's too serious. This one goes down. This one goes down. This one is down. I think it's even. I'll give it put it down here because even with this, you can claim and say that they tried that they thought that they underestimated the kid audience. This one they just failed miserably and they made it terrible and just I don't no one cares about it. This and Freddy's Dead, like I said, it's just a little too it's too comedic. I don't like. I think it has some good bits about it, but I just don't care about a lot of the other stuff in it. So it goes. Mm, I like it more than Hannibal Rising. I like it more than Predator. I believe it there. Thanksgiving. I'm gonna put it up here just because it's bad, but sometimes I can like it more than I hate it. Actually, you know what? I'll put a D tier because, like I said, sometimes I like it more than I hate it, but most of the time I just hate it. But occasionally I'll get an actual chuckle out of it if I watch it. And the fact is that it's also a smaller budget. I can give it a bit of a leeway. What's another one? Leprechaun Origins here. This is also just like cashing in on a franchise, like this one here. But this is even worse because it's not even like trying to be stylized. Actually, no, it's better because well, I mean, there's at least deniability that it's technically may not be a part of the universe. This one's fully in the universe. I'll keep that someone's staying down there with the shit. All right, we're done with all of the F tier ones. These are all now these ones here are all my 5 stars in Letterbox. So these are my opinion. So Final Destination is an A tier. It is a it is a wonderful movie. It is it is a classic. It is a premise that is it has a unique premise of you survive death and then death comes back to kill you again. I think that's a unique premise. I really think that I think that's a unique idea and I really enjoyed it. So I think it's probably about like I think sometimes it gets a bit too. I think I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to put my thoughts into words, but I think I've been talking for a bit too long. So I think I'm just kind of my brain's just kind of like I want to be done now. So I think I'm probably gonna put it right. Yeah, here I think. So yeah. Next one, The Matrix. Everyone knows what The Matrix is. It's a classic. I feel like if you don't know what The Matrix is, once again, I feel like you've just been living under a rock. We're gonna move Matrix up here. Up here. Yeah, Matrix is gonna go over to. Like I said, it's classic, but I'll be honest, it's not as classic to me. I think. Actually, no, I think I'll move down to A tier. I don't. I'll be honest. I'm not a. I like the Matrix, but I don't find myself watching the Matrix as often as some people might because I don't know, maybe I just have to get back into it again. Maybe I just need to watch it with new eyes. But I don't know. It just didn't really click for me all that much. I don't think. Uh, Yeah, you go above Aliens. Yeah, all right. The Truman Show is an S tier. I will agree with the Truman Show is an S tier. I think this is my. I like I said. I think there's something about me that I just like when comedic actors have a serious role for once and they just knock it out the park for me. Like, and I think the Truman Show is the great sign of that because Jim Carrey takes it. It's a comedy still, but he also takes it like 100% seriously when he needs it to, and it just works well for it. Matrix never. Yeah, exactly. I know the Matrix. What is this? What is this? Math problems? Is this calculus? But yeah, yeah, the Truman Show is gonna go in. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there. All right, back down here to the original Scream. The original Scream is S tier, and I will not take any questions about it. And it is above. And I'm gonna find out where the other ones are, and it's definitely going above those at least. Because this is a great slasher movie. It's the iconic slasher movie. It's both parodying it and being a great slasher at the same time, and it has a good mystery to it that you may not be expecting, and has that wonderful twist that I feel like everyone knows now, but at the time it was still a good twist, and I think it's good. I think it's just great. I think this is where is it? It is. I'm trying to figure out where to put all the other screams. Yeah, Scream 6 is there, so honestly, I prefer it over a lot of these. I'm gonna give it. I'll give it there. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'll give it there. All right. There we go. The Rock, another Nick Cage movie. I don't know why I put this one all the way down here. Actually, no, it wasn't my 5 stars, but yeah, it wasn't my 5 stars, so I put it down here. I don't know why I didn't put it with the other Nick Cages after that, but I must have just not have reorganized it. But The Rock is it's an A movie. I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. I think it's a bit it's cheesy, but it's a fun kind of cheesy. So I liked it and I had fun with it. And I'm gonna put it here. Actually, I'm gonna put it below Spider Man because I like Spider Man more. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're almost to the home stretch. Leaving Las Vegas. This is the one that Nick Cage won his Oscar for, and honestly, I fucking understand it and I fucking agree with it. It's a heartbreaking movie, and it's a it's a oddly more serious role for him here. Like I know, like when by that I mean he's not doing a full on action movie, doing a full on or doing a full on horror movie. It's a pretty much just like a full on like drama at that point. But he plays it well. He plays Ben Sanderson, and I feel like no one else could have taken that role than him. And he just does a great job with it. And I'm gonna put it probably above like right. I'll probably put it below all this. Yeah, I feel like that's right. Actually, yeah, there we go. Perfect. That seems right. Okay, so all right, Shawshank Redemption is an S tier. This is this I saw this once on Netflix and it was but I immediately fell in love with it as well. It is I understand why it's a classic. It's a classic. I feel like the whole movie I can just is just iconic and I mean there's a reason why this is still the test of time. It is just a great movie. And yeah, it's got a good little message about the human spirit and whatnot. And yeah, it's got to go up here near the top. I think it's probably got to even be honestly. I think it's even surpassing Raiders. Honestly, yeah. All right, there we go. Child's Play, another classic on here. This one, I feel like this one also kind of started the whole evil dolls trend, and I think, and like I said, this is why I was kind of questioning my thoughts on Megan because I thought it was just doing this again. But honestly, I really enjoyed Child's Play. I think, especially since knowing how the series goes on after it, I enjoyed it even more because I think it had a lot of good. I honestly I think it was one of the few horror movies that actually had a lot of good sequels, and even the lesser ones I still think have some pretty good stuff to them. So yeah, I think Child's Play is going to go up to S tier as well, and I think it is going to go at about like probably with the other classics. I'm gonna say probably above you, probably above you. I'm even gonna say above you, or even actually, yeah, even you. I'm gonna say. Uh, the original Predator, once again, another classic horror movie. I mean, some people think it's more of an action movie than a horror movie, and I can agree with him on that. But also, I still don't think that takes away from it being a horror movie. And I do enjoy Predator. I don't think I enjoy it as much as some of the other horror movies on here, but it's definitely an S tier movie. I think it's just iconic, and I think the Predator is just a great creature design as well. So I'm putting it I'm gonna put it down here after leaving Las Vegas. But yeah, I'm gonna quickly try and snooze those ads because I want to try and rate out before we get the next ads. So I'm gonna try and I want to try and finish this up as soon as possible. So Ferris Bueller's Day Off. This is once again, this is the same thing as My Cousin Vinny. Where I say this is like this is like that the stereotypical like '90s '80s like comedy movie, but it's great and it's wonderful and I enjoy it and I watched this movie way too many times because it's just a classic and I also love it. It's just it's an easy premise to do, but it just takes off from there and it's just a great movie. I think it goes probably right there above Spaceballs and all that. Back to the Future, yet again, another classic on here. I mean, once again, what can I say about Back to the Future that hasn't been said already? I mean, I like I said, I also said a bit about what I think about Back to the Future when I did my talk about the Back to the Future game. But yeah, it goes all the way up here as well, and it goes honestly, it goes above all that. I really enjoy Back to the Future. I want to rewatch Back to the Future, but the problem is I always whenever I rewatch Back to the Future, I go to the next one, then the next one, and then so my view is always like I've got to go through all of it. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of the sequels all that much. Mainly two. Two is sometimes I feel like the beginning of two I like, and then the second half is just a little too samey, and then the third one is fine. Gremlins is a tier movie. I also love this movie. I watch this around Christmas time sometimes. Not every year like Home Alone, but often I do, and I like it. It's good. It's a classic. It's a wonderful movie. It's a nice little movie. A nice little cheap, and not, also a nice little gateway horror for anyone who's a little bit lesser into horror and all that. So yeah. Uh, Nightmare on Elm Street, yet again, classic horror movie. I have seen Halloween, but I didn't put it on here because I want to wait to talk about it until I want to rewatch it when I watch all the other movies in the series. So I didn't want to really talk about it and my thoughts about it until I've seen all the other ones in it. But yeah, so it's a classic. It's going up with Friday the 13th, but I'm putting Friday the 13th above it. So where's Friday the 13th? There we go. You're going above it. Actually, no, I like Robert Englund more than Betsy Palmer, unfortunately. So above it, yeah. Ghostbusters, like a lot of these ones at the end are just like classics I'm fans of and I enjoy, and I might as well just put them all in. I think I'm just gonna put them on S tier and just move along, and because I don't think I need to talk about it because everyone knows why Christmas Story, Airplane, Monty Python, Willy Wonka, classic movies, and same thing with Wizard of Oz down there. I don't feel like I don't need to talk about them. If you guys want me to, I can, but I'm also just kind of yapped out a bit, and I want to just get out of here and just like I said, I like you guys, but I'm feeling like I've spent about 4.5 hours here just yapping about movies, and that's a fun thing. But I feel like that's also about 2 hours longer than I wanted to. So yeah, Ghostbusters is gonna go up here, and it's gonna go with the classics up here. Where is it? Yeah. No, I won't put it above Shawshank Redemption, but put it there. Then we have, like I said, we have Christmas Story, yet again a classic, and it is going, and it is. There's a reason why this gets played on 24/7 every year for Christmas because it's just a classic and it just perfectly, perfectly, encapsulates the spirit of Christmas and whatnot. But yeah, this is going straight up to a classic here, and it is going with the other. It's gonna go below Raiders, below you, and yeah, there you go, perfect. Airplane. This is the one that started off the whole spoof. I really, was a big part of the spoof movie trend for a bit, and it started off the whole It also helped, make get Leslie Nielsen a little bit more work again because he going from serious actor to comedic actor, and honestly, he does a great job as a comedic actor. He is. I'm surprised that they didn't. I mean, his deadpan delivery is just great, and I think it deserves to be up here in the classics area. And yeah, where we go. So I don't. I like it more. I do like it. No, I don't. I can't put it more higher than Gladiator because I like the comedy. Like Monty Python and the Holy Grail is also just a comedy classic, and it is a. You got plenty of time. Can you re-rank all the movies from best to worst leading actor? No, I'm not. No, maybe I will. Maybe someday, but not today. I'm going. If I had to do that today, I would. Because the thing, some of these I can't even say I have leading actors because some of them are like, for example, the VHS or where is it? Yeah, VHS or was another one. The anthology movies I'm talking about. They don't have. I can't really say main characters because they have different sets that don't have main really the main characters. Even sometimes don't have a wraparound to even put them onto it. But yeah, I know. Or there's some of them that are just like there's like two main characters and they're both main characters. I can't even say like one of them's a leading actor. But yeah, I am just Monty Python is going to go up above a lot of these because I think it's just a perfect comedy. I think it's one of my favorite like the spoof movie comedy types. It's just a great movie, and I think it's also just a funny movie and probably my favorite stuff from Monty Python besides some of the solo sketches. And Willy Wonka, also just a classic. Don't really need to speak much about it. It's Willy Wonka. This is the OG Willy Wonka. It's the best Willy Wonka. And if you have if you want to talk to me about the Tim Burton one, I'm gonna tell you to go home and go home and get drunk. But yeah, it's Willy Wonka is a classic. It is going up here, and I'm even putting it above here. I'm putting it above here. I've watched it before. I've always feel like I could rewatch. If someone told me they had never seen Willy Wonka, I would sit down with them and I would watch it the entirety with them, and I would not care at all. That is going to be one of the first movies I watch with my kids, just because because it's just a perfect movie as well for kids. It's just like that because even if you don't understand what's going on, you can still look at all the big scenes and all the wonderful spectacles, and it's just a wonderful movie. 12 Angry Men. I only watched this recently. This is the movie I watched when I was waiting on the back super hot timer, and it's a great movie. I really enjoyed my time watching 12 Angry Men, and this is going up. I suppose it took me this long to watch it, but it's going up here with the classic. It's going above you, above you, above you, above you, above you, above you, above you. Yeah, I definitely think 12 Angry Men is probably it's probably one of my older. It's probably one of the older movies on my classic list here, and honestly, it fucking deserves it. But yeah, I guess no, but besides the Universal movies, but yeah. Wizard of Oz, once again, a classic. Like I've not seen Wicked. I'm not planning on seeing Wicked. I feel like I'm kind of out of the range again. But Wizard of Oz was a classic, and I feel like I can't deny that it was a classic, and it still is a classic. Maybe if I get on Netflix or whatnot, maybe I'll watch Wicked. I'll give you my thoughts on it. But yeah, for right now, it's just a classic, and it's gonna go right about there. All right, that's it for the stream. I'm not going any further. I want to go. I want to go out, celebrate New Year's. Happy New Year's Eve for everyone here, and I hope you have a wonderful day. We're gonna find some lovely person to raid out to. But yeah, so we. Oh yeah, I should pop up my I should pop up my. I should do my setup again. So yeah, finally done. Finally done. It only took us 4.5 hours. Yeah, fireworks. I definitely added in way too many of my movies on there. I should have just ended it at my collection, but I just added it because like, oh, I need to talk about this. Oh, I need to talk about this. Oh, I want to talk about this, and I didn't realize how long it was going to take me. I should have cut it down again, but then I would have had to set it up again. So I just said fuck it, and but now we're done. So yeah, yeah, back up again. All right, so yeah, let me just get this set up here again so I can do my little shill. I guess do some shilling. I guess if anyone needs it. So, but yeah, hold on, I need to scroll down just a little bit more, but yeah. But like I said, once again, thank you to everyone who's been subbing today. I appreciate you very much for Hegland and Jackie for subbing today. I appreciate you very much. You also started Hype Train, so congratulations on that. We have, like I said, we have some socials here, as you can see where they are here. The Discord channel is the best place is when I post when I'm about to go live early, so you guys can know when I'm about to go live, so you're not waiting on just the Twitch notifications. And the letter YouTube is for the VOD. So if you want to check out my other tier list video, that's gonna be up there as well. And also on my letterbox is for you to find out what I'm currently watching. And so a lot of them are already I ranked on letterbox, and some of them I have, some of them have, been, and some of them have just I have a few of them that I've actually made reviews for, but a lot of them are just ranked so far, and I'm waiting to review until I rewatch them. Hey, Wiggles, how's it going, man? Welcome in. How you doing? You kind of picked up the wrong time because we're just about to raid out. But yeah, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year's Eve to you as well. But yeah, I am. But yeah, so those are the best places. And if you're on the YouTube, and thank you to everyone who's been here today. Thank you. I know it's been a lot longer stream, so a lot of you have come in. So, but yeah, thank you, Heglin. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Wiggles. Thank you, Monster Life. Thank you, Iconic. Everyone. Thank you, Native. For everyone who came in here and hung out for a bit. I appreciate you very much. But yeah, we are gonna find someone person to raid out to today. Also, yeah, thank you to everyone who's been looking in the background, and thank you to everyone who's been watching the VODs either on Twitch or YouTube. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's find some person to wait out to today. Let's see, who can we wait out to? Let's see, who do we have here? You know what? We'll go with the Sten. Sten, what's Sten doing? What is Sten doing? Let's see. What is Sten doing? I can check to see over here. What is Sten doing? I feel like he may be doing something. Well, I mean, he's obviously doing something, but he's doing just chatting. So I want to see what he's doing in just chatting. If it's just like before he streams, or what's that, or if he's doing just, or if he's doing a tier list stream like I was. Because if he is, that's a perfect send off. But I am also just curious to see what's going on over there. So yeah, I think he's doing a tier list stream, but I also want to. Oh no, he's doing Left 4 Dead. I don't know why it's just chatting, but yeah, we'll wear it to stand. He is a fellow achievement grinder. He is currently he's currently doing Left 4 Dead. We're gonna go hang out. We're gonna say hi over to him, and we are going to, and yeah, we are just going to go and yeah, we're gonna go over there and we're gonna say hi. So yeah, thank you everyone's been here today. We're gonna go raid out to Sten there. Uh, yeah, like I said, we don't have a raid message, but I guess Heglin's got it made his own there, so I guess I don't know oh, that's Bexy's. We're just gonna go over there. We're gonna say hi. We're gonna go hang out with them, see how it's going over there, and I'm gonna go and get ready for my New Year's party because I'm about to run a bit late. I feel like so. Yeah, we're gonna go head out there. So I will see you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go get it. I gotta get it popped up here so I can get it going. And yeah, so like I said, hope you guys have a wonderful New Year, and we will be starting off the grinds whenever I get back from whenever I decide to start streaming again, and we will be doing the Outer Worlds grind. So once again, bye bye, 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 bye bye. Come on, wait up, bye bye, bye bye.